The audio's so bad it's breaking my ears. It shouldn't be bad anymore. It should be fine.
Hold on a second. All right.
Let me just check.
Yo, Abdi, what's going on? It's been a minute. Yo.
Hold on a second. Let me just check. The audio's fine. I don't know what you mean. Like, yeah, it was crap at the start because I forgot to mute the stream, so you were hearing everything twice. But now it should be okay. Oh, I need to change that. Log docs. Uh, no, what is it? Multi-chat. Custom browser. Hold on.
All right. I got mine working right now. All
Alright,
right.
hopefully that now works. Alright, just get a few messages in the chat. Okay, I've done that incredibly wrong. Alright, we'll put it at 15 instead. Yeah, I had to basically just...
Hold on a minute. Can everybody? Okay. Can everybody? Okay. Can everybody hear me? I'm just trying to make sure.
I think everyone can hear you in the stream. Can you guys do me a massive favor? Can you just like spam messages? The reason being is because my the chat size on the thing that I use to read chat, it's completely, well, it's reset basically. So I'm gonna need to just keep messing with the I'm gonna need to keep messing around with the chat size until it's just as good as it was before. So I apologize for this. It should only be for this stream.
Oh, and by the way, for the shocker
Oh,
thing.
no, that's way too big, son of a bitch. All right, we'll go with 16. See if 16 works. Yeah, go on, Phoenix. What is it?
All right. If you want to know how I figured out Craven Froze Shocker, I was having a long story trying to figure this out myself, and I don't know. Wait, how do you calculate temperature? How do you calculate temperature
Well, we
in
calculate it Celsius or Fahrenheit. What about you?
Fahrenheit? But I figured that out, and Craven uses Celsius because he's Russian. So I was like, let me look this up real quick to see how they calculate the temperature, right? And he froze him. That's how I figured that out because I was like, because that's how I figured that out because it was just weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Um,
apologize for everything just being very slow. Trying to get everything worked out as quick as I can. But yeah, thank you for the subscription though, dude. It means good. You're too late. Spider-Man weed has been legalized. Lol.
all right, so for everybody that's in the chat, we're gonna explain what we're checking out today too.
Yeah, it should be pretty obvious based on the title, but yeah, in case anyone hasn't quite figured it out, bear me a sec, I've completely fucked this up. I don't need that open anymore. That I can
In the
keep open for the
meantime,
time being.
though, let me see what we have. Like, what do we got? There was a video about Spider-Man has changed too, which I'm very
Oh,
confused about.
Jesus. Literally the first thing that comes up is all of this shit. It's insane.
Hold up.
But yeah, everything should be fine now. So yeah, I'll keep up with chat real quick.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, what's up?
Give me 1 second, real quick.
Yeah, no worries. Who put these in the chat? Actually, they're quite cool. What took you so long to go after this? Have to go after Sympathetic Man. I literally have just been doing everything I can to avoid it. Like, I don't want to. I didn't want to like do it because I knew that it would make me mad. Apart from anything else, so it's just one of those. Yeah, I knew it'd piss me off, so just kind of chilling, really. Yeah, how's everyone doing? Do we have any? Oh, I forgot to add the disagreement thing. I guess I may as well do that right now. Do 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 do.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah, we're just witnessing Rift remake the streams.
Oh, and by the way, I think I forgot a way for I think I forgot how Craven would survive in Spider-Man PS4.
You want sorry?
I figured out a way to how Craven would survive in Spider-Man PS4 if given the exact same time as he did in the original, well as he did in Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, go on.
So basically, even though I know that it's gonna be really weird, basically it's gonna sound crazy. I plan to replace, and this is gonna sound weird because like I don't know how it will work, but I pretty much, you know, Calypso from Spectacular Spider-Man, right?
Yeah, I almost said Mariah Carey then. That's not what she's called. Mariah Crawford. There we go.
I
Yeah,
pretty much,
Mariah Carey. That's Mariah Carey, the iconic Spider-Man character.
but yeah, I pretty much. Well, there goes half of my games and half of my
Well, there we go, boys. We've got everything set up. Uh, Synthetic Man isn't that dude racist or sexist? Yeah, he's pretty bad. Also, Brady, it's good to have you here, guys. Yeah, I just want to apologize if
Yeah.
if yeah, I just want to apologize if the stream is a bit shit compared to the last one. My text box isn't loading. I've just realized. Why is the text box not loading?
But anyways, hold on a minute. Let me see if I can get my mic a little bit. Wait, hold up. Everybody in my chat and Rift chat, can you guys hear me? Like, am I good?
I think we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Why is this not working? Oh, it's because the chat bot isn't. Yeah, the chat box, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, chat. Is that it? Try it here. Right, if you guys just like spam messages a sec, I think it should work now. Again, I just want to apologize for for being so unprofessional, but it's literally you don't realize how much random shit you've got on your PC until you like until all of it's gone. That's basic. Okay, yeah, you can see the chat. It's extremely tiny in like the little text box here, but at the very least you can see it. So it is what it is, I guess.
Early stream question? Yeah, early stream.
Huderman. Yeah, the guy is blatantly racist. Yeah, it's not fun.
I can't wait to get into this video.
I think I'm deliberately just messing around with the settings just so I don't have to listen to the video. I'm trying to just put it off as long as I can because I know it's just going to wind me up.
Oh no, it's gonna be. Oh no, this video is an hour long, so I'm ready for. I'm gonna get it. I'm
It's an
ready.
hour long. Fuck me.
Yeah, that's the reason why. Like, yeah, I don't know if we want to do the hour and a half vlog, so we're gonna have to speedrun his video.
I'm just messing around with the settings in the hopes that everything works. I love this music so much. I feel like this is just my music now. Way home. It's so good. I love it. But yeah, we'll just
Yo, extra, what's going on? Insomniac better be doing what they're doing with the DLC expansion story. They are. All of it got leaked. They are. My only question is Miles gonna do it by himself? Because I
alright,
like I
that's good
really
enough.
want to
Right.
know if he's gonna do Carnage by himself.
Right, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado. Well, hold on. Before we begin, I've just realised I need to share the screen, don't
Yeah.
I? Alright.
And by the way, if anybody's wondering why I haven't been streaming this week, there's also a reason for that. I was
What the?
playing Stellar Blade and I was playing Stellar Blade off screen and let's just say that something happened to monitor.
What the shit? I have like different options now. Uh. What? Huh? Oh, okay. Right. Well, right. I'm live. Could you see it?
Let me go down real quick to it. What the?
You good?
Hold on a second. I think. Oh wait. Okay. Okay.
Oh, I've just realized I've fucked something up.
No,
Bear
you
me a
didn't.
sec.
You didn't. I can watch. All right, I'm here.
Right. I'm gonna play it. Can you hear it?
MJ was right.
Yeah.
Wait, you can hear the video.
Yeah.
All right. Pray for us.
Maybe MJ was right.
Probably turn it up like a little bit.
Me.
All right.
When it has you.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises?
Is the volume good, chat?
Feels great.
Another year, another Sony cinematic slop game that everyone's gonna pretend is a masterpiece. At the time
Alright.
of recording this has a 91 on Metacritic. Now, if you still trust Metacritic scores, you're probably an idiot, but still, the point stands.
Yeah, I
that
can't
this
argue
game
with
is
that.
Obviously
Yeah.
getting the Sony hand job from all the critics for pushing for social change. Even if you do agree with the politics, it is far too similar to the last game gameplay-wise. It really
Hey
makes
guys, look, the black Spider-Man is beating the crap out of the Hunters. Yeah, this game's work. Yeah, the black
Yeah.
Spider-Man. We got Crispy in the chat! Crispy is going to be making an appearance.
Crispy!
Your mic is insanely loud. Hold on. Oh my goodness, yeah, my mic is
Yo,
ridiculous.
he's going out to eat
Let me
breakfast.
just...
Also, Rex up. Ah. But wow, that's crazy. Like, look at this.
Alright, is the mic
gameplay
better
is
now?
too similar to
I'm just
first
gonna...
game.
Again, I think the audio settings for this PC are completely different. So, like, before, I had to make it so that my mic was incredibly loud just to make it so that you could hear me at all. But now I feel like those settings just make me, like, ear grape. You know, I'm not going to say the word, because... Right, I've literally halved the audio of my mic. Is it any better?
By the way, Extra, I don't know if you're still here or not. Did you
Hey,
hear
Emmanuel,
about
how
The
you doing, dude?
Boys Season 4?
Oh, yes! I can't wait for The Boys. Such a good show.
I can't wait for it either. That last season or this season, I don't know what's gonna happen this season. I'm gonna be honest, and I don't even know. All I know is wait, have you seen Gen V?
What?
Have you seen Gen V?
No. I know that it's the, thingy-majig. I think
Yeah.
I've fixed my mic. I think I realized why my mic was shit. It's because it wasn't even my... it wasn't even my Bluetooth mic that the mic was. It should be okay now. If it isn't, then I've no idea. Hot take, Venom is the best Insomniac Spider-Man villain. I disagree with that. I think Doc Ock is still the best, but... He's probably top 5, but...
I would have
I
to
don't think...
say I would have to say Craven right now.
Nah, I just think Doc Ock had so much development. Like,
Yeah.
he was ridiculous.
Yeah.
makes very few, if any, improvements. It has some of the worst pacing I've ever seen in a video game.
Hold on, man.
Oh,
Rewind
no.
for a
Having
second.
significant
Yeah, what's up?
Did he say something about the gameplay? Because like I'm not gonna lie, I was zoned out for like half. Did he say the gameplay?
I think I went back too fast.
critics for pushing for social change. Even if you do agree with the politics, it is far too similar to the last game gameplay-wise. It
pause.
really makes very few.
Oh wow, a sequel being similar to the
Sequel being
previous game in
similar
terms
is
of
crazy.
gameplay.
Wow.
How
whatever, there's literally a symbiote combat wheel.
I pray to God this guy never plays the recent Call of Duty games. Literally Modern Warfare 19, Cold War, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, and Vanguard. They're literally exactly the same in terms of gameplay.
I didn't even play Vanguard. I stopped after Black Ops 3. Well, I stopped after Black Ops 4.
Yeah, I hope that the audio is better, guys. If it isn't, I'll try sort it out.
Few, if any, improvements. It is some of
Any
the worst
pause.
pacing I've ever seen in a
Any
video.
improvement? Does he know that he's using
Menu-
a combat wheel with symbiote abilities? I'm confused.
Yeah, you've literally got all of this shit. It's ridiculous.
And on
Video
top of it, you
game,
can parry.
Despite having significantly fewer cutscenes than God of War Ragnarok, it's actually worse because it interrupts the gameplay every 10 minutes. And even when you are playing it, you're either solving a brain-dead puzzle or playing some other
You can skip
mini
the puzzles,
game,
but
or you
okay.
get a walking simulator
Yeah.
mission, or you're playing as a spider bot. Basically anything except swinging through the city and fighting bad guys. So it makes absolutely no sense how this game is up there with all the greatest games ever made.
Okay.
Now, reviewing this game is going to
Get
be
him with his
difficult
controller.
because I am so utterly frustrated and tired with all of the political virtue signaling that is in modern video games.
Oh,
This is
so
one of the
basically
worst
side
cases I've
quests,
ever
alright.
seen, by the way.
Yeah, the side content within the story, within the game that's completely optional. I know how bad.
Yeah.
If you tuned into the streams, you know exactly why
Look at-
already. So it's gonna be
He's like a fucking seal.
Here's the
Jesus
only thing,
Christ.
I can't really. Here's the thing. I can't
feel
really
like-
even defend. I can't really even defend that mission because I've seen
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of people try to defend that mission. I can't really defend it. It just
No,
I really don't care about that
yeah,
mission
the
at all.
homecoming mission where like you have to like help like two homosexual kids like ask each other out, like that is probably the worst example. They could have done a way better job with that, but everything else I don't think's an issue.
Yeah.
Like the
I can't
fucking
really
like
defend that.
Ukrainian flag, it's like the guy who owns the shop is Ukrainian.
Yeah.
Like
I
oh
can't
wow.
really- I can't really defend that mission, but like I can't really defend that mission.
Also,
but
we do have Puffer on standby. He is watching as well.
hard to actually try to give this a fair review because this game really pissed me off. I mean, I don't think I've been this mad at a video game, well, at least since Starfield, which really released not that long ago, but you might have thought...
I don't blame
He's
him for
mad.
that, but
He's mad because he can't kill an NPC.
And some of my
I'm not
points
mad because of that
God of
either.
War Ragnarok's story, and I'll admit I was barely paying attention half the time because that game
God
is
of
so
War Ragnarok is
unbelievably
great,
boring.
though.
But Insomniac's
Yeah, it's great.
Spider-Man 2 is not just almost as equally boring as God of War, but also twice as woke, undeniably.
Oh,
so it'll
dear.
be
Oh,
interesting
and
to
the
see
picture
the
of the
usual
female
suspects
hunter
try to
being-
pretend
okay.
that this isn't
I got a really
clear
good explanation
political
for this. And this is actually
Yeah, go
a
on.
really cool one too. What if the hunter was trained? And also on top of it, this scene doesn't matter because Peter came down and beat both of their asses.
Yeah, like I find it really annoying when people are like, "Oh, the woman beat the guy." It's like the woman could be faster. She could be the better fighter, etc. She could have jumped the guy, you know.
Right.
propaganda being shoved down
And there's
our
dialogue
throats.
around
Now,
where
because
there's a
this
whole bunch of
review is
female
gonna
hunters
come out
talking
over
about
a week after
their
the
hunting
game's
skills, so.
release. Anybody who decided they wanted to purchase the game has already made
Hang on. I just want to. I'm just gonna sit back and not say anything. Remember that guy in the Ultimate Joker? Wait, hold on. Hang on.
wrote. Now, because
Yeah. Remember that guy in the Ultimate Joker video who genuinely believes that random ass criminals could beat PS5 Spider-Man?
Yeah.
this review is going to come out over a week after the game's
Oh, yeah,
release,
that guy.
anybody who
Yeah,
decided
that guy.
they wanted to purchase the
Oh.
game has already made that choice.
That
so
guy.
at this point, I'm just giving my thoughts because clearly a lot of you want to hear my thoughts on this game. And man, I'm finding it difficult to really drudge up the anger that is required for a game like this. I'm honestly more depressed than anything. I've said this a few
I'm not gonna lie, I
times
have
in
to
the
give him
past, but
respect 'cause of
Insomniac-
the-
What is he stupid? No.
But-
Watch the concept art video again. The guy genuinely believes that regular ass folks could beat PS5 Spider-Man.
Hold on a minute. That's
He
impossible.
They genuinely said that.
I'm gonna let
Like
that.
in that video. In that video, seriously, they did say that.
Hold on. Did they really mean that?
He genuinely said it. His exact words were, "I wouldn't be surprised if regular ass folks could beat Peter."
I'm going to
That's
just
genuinely
let
what. That's genuinely what they said.
Insomniac used to be
I'm going
one
to
of my
let that
favorite
sit there
video
'cause
game developers.
they're
They've
regular
quite literally
humans.
made my
But-
favorite
okay.
game of all time, Spyro the Dragon. But it wasn't just Spyro. Those of you who've been on this channel for a while know that I really enjoy the Ratchet and Clank games, which was also made by Insomniac. The first 4 games in that series all have their place amongst my favorite games.
Okay,
of
what
all
about Rift
time.
Apart?
They're really fun.
The Voice Season
I'd
4
like to
will be
point-
released in June. Yep.
I would like to
Uh,
point. I'm just gonna skip the intro because this is
Yeah, go to combat and
but-
boss fight.
But the one thing I would like to point out is that he's mentioning like Ratchet and Clank and all that, but he's not mentioning the game that Insomniac made, which
Yeah.
closely resembles Spider-Man, being Sunset Overdrive.
Exactly.
Then he's not referencing that. Like Sunset Overdrive was literally the Xbox, well, not Xbox exclusive anymore because it's on PC, but it was
Xbox
Insomniac
exclusive.
Spider-Man before Insomniac Spider-Man, and it came
Yeah.
out 4 years earlier. It was Spider-Man in a zombie apocalypse setting.
And then after that, Insomniac, after they made Spider-Man, PlayStation.
Wait, hang on. I've just realized something as well. Do you remember how in today's video, I'm not sure if you've seen it yet, but in today's video where I criticized the amazing Lucas,
Yeah.
he was like, Insomniac, they were talking about making a multiverse game, but how can you do that when you haven't even got the single player game? Meanwhile, Insomniac, literally 11 years ago, made a co-op zombie apocalypse shooter with Insomniac Spider-Man parkour. They
Well-
literally did that 11 years ago.
Now that I didn't know about, but I do know about the multiverse game that they were making. And you've probably seen this. It was.
I
called
don't
The
give a
Great Web.
shit. I
It
knew
got
nothing about
canceled.
it, but at the end of the day, Treyarch, the same people who made the movie Spider-Man 2 game, it's like they were able to do it, so I think
Yeah.
Insomniac could also do it.
Yeah.
So fuck it. let's just talk about the
Homelander pulled out
gameplay.
as
Now,
well.
unlike most of my other videos,
I saw that.
I'm actually not going to talk about
Reason for it,
gameplay
yep.
all that much because
That's
it's
like for Wolverine
very
as
similar
well
to the last
as
game. Chances are,
I
if
don't
you're
know how that.
interested in
I don't know
this,
how that
you've
game's gonna
already
work though.
played the game that released back in 2018, and even a few of you played that Miles Morales game, though not nearly as
You
many.
know what's
judging by
mind-boggling to me?
sales numbers.
I just realized
So you-
something.
Yep.
I feel like he's playing this on the easiest difficulty. I don't know why. If you just really look at some of the gameplay, it's kind of weird to tell if he's.
Also, I don't know why he's criticizing Miles Morales, because, like, well, hold on. Let me just, hang on. Just F11, Spider-Man PS4 copies sold. Okay, so the game sold over 6.5. Wait, what? Okay, Spider-Man Miles.
Miles sold around like 5.
So-
Actually, I think around like 14 million right now.
Jesus Christ. Wait, so Miles Morales sold more than Spider-Man 2018? That can't be right, can it?
I don't know if that's right or
What
not.
what about Spider-Man remastered though? Because I'm assuming they're separate.
Yeah, they're separate. Okay. If you count the
Only
PC
1.5
crowd-
million copies. Okay, so he's literally wrong then. Miles Morales sold more copies than Spider-Man 2018 or Thingamajig combined.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem right, but if that's the case, then holy shit.
Well, it depends. Miles sold. I'm pretty sure Miles sold a lot. Well, I think 5 or 14. I'm not sure about how much Miles Morales sold for, but
It was a lot by the looks of things.
yeah.
You basically already played this already. So just sticking
No.
to the gameplay and not talking about the story or anything, I think it's
Yeah, you've played this game already. The Iron Spider arms in combat, yep, you've done that
They were
already.
not in
Symbiote combat, you've
Spider-Man
done that
1.
already. Anti-Venom combat, you've done that already. The new abilities that Miles have,
Parry
you've done that
mechanics
already.
Have not even done that in any single. Well, scratch that. There was Web of Shadows, but still, no, haven't done the parry mechanic since then.
Riding a bike, yeah, you've done that already. That last one's a joke, but could you add me to VC Discord? You can join the Discord whenever you like. If you want me to add you to Disagreement Day, that's fine. But
perfectly competent, but as I've said multiple times, especially on the streams, I have never been a huge fan of Arkham style combat. I
Pause.
do-
good, because you didn't get Arkham style combat. The gameplay in
Arkham-
this is radically different.
Arkham Combat and Spider-Man PS5 Combat are completely different things.
It's like saying Bloodborne and Dark Souls have the same combat because they're both Souls games. It's like, no.
Yeah.
It's like saying Sekiro and Demon Souls have the same combat because they're both Souls games. It's like, no, they're radically different.
Exactly.
Like, what do these games have in common? They have combos,
Yeah.
dodging at the right time,
I would say a
stealth,
free flow combat system is probably the closest thing because they do have a
free
combat
flow, and you
system.
can lock onto enemies. That's probably it.
Yeah,
Like
but not the
even
same.
if you like even if everything was the same, like the batarangs and the gadgets are completely different.
The
So
Iron
like
Arms
even if
were simple
literally
suit powers.
everything else was the same, like that's not the case.
Yeah, the Iron Arms were a simple suit power in the game. That is true.
Yeah, but literally all the Iron Spider Arms did was they gave you more damage and added more range. Like other than that, it was strictly cosmetic.
Yeah,
Which made it probably one of the worst suit powers in the game, even though it was really cool.
yeah. Well, I mean, I
So
can
the
understand
Discord,
why they bought
it's
it.
it's in the description, dude.
I can
Everything you
under-
need is in the description.
I can understand why they bought it to the game. They kind of used it as a suit power and bought it out. Don't get me wrong, it's cool, but Arkham and Spider-Man have completely different combat systems.
Literally.
Like those games.
Oh, and by the way,
I
hi,
also
Abdul.
like Shadow of Mordor. and
What, are you
Shadow of
watching,
War,
like,
but I'm
is
not
this one something to do with someone trying to compare?
Yeah, with it being
Yeah.
disagreement there, you can muting.
particularly good at that combat system. I just have kind of slow
two different combat
reflexes in
systems you can't
general,
compare.
and unfortunately, I played about half of this game while I was tired, so this gameplay isn't particularly great. So I'm going to try to not hold that against the game, though I did have a lot of frustration with some of the boss fights specifically. So what's different this time around? Well, now we have a block/parry button, which
There's also a
really
dodge
is
button,
probably
too.
the greatest source of my complaints with this game, because the muscle memory is so beaten into me from playing all these Arkham-style games to press one button
What?
to dodge attacks.
Okay, pause.
But most of the time it wasn't a problem, as long
He just said that he's gotten burnt out from Arkham style games, from Arkham style combat.
I just it's clearly not though. Like it's not
It's not.
Arkham related, but no, well, it's not exactly a new argument. This has been going on for a while.
Yeah,
as it was an enemy that you're specifically supposed to parry, like the big heavy guys. That's pretty intuitive. Really, what I had a problem with the parry system was with the bosses, because the style boss fight has been shifted to be something much more similar to a Souls-style boss, where
Fuck
you're
it.
trying to
nah, it's not
memorize the
Souls
boss
style.
I'm gonna listen to all of it before I comment.
Okay.
patterns and dodge or parry accordingly. Now, where I fucked up in particular is that I didn't pick up on the fact that a lot of these bosses are easier to parry than they are to dodge. Because if an attack just has the white spider sense symbol, I assume I should be able to dodge it no problem. But there's a lot of ending lag on the dodge, and so it's actually faster and more reliable to parry them like you would in Sekiro or some other similar game. But I fucked up a lot on these bosses because of the parry system, and ultimately, I'm just not a big fan. I'm not
Right, okay, so I'm pretty sure, you know, like when the aura is red around the character, that's when you can parry, isn't it? Like when you.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, like when the aura's red. So, like, you've got like a glowing freaking aura. Like,
Yeah.
that shit is more obvious than the spider sense.
But I do understand where he's coming from though, because there were times where the parry, where the red spider sense would go up, and for some odd reason I would just block. I can understand that, but you have an option to dodge too if you don't want to parry.
Yeah, like, oh well.
say it's bad game design, because I don't really think it is.
And
but
on
it
top of that,
personally
another thing
made the
too is that you
combat
have
less
the
fun for me.
timing for crushing attacks as well. So instead of like having to dodge, you have like a literal blue circle around the enemy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't get it. Especially comparing it to a Dark Souls game, like they have literally radically different styles. So as well, it's like with with Dark Souls, for example, there's no spider sense, there's no parrying, there's no what. Like you can parry. Like some bosses are literally impossible to parry. There are
Right.
some bosses where you can block their attacks. There are others where you can't. Like comparing it, and also like parrying in a Dark Souls game, it is completely down to your own skill because there's no systems in the game that like make it easier for you.
Exactly.
Like you have to study the enemy. You have to master the timing.
Right.
It's not Souls-like at all. I really resent that.
And it's not really worth it.
Now,
Also,
there's a
by the way,
you
I
could
plan
make it
I
a
plan on
Souls game.
streaming the Souls games. By the way, don't know if anyone's going to be interested in that, but
Ooh.
Explaining the rest of the
Which
combat
ones
mechanics,
first?
the game
Like,
should already
all
be-
of them. I'll go through all of them. Dark Souls 1, 2,
what,
3,
like,
Elden Ring.
normal order.
Yeah, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Elden Ring. Why not? They're all really, really good. You're 1 entire minute behind. I mean, it's not the end of the world, dude.
familiar
I
with
still have to
them.
play
It plays
Sekiro,
like an
though.
Arkham game with a heavy emphasis on air combos. In fact,
Sekiro's
air
fun, it's just the
combos
most
work better
different.
than ground
Yeah.
combos, but with the downside being that if there are any ranged enemies in the area, they will immediately target you as soon as you knock an enemy into the air. Now, to talk
Well,
about
I
the
mean,
enemies, I was a little bit
That's
disappointed
what
on this
they're
front.
supposed to do.
The enemy variety is somewhat lacking. It's not.
Isn't that exactly how it was in the first game as well? But
Yeah.
like, when you were in the air and like you're gonna get targeted, you could dodge the attack and then just carry on with the air combo.
Yeah,
Like,
like you could carry
Alright.
on with the
As it
air combo. You
seems
can
on
awkward in the air
paper,
continue.
But in practicality, you're fighting the same handful of Craven goons about 75% of the time. And you've already fought most of these enemy types in the previous game, with the exception of the new brute enemy types now all
Pause.
having an undodged.
Have we ever fought the Flames? Have we ever fought Carnage's cult before?
well, yeah, like literally, we've not fought the hunters or the cult. We've not fought the symbiotes before. And it's like because as well, like every single color of symbiote, they have like
It's
different
different.
gimmicks. Yeah, it's like you have the small, fast ones, you have the big ones, you have ones that are immune to like gadgets or something, and then you have
Yeah,
like the purple
and you
ones,
have
which
the
are
breed.
literally all of the above.
And after you have the
And they're, like, the
breeds,
hardest
which
ones.
are random.
Yeah, and then you have like the juggernauts that you have to take down as like MJ with
Right.
like the Resident Evil sections, as I call them.
dodgeable attack that you have to parry instead. There's also a robotic panther that can shoot out a wave that temporarily disables your abilities. That was a pretty good idea. I like that. But that's pretty much all I have to say about it. If you played one of these Arkham games, you've fought all of these basic enemy types before. Now the combat is
Not the
usually
Sure.
somewhat fun most
Sure.
of the time, just because of how fast-paced it is. It is a little on the brainless side because of you constantly spamming one of your 4 abilities or one of your 4 gadgets. But it also lets you take out a lot of enemies.
How can you spam abilities when they're on cooldown?
I don't really know either, but I do it a lot too sometimes. There's a way that you can, because actually there's a way you can galvanize the Miles twice.
Like, can I just point out? Look at this shit right here. He's literally picking up like 6 goons and about to slam them all into the ground.
Exactly. So how is
Like,
this
that's
new?
cool. Also, I'm just gonna make it so that the actual chat box is bigger, just so I can actually yeah, there we go. That looks better. In the first game, when you do a perfect dodge in the air, Spider-Man doesn't shoot a web to them. Yeah, I mean, I'd consider that I'd consider that more balanced because like you can immediately web zip over to them.
Yeah, that
fairly
is true.
quickly. So while it certainly doesn't have the skill ceiling that the Arkham games
Also,
have,
another thing I
especially
noticed too
since
is
it
that you
has a
could
little bit of
upshot
a
every single one of them and just end up just web grabbing him in the air, and he would probably end up saving his mid-air symbiote attack. But that's just me.
This game doesn't have the skill ceiling that the Arkham games does. Also, Synthetic Man dies multiple times in the boss fights. Interesting.
Oh,
dankness factor to it. It's hard to describe, but the game doesn't always do what you want it to do. Whereas in Arkham, it pretty much works perfectly. Every
it
button
doesn't work
press
that
is
perfectly in
important.
Arkham.
I mean, it's not exactly a fair comparison because like he admits that he was like exhausted when playing the game, so like it could just be his poor reaction
How many
time.
people talk trash about Miles Morales? He's literally a badass with electricity. Exactly.
Yeah, he's literally like fucking Ragnarok Thor, like in gameplay.
Right.
He's great.
This game, it's much more mashy. Again, except for the boss fights. The boss fights are a significant challenge, and if I wasn't really tired while playing this game, I might have actually enjoyed
The boss
them.
fights are so much
With
better.
one small issue, maybe not a small
I'm sorry,
issue,
why is he-
actually. I would say it's a big issue.
Okay.
That the bosses have way too much health, and every single boss has multiple phases. Now, normally,
The purple ones weren't that hard. The brutes were the actual pain in the ass. Yeah. I
Yeah,
didn't
the
say
brutes
they
were.
were hard. I just said they were the hardest because like they had like all of the gimmicks like put together.
The brutes were probably the most annoying ones, especially if you're playing with Miles.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, if
Because
you're
they're
playing as Anti-Venom,
sponge.
it's not that bad. Like,
Yeah.
I remember that one clip that I put in my Anti-Venom video where, like, he does, like, the finisher, where, like, you punch them away or whatever. It just yeeted him down the fucking city block. It was hilarious.
I love that finisher. Actually, there's some more rare finishers that you can
That
do.
finisher is hilarious, especially against the bigger guys.
A boss having multiple phases is kind of cool, but in this game, a lot of bosses, in fact, over half of the bosses have 3 phases, and 2 of them
Technically
have
speaking,
4
Venom
phases.
had,
That's
I think, 4.
Venom had,
Venom
yeah, he had
like,
4 because you fought him
yeah.
as Peter. You fought him as Peter twice, then you fight him
and
as
then you fight
Miles
him as
twice.
Miles twice. And
too
after that, they
fucking
come together
much,
and fight
dude.
him.
There's no reason that an Arkham-style boss needs to take 10 minutes to defeat.
Not an Arkham
Especially
style.
since this is the type of game where if you sort of lose
I think it's pretty obvious that he thinks it's an Arkham thing.
This isn't an
pretty
Arkham
ridiculous.
style boss. Like, do you fight any? Well,
Lose the
scratch that. Let
flow.
me scratch that. Never mind. You fight a whole bunch of bosses in City. You fight a whole bunch of you fight a whole.
Miles has
bunch of bosses in
Palpatine level light.
Asylum.
Yeah, thanks.
Have
No,
you-
I think he just meant that like no boss should take like 10 minutes to defeat. Which I mean, if that's the case, then Jesus Christ, never played God of War. I'm pretty sure the Boulder fight alone takes like 20 minutes because of all the freaking cutscenes and shit.
Yeah. And
Oh,
I
and start
believe the
fucking
Modi
up,
one
you can
takes I
very
don't know how
easily
long
die
because you're
and then
dealing
have
with
to restart
Magni
that
too.
phase over again. Another issue is that some of the bosses can be stun locked with your abilities and gadgets. I'm not entirely sure if this is intentional, and it might just be given the overly inflated health bars. But normally you're supposed to dodge or parry the 4 or 5 attack sequence, and then you get your 4 or 5 punches in. But
I'm so glad that the bosses weren't like that in this game, because that's my biggest complaint with the first game. Like, every boss felt the exact same.
Yeah.
Oh, you dodge their attacks, wait for them to be quiet, to be tired. You spam the basic melee combo, rinse and repeat. Like, the thing that I like, and the one thing that I will say, like, it's not Souls-related combat at all, but the one thing that it has in common is it entirely depends on your own skill. So,
Right.
like, the thing with Sekiro, for example, is like,
I would
you
say
could,
the
like,
fairy type
once
for
you be
Sekiro is important.
like with Sekiro, once you become good enough at the game, you become the boss. Like, you can parry every one of their attacks, you dodge everything, you get in good hits. Like, I don't think that that's an issue. That's just, and again,
That's
by the
just
looks
skill.
of things, yeah, that's just becoming good at the game. It's like with Elden Ring, you can beat most bosses without taking damage. You can you can stun every boss. You can stun lock every boss.
Exactly.
Like, it all depends on your own builds. And yes,
He hates God of
Elden
War, by
Ring
the
has
way.
nothing. Elden Ring has nothing to do with this game. I'm not trying to do a false equivalency,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, like, he's comparing it to the Souls games, so I'm gonna make that one comparison. Good of you guys to join, by the way.
and then use
I'm
an
sorry, he
ability
hates
and get
God of
another
War?
4 or 5 punches.
Yeah, he hates God of War. He thinks that Freya is woke.
Freya
he thinks
has
that
been
she's
like that.
he thinks that
Freya's
she's a
always-
Mary Sue.
then use
Freya's
another
not a Mary
ability.
Sue.
They'll usually have
alright.
a combo breaker at some point, and then
Yeah, she fights Kratos one time. That means she's automatically woke. Even though I'm pretty sure the Valkyries is one of the. I'm pretty sure the Valkyries can also give Kratos a good fight. But
Yeah,
you know,
and on top of that, if we bring up Gna too, okay.
I hope Peter fucks Kitty Pryde in the MCU. I really hope that's not the case.
attacking again, which in and of itself feels very jank because they can attack.
Marlon,
The
do you
Martin
see
Lee
two
fights
separate
in the
universes?
first Spider-Man, the only
Yes.
ones that I consider really good. No, I think the first Martin Lee boss fight in the train is the worst fight in the entire game. Because
I
that is
like-
literally the worst. That one fight is literally the what I was
Oh,
talking
it's
about at its worst. You dodge all of his attacks, you can't do
That's
anything
right.
to him, you beat the crap out of him, rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
Like, that fight for me is the only fight that I think is worse than that is the Kingpin fight, because it's literally just a brute enemy reskinned. But at the very least, that has the excuse of being the tutorial boss.
I mean, I like that he's the tutorial boss, but
The second Martin Lee
was
fight, though, is one of
weird.
the best in the game. I would consider the second Martin Lee fight to be maybe
nothing
top
like the
2 or top
Batman
3.
Exactly.
Almost immediately
completely different
after
combat
they do
systems.
their combo breaker. In later bosses, this strategy doesn't work at all. And I don't think I need to tell you why it's a problem that it's not clear when it's the boss's turn to attack, especially when
The boss stops attacking and
The
looks
boss stops
tired.
attacking and looks
Also,
like,
he
he's
literally
not
just
tired.
said that you can. He literally just said that you can stun lock the boss with enough skill. So, like,
Exactly. I'm not even
surely
gonna
it's a
lie when I
case
say
of
this. He could probably stun lock, and I've played this fight like a dozen times. You can make any boss in this game skip a phase if you're really good.
Also, I would like to point out that with the Mr. Negative fight specifically, like part of the way through the boss, he gets like a dome of negative energy that surrounds him. You really think that when the dome disappears, that might be your time to attack? When his
Yeah.
protective shield is no longer there?
When the game relies on the
Or in the
player's
case in this
reflexes
fight too,
for
another
half
thing
the
too is
challenge.
since
Okay, that's
Miles'
pretty much all I gotta
negative
say about
Miles'
gameplay. It's probably
electricity
the best
is
element
pretty
of
much
the
out of
game.
this
I'm
fight.
not gonna say it's bad.
He
It
could
might not be
honestly
my
just use his negative bioelectricity and just go in and just you
Yeah.
don't have to stop at the shield. You can break the shield.
It's like, look, even in this example that he showed, like Mr. Negative is zipping around the place like the freaking Flash, but you can parry his final attack and then turn the tides on him and start getting a few attacks in of your own.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to wait for them to just randomly get post-nut depression. Like
Another
no, you
thing,
can
too-
literally interact with the fights more.
Another thing too is that in this fight too, you can stop parries by attacking them. They have an opening.
Yeah. Doc Ock fight is the best fight in the first game. Nah, I disagree with that. I think the Doc Ock fight was it was one of the best. I don't know if it's the best. I think the best thing about Doc Ock is the second phase where you don't have the webs and you just you're on the side of the building. Thought that was quite cool.
But I can certainly
That boss is so
acknowledge
great.
that it is fun enough, and it's the
Oh, yeah,
only
these looks
reason
better
why
than the other.
anybody actually enjoys this game, if we're being real. Okay, well, what about the sandbox? Again, this is much like
is
the
this
first
crispy?
game. There's a lot of repetitive activity.
What
Is this crispy?
is what Crispy?
Oh no, I'm talking about in the call.
Yeah, Crispy's in the call. He's just muted at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, Crispy KR. But oh, that actually reminds me. Before we continue, I've done that wrong.
Hello?
Crispy?
I've still done that wrong. Crispy,
Can
you
y'all
good?
hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. You good, dude?
Yeah. Is my mic fine?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you a little bit louder, but I think you're okay. Yeah. You saying say something?
Hello.
So, Crispy, how are you doing?
Yeah, we got Crispy.
How
here.
y'all guys doing? Hi.
Good.
Doing
I
good,
remember
thanks.
watching. I think I commented on like your video about the whole entire Kratos comparison
Oh,
thing.
that's wrong.
Yeah, I actually remember that. I actually watched your what was it, like your reaction to the video?
Oh.
Hey, guy.
Okay, I can explain that. Okay.
Yeah,
I
we
wasn't-
reacted to your video.
Okay, so I can explain that. Okay, so I didn't feel like going to Joker's video, so I just ended up just having to debug Joker stuff in your video.
Yeah,
That's
we
funny.
literally just did that. I guess I'll just add.
But other than that, how are you doing?
Yeah, how are you doing, Crispy?
I think it's
He's gone quiet.
yeah.
Well, anyways, guys.
Wait, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm doing all right. How y'all doing?
Yeah, we're
I'm
doing
doing
good,
good.
thanks. For the benefit of people in chat who aren't aware who Crispy is, he's also made a few videos about Ultimate Joker, so that instantly makes him a part of the trifecta. Also, he reached out to me a while ago, and we were planning on doing a collab for fucking ages, never made it happen, and now he's finally here. So the links to Phoenix and Crispy's channels are in the description. Drop him a sub, all that good stuff. Yeah, pretty much it, really.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Let's get right back into it.
We're basically just making your way to some rooftop or some alley and beating up a bunch of dudes to progress some side quest. Those are completely fine because at least you're
This
playing
is the reason why you're doing the
during
side
those
quest.
times.
Except I don't
One
wanna
thing
go
I
over
will
that,
say
because
is I
the reason why
completed
you're
the
doing the side quest is
Sandman
to-
quest line, and
Yeah.
the conclusion was incredibly disappointing and pointless. There was only one major side quest line I actually liked, and here I'll give
like
you
that
your
one.
one and only spoiler
I
warning
like
for this
the
video
Carnage
because I'm
mission
just
so
going to
much.
spoil basically
I like the Sandman mission. I thought it was good because, like, not only did you get more insight as to why you were fighting him at the start of the game, but you also got like just nice moments between Flint and Peter.
Yeah. And on top of that,
It was good.
Sandman really wasn't bad at all. It was just
Yeah, he really wasn't.
it was just
Like,
for the fact that he was running from Craven or trying to hide from Craven, and
pretty much, yeah.
yeah. So it's not like
Really
he was trying to do anything
everything
bad.
from here on out is I like the
All right. Well, I guess we'll skip the side content 'cause, like, we'll go to the web swinging for now. Because
Yeah.
oh
Just
Jesus,
waiting.
yeah. Whoa. Okay, so
There's
yeah, the
complaints about the web slinging. That's crazy.
all right.
Oh wow!
I-
Yes. What about every single action?
Yeah,
of
he's got a section about MJ, of course. Oh, he's got a Black Cat one as well. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Now, before
Oh,
I
no.
devolve into just
This is
talking
gonna be a
about
very
all the
interesting
various
one.
aspects I hate about this game, I guess I'll give a very quick mention of the web swinging. Now, the swinging physics are still inferior to the original Spider-Man 2. If you
Oh
last
no.
video, you'll
Okay.
know I just played Spider-Man 2, so I can absolutely verify that the swinging was more satisfying in that game because it took more skill.
I think
and
Phil in the
had much
comics
better
has a strong moral
physics, it
compass.
just had more
He
momentum.
has
and
a
felt
more
fast
moral compass. Yeah.
It literally has so much more to it in this game than the old one. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
faster than this, though
I
in
don't have
reality,
an
I don't
opinion
think
on it.
that's actually true. I believe people have done the tests before, and by default, in the settings, there's a swing assist feature that is maxed out that makes it pretty much
Technically, you can turn the web
impossible
slinging
to
down.
fail at swinging.
Yeah, you can turn it off.
Actually alter the
I have mine set at
momentum
0 right now.
and the angle of your swing so that you don't hit the ground. Now, of course, about halfway through the game, I turned this off to see the difference, and it does feel a little bit better without the swing assist. But now with the addition of
It
the
literally feels
wingsuit,
so
it's
much better.
hard to fail anyway, because as soon as you jump at the height of your swing, you can just break out the wingsuit real quick and glide.
Actually, if
keeping
you turn
most
off
of
all
I would
it
like to
animations,
point out
don't
that
fail.
no, technically, I'd like to point out that it actually requires way more skill because in Spider-Man 2, as long as you're actually web swinging, you can't die to fall damage. But in this game, you can. Like
yeah,
if you
turn it on,
swing around and you like how I keep doing in that freaking clip that I keep putting in my videos, where like if you try to do a loop-de-loop and you slam into a rooftop, it just instantly kills you.
Yeah.
Like,
Or if you jump, because I actually did this. I jumped from the Oscorp building, like at the very top of the Oscorp building. I died.
yeah.
your momentum, and then once you slow down, you start swinging again, so it's even more brainless. And Spider-Man with the wingsuit just feels wrong. And man, I'm just
Oh
really
yeah, Spider-Man with a wingsuit. It's not like he's had it in the comics. It's not like he's had it in Far From Home. It's not like he's had it in
It's not like he's
Homecoming.
never had it.
Yeah, Spider-Man with a
This
web.
feels
Even
wrong.
in the PS4 game, he would have had web wings if the dumb Bellend had actually figured out how to make them.
I'm
Really
surprised
sick of
that, and this is
wingsuits
the
in
only thing he
general.
hasn't made a comparison to. Have you guys played Prototype?
No.
No.
Okay, so you can fly. You pretty much can glide in Prototype.
In the comics, he had it, but it was only for style. Yeah, like he's literally had it ever since the Steve Ditko run. It's just that he never actually glided with them. But anyway.
Was
general,
nitpicking.
maybe because I've played so many modern games in the past decade, but I think the only time I legitimately enjoyed one was Just Cause 3, and even then, I enjoyed said wingsuit even more when you purchase the first DLC and it turns into an Iron Man jetpack
This gameplay literally reminds me of playing as Iron Man from the Avengers game.
Yeah.
with a machine gun.
Like you're
and
just
missile.
moving around incredibly slowly, hovering in the air, like occasionally shooting things.
Ultimately, I just don't really like wingsuits that much anymore. It was a cool novelty in that game and in Far Cry 3 and 4, but I've already seen it way too many fucking times. It doesn't belong in a Spider-Man game. That said, I might be a little critical here, but
That's
I
so
do think
dumb.
swinging around
It was set up in the first game. If you go around looking for the collectibles,
Yeah, you can literally find the failed webwing prototypes,
yeah.
which is actually pretty cool. Batman glides in his games. Well, yeah, but Batman glides in general, doesn't he? Like he has the grappling hook and stuff. But
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. I just don't think it's that big of an. Like, I don't think like if you don't like the Wait, what? Wait, Victor Krause. I know that perhaps the vast majority of you do not see that something that is woke is bad, but in the case of Spider-Man 2 for PS5, it is. But there are some things that I don't agree with him. Why is being woke bad for Spider-Man PS5? Like, what do you mean by that? But like, what I was gonna say was like, if you don't like the web wings, that's totally fine. But like where I have an issue with it is where people are like, oh, the web wings replaced the swinging. It's like, no, you can't maneuver the city nearly as well with just the web wings.
If you don't want to use the web wings, just don't use them.
You can web
Yeah, just
swing.
don't use them. You don't have to.
Like you can web
It's
swing.
like forcing you.
Like, that's what I do. I just forget I have them half the time. I'm just swinging around the place.
No one knows who the voice actor. Hold on a minute. I thought it was gonna be Anthony Starr for Homelander for MK1. There's only one actor that can voice Homelander.
On the City is still fun,
Yes,
just
I will
not
agree.
as fun as the original Spider-Man 2. Okay,
I thought the
everything
slingshot was
that
pretty
you
fun.
vaguely
Yeah,
liked
the
about
slingshot
the
was
game.
pretty
We're
good.
only going
The
downhill
slingshot was
from here. I
actually
pretty much
pretty good,
have
actually.
nothing else to say.
The only thing though, that
positively
here's the
about
only
this
issue that I have with the slingshot. It's like not even like coming from like a place that like me nitpicking or anything. I just wish that we could have used the slingshot in midair.
Yeah. Chat, what's going on in this image? Wrong answers
Yeah, that would
only.
be cool.
What's going on in this image? Wrong answers only.
Other than
Oh,
that,
synthetic failure critical, yeah. Yeah, like I don't understand what, because like the official definition of like woke is like when it negatively affects the story, but it's like most of the quote unquote woke elements are like relegated to the open world and like the side content. So
actually,
I just
this is
don't
another
have
thing
an issue
too.
with it.
Even though I haven't been to New York is like this in real life. I'm pretty sure, but like I'm not gonna go into
Yeah,
details on that.
like I'm pretty sure in one of my first ever Spider-Man videos, I was like, yeah, this game is set in New York in like 2023, like in the real world, but I'm pretty sure it's like 2020, like in the verse. It's like it would be less immersive if these elements weren't in the game. Like,
game. I honestly don't even know where to begin. I guess we can stick with the sandbox for now, and we'll cover the story later. There's a lot of story-based side quests in this game that are tagged with the superhero app that this fat Asian kid named Genki made for you. I never played the Miles Morales game for obvious reasons.
Okay, pause.
what?
What?
He didn't play the Miles Morales game for obvious reasons.
Wait.
Care to explain?
Wait. Okay.
Care to look how freaking mad he is.
Okay. So who here wants to take? Okay, so for that to explain, Riff, you already went over this in your video. I'm actually gonna go over this real quick.
Hey Max, how you doing, dude?
The main reason I didn't play the Miles games because apparently he didn't really care about Miles, or the way that he was written. I'm guessing. Well, scratch that, yes. And two, that's just kind of weird because Genki was the one that created the app, and Peter.
I can't believe he
uses
said
app.
that shit. Like, I don't know what he's complaining about. This is the best game ever, because look, we've got Miles Morales, we've got, fuck, what's she called?
Haley.
I've forgotten it. Yeah, we've got Haley, and then we've got Eobard Thorn
what is
there. I mean, just, seriously, look at his hand. He's the reverse Flash. Like, this game has everything. Like, look at his hand. He's about to phase through Miles and just fucking crush his heart. I can't believe he said that. Superhero app that this fat Asian kid didn't play the
I'm
Miles
just
Morales
waiting.
game for obvious reasons.
I can't wait to see what he's gonna say about the.
I want to know.
honestly,
I want to
it's
know
gonna be
what
fun.
reasons he actually had. Like, is it because Peter's not in the game? Is it because like most of the characters are like lesser known,
I
or is
guess.
it just because everyone's black? And you...
I don't know if it's that, but I'm pretty sure him and
Oh, that's
Spider-Man.
hilarious.
Nah, let me stop before I make a Lotus joke.
Literally, the only white guy in the game is the main villain. Yeah, that's probably why I don't like it.
I had no idea who the fuck this kid is, and I really don't care if he's been featured in the comics. He's a lame character. I don't like him. Spider-Man is a genius. He can make his own fucking gadgets. Okay? Stop
pause.
He already
MCU's
does, doesn't he? He
Didn't
already does
Ock
make his gadgets.
Yes, Peter has made his gadgets, but didn't Ock make more?
Yeah, like literally Otto Octavius designed the advanced suit. Like, he's mad there's no Spider-Man Lotus suit. Yeah, facts. Fetty Gaming, how you doing, dude?
Didn't Ock make like half of his gadgets?
I don't know if he did or not. I think Peter made most of his gadgets, but Ock definitely made the, well, he didn't make the advanced suit, but he definitely designed the original one.
I would say
Taking
they
shit
also
away
gave
from
Peter
him.
his suit power because the suit power wasn't there after the start.
Well, yeah, I think the suit power is just like, I think the suit power is just gameplay, because like, are we seriously expected to believe that randomly Peter just...
and Anthony didn't Ooh, yeah, that
I
is
think
true.
the suit powers are like mostly just for gameplay. Because like, are we really expected to believe that randomly Peter can just do 4 times the damage?
Yeah. Only his friend
Like,
appeared on stage. Where was hold on a second. This is someone in my chat. Where was Anthony Starr at CCXP?
hey, animator, how you doing? Doc Ock made the impact webs, I think.
Yeah,
Wait, did he?
Yeah, he made the impact web.
Oh, fair enough.
Another thing
Oh, wait,
too
this
is
whole
that
game-
Peter inadvertently says in the Sandman fight that Ock's research helped with his iron arms. So
Yeah, like, and also it was Ock and Peter's research that led to the creation of the anti-Ock suit. So like,
yeah,
Peter does take inspiration from things.
yeah,
Take
and
shit away from
that's
him.
why I'm
but
like
we'll
I
get to
messed
that.
with.
Hold
That's actually
on.
one of the reasons why I
So
messed
through
with
this
Spider-Man
stupid
so much
super
because when Peter went back, when Peter came back, Peter was actually really impressed by Doc Ock's work. So
Yeah, it's fantastic.
superhero app, instead of Spider-Man solving real problems like supervillains robbing banks or killing people, he decides to help randos who have some kind of trivial issue they could easily solve themselves. For example, you help some black woman find her grandpa who's
these
gotten
side
lost
quests are
in
completely
Central Park. Or
optional.
What? Yeah.
The side quests are
I
optional.
like Spider-Man just helping out the neighborhood. I don't know. That just felt
Isn't
like
that kind of
Spider-Man
the
to
That's what
me.
he
point?
does.
Yeah, I don't know.
Also,
He's just complaining just to complain. I feel.
I love the fact that when the world is literally about to end to Venom, funnily enough, he's trying to stop Venom. You gonna do a balloon stream soon? Maybe, I don't know.
something, and you legitimately waste your time.
You know what's crazy about
walking
that too is
around
for the
park.
fact that Peter helped his best friend instead of killing him.
Yeah.
Wow. Why did he save him? Kill him.
Finding some random evidence, doing a fucking god awful mini game, and this game's full of shitty mini games.
Oh wow,
Can
a
you skip the minigame?
a science enthusiastic character likes doing science. Wow.
Games, by the way, they're just straight up padding. They add nothing. They require no brain power.
Skippable
Though I
puzzles.
say that, funny enough, I did get stumped by an incredibly easy one at one point. Guys, I'm feeling dumb. My dumbness is activating. Retard
Yes.
mode engaged. I guess that's another moment for
I'm surprised you can get away with that. Jesus. I guess we can put Riri to retire because apparently you can say that word. I didn't realize, but
I think I know the
I mean, I'm
reason
not gonna
why
say
he's
it.
wearing the 2099 suit because he wants to just ignore Miles and he thinks that Miles is an anomaly in the game. That he just wants to kill Miles.
Yeah, he wants to kill Miles. Yeah. Bloody
the
hell.
son of DSP compilation. But of course, at the end of this quest line, you find the grandpa. He
I love how he only points out someone's race if they're not white. Yeah, exactly.
talks about his wife, and that's it.
Or male, because let's be honest, he's gonna shit on MJ.
That's the whole point of the quest, is to listen to some old man reminisce about his wife when he was younger. But it gets much worse.
It's literally one of the
I
best
love that
missions in the
quest.
entire game, because like
I
he's
love
like,
this
"Have you ever
quest.
been in love, Spider-Man?" Like
This is the best quest in the game. It's emotional.
it literally made like there was a couple of missions that made me cry. Like that was one of them. The Howard mission was the other, where like you gather up the pigeons, and then like he's passed away. Like, well, I mean, it didn't make me cry, but it was like the only time that I actually cried in the story was the very end, or like whenever Peter was crying. Cause I don't know what it is about characters crying. It just gets me, man.
worse than that. There's
I'm surprised though.
another
He
quest
hates
where
the
he helps him-
Howard mission.
Like, even though I knew that Peter obviously wasn't gonna die, like it was the most obvious freaking thing that he wasn't gonna die, it still made me cry because of like the way that the characters were interacting.
Yeah.
Like, it was like I've been in that situation, man. It's also just the voice acting's phenomenal for like every character. Just brilliant.
old black guy. Free his
Oh, an old black
pigeons
guy.
because he's about to die, and so they need to find a new home. And all you do is just swing around the city with pigeons flying around you while a copyrighted song plays. That's the whole fucking
Actually, I don't believe that this
mission.
song is copyrighted
And,
because
oh,
I've
big
played
shock,
this song a
he's
million
dead
times
when
before.
you come back. Ooh, how sad. There's an
This side quest.
Oh, how sad the black man died. What is he? Oh, Christ. As
Is
well,
it
like he was
Spider-Man?
complaining earlier about like, oh, you do like all this random crap that gets in the way of the web swinging, but he doesn't like it when you web swing like around the city. He doesn't like those missions either.
Wait, is that
Yeah,
the
like
thing?
what's the issue exactly? If you cry when characters die, nah, I can't do Telltale games. I'm awful.
Oh,
You
I've
should have
done
seen
a
me
few
with.
Telltale
You
games.
should have seen me with The Walking Dead. I was a human fire hose.
Wait,
Another
did you
side
play
quest.
season 4?
Hmm. No, just season 1, because that's the one that like everyone played.
Where you help some
Dolores
blind
doesn't
woman
do
because
it.
apparently there's a
It's
monster in
in there.
her yard. It turns out it's one of these robotic panther enemies, and
I love that. That
Tanky
suit's so good.
programs it to
Come
be a
on.
dog.
Wait, he's got the symbiote on his back. What?
A
Oh yeah,
heckin'
I didn't even test this.
Wait, you can do side missions with the symbiote on your back? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Pufferino.
Yeah.
Yeah, just Venom's just chilling on your back whilst you just help people.
And you train it by shooting webs at shit in the environment. And of course, you give
Okay,
the
so for
robot
this mission,
dog
the
to the
lady's
lady,
blind,
which
and I'm pretty
has
sure
a
that
fucking
wait, did you
rainbow
say that she's
painted
allergic
on
to
it
dogs
for some fucking
in this
reason.
mission?
This whole game's like that.
Yeah.
That's just the tip of
A robot dog
yeah,
is
the whole-
perfect for her. That's the point.
What?
Yeah.
Why
but
is
not
it?
to this guy?
There's like there's like flowers
be a
and shit
wholesome
on it as
moment.
well. Why is the rainbow an issue?
the iceberg for that shit. Oh, but it gets worse. It gets much, much worse.
There
There's
we
another
go.
mission where you go to Miles' private school and help some Zoomer mutt who I couldn't even tell.
Okay. I don't know how to respond to that. Anybody know how to respond to that? Or else we're just gonna let that sit there.
I will say I think the missions at the school were the least interesting to me. That's what I will say.
Yeah.
I just thought they were boring because there wasn't like much to do. You were just like kind of taking pictures and stuff.
Yeah. I really didn't pay attention to these missions at all like that. I think the only one that caught me off guard was the homecoming. What was the homecoming mission?
Oh,
That was the
I can't
only
do.
one.
I can't do this anymore. I need Puffer. I can't listen to any more of this. We're not even 20 minutes in.
like
I can't believe he
17
called a
minutes
freaking
in.
black kid a.
We're like
He just
17 minutes
he
in and
just
this
called
is
them a
already
dog.
weird?
What does mutt mean? He's referring to them as like an animal or like a dog. Like that's what mutt means. Like it's like a dog or like a wild animal.
So we're saying we're
Oh, Jesus
Spider-Man is
Christ.
supposed to help people.
Yeah, he probably thinks that instead of pencils to write with, they use spears. That's probably what he thinks.
Was a woman until I looked closely. Take pictures around the school, including of their fucking esports club, and then the quest.
Hey, it's Mini Lad's favorite place.
All of you were waiting for me to talk about, where you help a gay kid ask this dude out to homecoming. Spider-Man is wasting his fucking time.
Is he ignoring the fact that there's literally 2 Spider-Men?
I think
So like, whilst Miles is doing this, Peter could be like, I don't know, fighting Rhino or something.
Exactly.
Like, he's like, oh, Spider-Man's wasting his time. Ah, yes, for there is only one.
Wasn't
pretty
he?
sure-
Wasn't it in Spider-Man 2? He was like helping kids get balloons.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Being some
It's crazy.
like in
is a
Spider-Man
little
Miles
bit-
Morales, Miles like helps like the freaking old man get like his cat back.
Yeah, he helps get his cat back.
gay
I think
kid
he
ask out another
also-
gay kid. Are you
Look at how
fucking
uncomfortable
kidding
he
me?
is.
These
What
are
the
side
hell,
missions
man?
that are
It's not like this is
dedicated
fun,
to each
so you
character.
just jump around some rooftops and shoot some.
Like, yeah, I will agree. This is like by far the worst example. Like, and yes, they could have done a much better job with this side mission, but I just love his reaction to it. Like, look. Oh, Jesus. He looks as though he's just got to the
Surprised
shop,
me.
Amazoned it, just as Black Friday finished.
I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I
Friday,
first played
yeah.
this mission, it kind of surprised me a little bit, but I was like,
Webs at some shit, and the game forces you to watch. I literally tried to leave, and the game forced me to web back onto the lamppost over and over again. This is what I'm talking about. This is how you know it's propaganda. They're shoving.
Wait,
it
hang on.
down
Hang on. Let me just rewatch that bit.
you to watch. I literally tried to leave, and the game forced me to web back onto the lamp.
He isn't leaving though. He's jumping towards
They're
him. It's almost
jumping
as though he's
towards him.
trying to attack him.
lamppost over and over again.
Look,
This is what I'm
he's not trying to leave at all. He's literally jumping towards the...
He's jumping
I'm not
towards
gonna-
it. Why though?
I'm not gonna finish that sentence. I'm pretty sure
Oh,
you
wait,
all
never
know
mind. I already know why he's
talking
doing
about.
that.
This
Never
is
mind.
how you know it's propaganda.
I love how Miles is just generating electricity whilst this is going on. like,
He just,
like, imagine he just lets one spark fly and it just accidentally, like, just destroys everything.
They're shoving it down your fucking throat. And no, it being an optional side quest is not an excuse, especially since you had no way of knowing what you would see what this quest contained unless you read it on the internet. It's just
Why don't you just, like, exit the game and just, like,
You
exit
can,
the side quest?
like,
Can't you just do that?
You can do that. Yeah, you can actually like
Like,
go out of that side quest if I'm not wrong.
you really want to see
Like, it's
Red
too
come to
hard.
Mars as Spider-Man's girlfriend? I mean, are the
Honestly-
X-Men even in the MCU? Like, I know that freaking Charles Xavier is, but like,
Oh
the,
no,
the
that
X-Men
Charles
aren't.
Xavier is a different. That Charles.
Oh yeah,
Xavier is
that's what I
separate.
mean. Like, it's a different one. Like, the rest of the
Yeah.
X-Men aren't there.
Yeah.
It's called Immersion. We're in New York. Yeah, exactly.
And on top of that,
Eggman
with
cries on Black
Deadpool,
Friday. Yeah.
we don't
Just
know
a
which
random
Wolverine
side
it
quest.
is either.
Yeah, like whenever Pride Month happens, he just hunkers
Honestly,
down in
Peter
his
Miles-
basement.
Honestly, Peter
He just
Miles being
closes
Spider-Man
freaking
isn't
back
too
vault
much
door.
anyways because it might be
Closes
for
the thing.
gameplay and stuff like that. But for the fan base, it causes drama and confusion. You can still differentiate between which Spider-Man is which.
Yeah. I don't want to be that guy, but most of Miles's costumes are black, or they have like hoods or something.
Yeah.
It's like most of Peter's have like. No, Miles's have capes as well, don't they? Like Peter and Miles, they have a couple of suits with capes.
It was the Arachnite and Shadow Spider for Miles. You can tell the difference. Well, you can tell the difference now. Well, you can 100% tell the difference now, but like, you can tell the difference
Yeah.
because of their suit colors.
Yeah, exactly. I just love the. Yeah, like whenever Pride Month happens, he just like hunkers down in his basement. He fucking shuts the freaking vault door. It's like a submarine door with like the hatch. He just turns it and he just hunkers down. He has like canned food for the entire month. He just doesn't see sunlight until it's over.
quest called Homecoming. But arguably, that's not even the worst side quest in this game. Oh no, there's one even worse. There's a side quest where you play as Miles' deaf girlfriend.
The amount of people that have
walking
complained about this
around
mission is so
spraying
weird.
graffiti on walls.
This mission is meant
But
to be
what's actually
wholesome.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like wholesome. Like, look, it's like artistic and stuff. There's like emojis and like the freaking paint can and all sorts.
hilarious about this mission. Well,
He's
two
like, "The
things.
character's
First
black.
Of all, you can
This
actually
cannot be
turn
wholesome."
on
Oh
audio
no! Damn it! Wow.
I love it.
for this deaf girl that's being read by a real deaf person, which is very unintentional.
One more thing about this mission
hilarious,
too
and I
that
made the
nobody
most
doesn't
low-
understand. It also gives you a insight on it also gives you an insight on the actual. It lets you know. Well, it learn. It's kind of hard for me to say, but it lets you learn more about deaf people because like
Yeah.
it lets you in on some information that you didn't know, which is why I actually like this mission.
I mean, yeah, I understand that like some people would be like, oh, you know, they're informing us about, you know, deaf people, it's woke, but like
No,
at the end of the day, it's just a
Miles-
side mission. It's just wholesome.
Yeah.
Lowbrow humor
No, I'm
jokes
saying
imaginable
I see
here.
Miles.
Wait,
being
did he
named
just-
Spider-Man-
did he
being
say-
the main Spider-Man? Yeah.
Did he just say something proper racist?
Hold on a minute.
Lowbrow humor jokes
I can't hear it. What does he say?
Wait, rewind it.
unintentionally
Okay, right there. I think right here.
hilarious, and I made the most lowbrow humor jokes imaginable.
Oh, low brow. I thought he said low brown humor jokes. I thought he was referring to their skin. I
See Miles
I
being
heard
the main
brow, I was
Spider-Man,
like,
but at
he
the
did
same
not say
time,
that. Okay.
I just don't
That's
see
my
it
bad.
being built for it like I see for Peter.
Again, if he doesn't like the mission, just skip the mission.
I'd also like to point out that you can literally just read the fucking subtitles. Like
Yeah.
it's really not that big of a deal.
Nothing over it. Like I see Peter. Well, you have to know that Peter. Well, you have to know that the older Spider-Man gets, and the more experience that Miles gets.
But in
At least this one.
What the?
The more experience that Miles gets, the older Miles gets, and it's kind of okay. So the older Miles gets since he's Spider-Man, he'll be more experienced.
Did you just hear what he said?
Yeah, I heard it.
Except Wakanda forever, just because they're freaking black people. That's actually a joke.
Character talk to herself, at least out loud, because she's deaf, and this is a modern video game, so the protagonist has to comment on what's going on every 5 minutes, or the fucking soulless golem zoomers playing the game would get bored
That's a bit self-aware, that, innit?
That is kind of weird.
and turn it off, I guess. Instead of making her just think, emojis pop up on the screen. Deaf people apparently can't
Oh,
think. They
no.
don't have words in their head. They
Not
can't-
emojis.
What? Deaf
What?
people can't think?
They can think.
Of course they can think, you fucking idiot. They just can't hear you. Which is probably a good thing, given given all the bullshit you're speaking.
read.
Also,
but they think in
MJ doesn't
emotes.
look the same as
That's-
she did in the first game.
Oh
Same
yeah, we're gonna
actor.
get to it. We're gonna get to MJ. Where is she? Oh, she's 10 minutes away, boys.
This is it's so
Same
woke in a
same
circle.
face model, same voice actor. She's the same. The
Yeah.
actor, she's the same. The actor just got into a car accident while they were
Speaking
making a game.
expressions are complete. Yeah, exactly.
Back around to being like
I
racist.
can't believe you guys made me watch this.
Where
There's
recent
another
theme
quest
music
where
was
some of the
it
school
was.
members decide to throw a big prank and they kidnap the school mascot.
Oh, this one.
Which might be a setup for an okay quest.
let me
In
see.
reality, you're just solving brain-dead puzzles the entire time. Light reflection puzzles that wouldn't be out of place in a shovelware PS2 game. But of course, about halfway through, they have to virtue signal to you and throw in a mural saying how great BIPOC artists are, and we all need to stick together. Because, you know,
By the way,
women
pause
think
for a second.
all minorities are the same, apparently. And you might wonder why I'm singling out women. Well, the lead writer of this game was a woman. And we'll get into that a little bit more later.
Oh,
because
dear.
It's kind of important, actually, believe it or not, to the plot.
Can we just take a moment to appreciate there are like 30 people here. You guys,
Woman writing.
fucking props to all of
Woman
you.
writing. Woman writing. Oh no.
Woman
problem.
writing, yeah.
Woman writing issue. I'm sorry.
Of this
Woman
game, or
writing is
at
an
least
issue.
one major mission in particular becomes pretty obvious. And not long afterward,
Okay,
you
it's
go
a woman,
to
so
some
please, baby, drink.
African art section of the city, and there's a whole other side quest line about retrieving stolen instruments from this black
this
art
side mission.
museum. My god, this game is full of shit like this, dude.
African
This is
art,
actually
holy
part of the
shit.
main story, but you meet a scientist chick who has the non-binary flag and the monkeypox flag on her desk.
Like,
There's a pawn.
Okay.
how
didn't
do
even
you
notice that
notice
when-
this?
Who
Yeah, I didn't
notices
even notice
these
that.
things?
It's like
Okay,
you
let's
have
be
to
honest.
actively be going out of your way to notice this shit.
Okay, let's be honest. For all of us, since all of us have played it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm pretty sure everybody else has played it too. Who takes their time to?
Yeah, like exactly. Whenever I do this section, I'm speedrunning it because I can't be arsed. I don't like the parts where you play as humans in a Spider-Man game. I like playing as in the Spider-Man stuff.
Overlooking it.
Do you know what would be
it was
absolutely
so hard
amazing
for
is if
these
the
things.
okay, as the woman from Sweet Baby Inc. I'm gonna hit you guys with a proper hot take. Sweet Baby Inc. isn't that bad, and the reason why they're not that bad is because at the end of the day, they're hired by other companies with the agendas. He said he was tired. Yeah, like he said he was tired, yet he's willing to notice this. Like it's literally like Doc Ock. The body shuts
Trying to
down,
do
but the
their
mind
man on crash.
continues to think.
I mean, after
who
knowing
has the
everything, it's like I'm
non-binary-
learning a lot the more I play, or at least like the more stuff I learn about Spider-Man 2, the more stuff that I'm learning, especially about Kraven.
Yeah, bro isn't even trying to hide it. I know, right? Like, do you know what would be absolutely amazing? Is if you 100%ed the game and you just got a rainbow Spider-Man suit for both Peter and Miles. I think that'd be freaking amazing.
Everyone would go
That's all
crazy.
people
Yeah,
man.
you 100% the game on the hardest difficulty. You can change the gender of Peter and Miles.
No,
Just
we
'cause
just don't.
fuck it.
It's just for the fact that we don't. It's just for
Like,
the
why not?
simple fact of like people don't. It's just for the fact that certain people don't understand like what's going on like behind the scenes of some of the stuff that they're working on.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Could you imagine if they actually did that? Like, in New Game Plus, there's an option to just swap the genders of all the characters. So instead
I
of
feel like
Peter and
everyone
Miles, you
would
play as
have
Petra and
raged
Millie.
so many people would have
Like-
raged quit.
Petra and Millie.
So many people
To be
would have
honest,
raged.
LGBT is ruining games and series. No, it isn't. Bad writing is. Because at the end, because if LGBT was the problem, then why did Black Panther do really well with like an all-black cast, but the second Black Panther film flopped? It's got nothing to do with LGBT. It's a case of
Well,
like
the same thing
Sheldon
can be
Cooper,
said-
like the actor who plays Sheldon Cooper in Big Bang Theory. He's gay. Yet he's one of the most beloved characters in recent television.
Wait,
Like
wait, if that's
LGBT
the
is
case-
not the problem.
Wait, so if that's the case, then technically the same thing can be basically said for The Last of Us then, because
Yeah, it's like Captain Jack Harkness from Doctor Who. It's like he's homosexual, yet he's one of the most iconic loved characters in the entire show, aside from the Doctor. So it's like no one will get that reference outside of the Brits here, but never mind. Like since when was there a pregnant black Spider-Woman with a non-binary baby in Spider-Man with the Spider-Verse? I mean,
well, we don't even know. Well, okay, so he's talking about Jessica Drew from Across.
isn't she like a side character anyway? Like,
well, she's working with 2099 right now. We don't know what gender the baby is. I'm gonna be honest. We have no idea what the baby looks like.
I heard someone said that Miles was bigger than Peter, which is false. Yeah, like you literally see them side by side. You can see Anti-Venom and especially Symbiote Peter. They're way bigger than Miles.
Mary flag and the monkeypox flag on her desk. There's a pawn shop.
I'm
with
sorry,
X-Men is literally woke. Yeah. Wait, how is X-Men woke?
Wait, but if that's the case, then hold on a minute. So if that's the case, then technically speaking, like when did we want more games with Miles and Silk then?
Yeah, how is X-Men woke?
Okay. I don't see how. Okay, wait, hold up. How? Wait.
I get
X-Men
that.
woke. Okay, I think people are calling it woke because how can I put this? Mutants. You have how can I put this in words they can understand? Mutants.
Sounding
and you
like
have
synthetic
regular
man there, dude.
police officers. You have mutants and regular police officers, right? Police officers in the mutant world. Well, scratch that. Police officers in X-Men '97 hate mutants.
Look at them hugging in the post-crime animation. They're the same size. I think so. Are they? Might have to double check it. Bisexual suit would be dope as fuck, yeah. Yeah, so it's like Miles taller than Peter. Really?
Hold on a second.
Ukraine flag on the inside, which this is
X-Men references a lot of political issues in the comics. Well, yeah, no shit, because at the end of the day, like, they're mutants. And then it's not socially acceptable in humanity to be a mutant. I don't think that's woke, is it?
fucking comic books. This is exactly why I made those two Escapism is Dead videos, because modern developers will not let you escape reality. You must support the current thing. And this is a
Tell that to Elden Ring. Can we just look at the opposite of escapism, which is immersion?
Games with Miles and Silk fans. We're not happy with that. I mean, it is what it is.
I feel like the only way that you can be genuinely bothered by this is if you are like just sexist, homophobic, racist, etc.
Wait, what was what was it?
Because he said why like escapism in video games is dead because of like all the quote unquote woke shit they force down your throat. But it's like the only way I think you can genuinely be bothered by it is if you are like racist or whatever. Because like I'm not bothered by it. It's like I'm not bothered by it because I don't give a shit. At the end of the day, I'm not homophobic.
I went the whole game
I'm
and
not
I
racist.
didn't even think about it.
Same. I played the whole entire game. Didn't even be bothered by it. Like I was playing.
Yeah, I'm not going to be playing
much about
Bloons today. I might play Bloons tomorrow. Fuck it. I don't know. It's going to be my birthday tomorrow. That's ridiculous. Peter is the pink and blue style of the Civil War. The amazing trans Spider-Man. Lol. Does anyone have any disagreements by the way?
I'm surprised that he hasn't even said anything about the fact that there are Spider Women.
Oh no! I've just realised he's probably gonna make a Peter was Nerf thing, isn't it? Oh shit!
all things considered, but this
I don't know if we
skip this?
Yeah, let's speedrun. But let's
Right, alright, we'll go to story because like bugs, who gives a fuck? At the end of the day, there's 2 bugs in the game
yeah, because
called
like this is
Miles
an
and
hour
Peter.
and a half. I don't want to sit for an hour and a half. There's other.
Okay, I
videos
think
that
I've
we
stalled
can-
enough. Let's finally talk about the main story and how Insomniac's writers, or at least the lead one, absolutely hates Peter Parker.
Let's hear
This
it.
story was
All
a
right.
bit of a convoluted mess. So much so that just 2 days.
I really love how Peter Parker looks, not gonna lie.
So much so that just
It's just. It really bothers me when people hate on like his face model. I think he just looks great regardless.
Well, people like the old face model more, and they really didn't like the new face model because of the remastered version. And
I thought he looked fine.
I prefer the old one, but I really like this one too.
yeah,
I think this guy's the best. I do. I think he looks
he was
great.
supposed to be attractive, not unattractive.
Me and the boyfriend played this game. We didn't even notice the quote unquote woke shit. Descendants, if you don't mind me asking, are you like male, female, bisexual? I don't know why I'm asking. I'm just genuinely curious. Because like,
I mean,
yeah, I'm
there's
just-
there's Raimi MJ who, quote unquote, went
you
out
don't
with
have to say because
went
obviously it's
out
public.
with-
It's just me being nosy.
who went out with. Well, you have Raimi MJ who went out with. Who went out with Flash? I think. Wait, didn't MJ go out with Flash and Raimi Spider-Man? I think.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
She
yeah,
was all.
Flash,
She was all.
Harry,
She was already dating Flash though.
Yeah, she dumped
Flash, Harry,
went out with
Peter.
Peter, then went to Harry, then went to James.
Male and bi, don't worry about it,
Then went
yeah.
back to
All good.
Peter, and then went back to Harry, and then back to Peter again.
I really like most anti-woke tubers go to rant that the game is bad and the story is bad. Don't tell you why it's bad. Yeah, true. It's like it's ridiculous. They hate Peter because they gave him a happy ending. Yeah,
And on
facts.
top of that, you have Comic MJ for that. Comic MJ, I don't want to go into details. I really don't. I
LGBTs,
really don't like the fact that
LGBT is
Comic
sometimes
MJ,
placed
I
into the
like
wrong
how
areas.
to
For
make
example, Disney is making
them
half their iconic characters gay or bi. Well, yeah, like that's just like
Well, Black Cat.
it's exactly
Black Cat's
what I
in
said
the movie.
earlier. Like it's exactly what I said earlier. Like being like having homosexual characters, having black characters, having strong female characters. That's not the issue. What the issue is when it gets in the way of bad writing. So like for example, when you have a human lady like go up to the doctor and say like, "Oh, this is something that a male Time Lord would never understand." It's like this is the same guy who treats eternity and infinity like Play-Doh in his hands, and you're really gonna lecture him on woke stuff. Like that's an example of it being bad. But like just having a strong female character isn't a problem. It's how it's implemented. So again, like Black Panther, it had the predominantly black cast and it was great.
Black Panther
because
was
they
supposed
didn't-
to be like that. That was supposed to be accurate because.
But it's like Black Panther 2 was a flop because the writing was bad.
2 days after finishing it, which is the time I'm recording this, I basically already forgotten 80% of it, and I had to go back through my footage just to create.
I'm sorry, I don't know how you can forget 80% of it. I've literally memorized so much of this. I love this game. It's fantastic. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but that's
here's
just
the
me.
here's
Create
the
this
only
synopsis.
Thing, so
Which is
here's the only thing I like how he's going to say story synopsis with the whole entire.
This
thing.
image is
So
cursed,
Weird.
but-
He looks like a goblin there, but.
Yeah, Green Goblin force shot. Hey, oh wow! He's probably gonna notice the rainbow lettering in the background, say it's work. Yeah. Also, I love that. Also, can I just point out a second? Look at his face. Okay. Look at how. Look at that image. I have a sneaking suspicion I know what he's looking at.
Who doesn't?
really not
I'm
a
so
sign
sorry.
of a good story, and I promise you, I actually tried to pay attention this time. Unlike with God of War Ragnarok, where I was looking at chat for probably half.
Yeah, you've asked me this question like 3 times. I've said I'm not gonna do a Bloon stream anytime soon. I may do it tomorrow, but like
How
at the
can
end
you
of the
not
day,
pay
I'm doing.
attention to God of War Ragnarok, but
Game, because once again, that game was boring as fuck.
Wait, does this mean Kratos can say the N word? What do you mean by that?
Oh, okay, I know what he's saying because Kratos' voice actor is black.
Oh right. I mean, I'm not. We're gonna leave that alone.
I'm gonna
The
leave
story
that to
begins
sit
with
there
Sandman
because,
attacking the city. Why has he attacked the city? I guess his brain is scrambled.
I mean, if you paid attention to that Sandman side mission that you talked about earlier, you would know why he's attacking the city.
Yeah.
That's pretty much as far as it goes.
On top
Also,
of
can I
that,
just point out, this is a freaking tutorial boss. Like, this is awesome. Like, this would be a final boss in, like, other games, but no.
It's
one more
explained
thing too
later
about this
that he
too
was
is for
being
the fact
chased by
that Sandman set up Craven in the first place without us even knowing.
Yeah. Like, in the same way that Kingpin set up the demons in the first game.
Yeah.
Like, it's...
Craven.
And
but
there's dialogue
Sandman,
where
a guy who's made of fucking
Craven's
sand,
hunters literally
is
say
afraid of
that
some
Sandman
random
escaped
Russian hunter
and
guy
that they
who
can't
has
go
a
after
magic
him again.
potion that makes him somewhat stronger than a normal person. Now, of
Oh,
course,
yeah.
because we need to-
Somewhat stronger. Yeah. Only
Did you just
somewhat
say
stronger.
a random Russian guy?
Yeah, random Russian guy's only somewhat stronger, guys. You know, he's not that strong.
He's
the
not
new
an enhanced
villain
human or
faction
anything.
in this
He's
game,
not
Craven
highly
also
trained or
has
nothing.
1,000 fucking goons.
What do you
Oh, yeah.
reckon?
Okay.
Do you reckon he's like, do you reckon he's like Arnold level? Maybe a little bit below that. Not that strong.
working
he's not.
for him. I mean, seriously, why does he have so many
Hello.
badass hunters?
Hero's got turn
that
the
are
first
full
hand,
of
okay?
Thank you.
Women and
Peter still
people
had
of
14
color. I
broken
mean, this is the
bones
most
and
diverse.
still went
has-
through a lot of damage. He's
Dude, the reason why the hunters are so the reason why the hunters are so freaking varied is because they're the best in the world.
and they scale
Like
up
they're not
on
all
stable.
gonna be white men.
Like,
Did he just
Craven-
judge the hunter for being a woman?
I
Yeah,
think
he's literally
Craven
upset that the freaking
Craven
hunters are
trains
diverse.
them.
It's like they're literally the best in the
They're
world.
the
What do you
best in the
expect?
world. Craven recruits them, trains them.
It's like look at the Olympics, for example. We have like people from every freaking nationality. Like it doesn't
Again, I
matter.
didn't even like look into that. I'm just like, that's the game.
I didn't really look into this either. I'm not looking that deep into.
Yeah, like
a
he's
game
literally like
where the
hyper
hunters are
fixated on
women.
like he's hyper fixated on everything.
Villains I've
Like I'm willing to bet that if there was a single side mission,
Another
right,
thing
a
too about
single
him being
no,
God tier. Go ahead.
I'm willing to bet that if there was a single side mission, right, where for a fraction of a second Peter has one line of dialogue about how he might have been bisexual in his past, he would laser focus on it and be, oh, Peter's woke. He would laser
He would
focus
lose
on it.
it.
He can't
That would be
forget. He
another
forgets
hour of
80%
this
of the
video.
main story. He would
Yeah.
remember that.
Peter had broken bones, but he got back up, not being carried by Miles in some of the game. That's the first
Yeah, but
game.
the villains were also really weaker in the first game. Also, after fighting Electro and Vulture, he literally passes
He
out for like
passes out.
several hours.
ever seen in any video game.
Now, if we're
I
gonna
guess on
compare
the
Peter
bright
what he
side,
did in
you
the
get to-
second game, he's never fought Kraven or Venom before. So
Literally, all of the villains in the second game would beat the Sinister Six. Maybe not in a 1v6, but
well, I
like,
mean, I
they
would
would.
say Kraven would beat every single.
Like Lizard, like
character.
Venom would 1v6, Sandman would, Lizard would, Craven might.
Well, it depends because.
I think Craven would.
Well, it depends. Let's say because I'm actually working on a Kraven video for Spider-Man PS4 right now. But I would
And
say
if you count Symbiote Peter as a villain, then yeah, he would as well. So.
yeah. I would only say that Kraven, like, let's say like if it was the Raft breakout, I would say Kraven would. I would say, well, Scorpion and the Raft, that would go pretty much the same as it was because Kraven.
Scorpion dead, Vulture dead,
Vulture would die.
Mr. Negative dead.
Well, it depends. I would say he would probably capture Negative. He wouldn't be worried about it.
Maybe, like Rhino, he'd be dead. Literally
Now-
all of them are screwed.
Rhino, there's a way. I'm confused on the whole entire how he beat Rhino, but I'm not even gonna go into details on that. I'm pretty sure that he used the underground tech.
I mean, he could have froze them. He could have done anything. Because at the end of the
Why are you
day,
trying to say
Rhino's
that
not the
Cra-
sharpest
why are you-
tool
why
in
are
the
you trying to
drawer. He
make
could have just
Kraven overpowered. It is
because
pretty much-
Craven is overpowered. He was literally stated by the developers to be
To
superior
be-
to every villain in the first game, which would include Doc Ock and Hammerhead, who both have statements putting them above base Spider-Man.
and he would also
So, like-
and another thing too is that he also overpowered base Peter.
Yeah, he like he fights symbiote Peter. Like he makes Miles and Mr. Negative fight for his entertainment. Like he doesn't even view them as being worth his time. And then he
for
gives
Kraven
he
being
gives an
overpowered
enraged Venom a pretty good fight as well.
Yeah.
Like he's literally that strong.
And for
They
Kraven being
beat the shit
overpowered,
out
I'm
of
only
women.
like shifting him to
Spider-Man-
see how he would work in the PS4 game with his prep time as we like just to keep him in character from the second game to bring him over into this game, see how he would handle it. So
Yeah, it's like
I'm not making him overpowered or anything. I just want to
Great
see how he would
peak
fare.
human weakling, not peak human like Batman. Bro, Craven would bully Arkham Batman. I'm sorry.
Hates women so much that'll break every bone in their
They
body.
chose to make her more overpowered and decided to downgrade
Spider-Man,
Peter, and y'all agree with
Spider-Man.
that?
Beats up women.
That's not
'cause
what
he
we're
can.
saying. That's not what we're saying.
What was that? He just said Spider-Man beats up women because he can. Oh dear. Oh dear.
That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that they didn't downgrade Peter. Also,
Yeah,
give me one
like
second.
like if you think Peter was nerfed, join the Discord server and we'll debate it. Because I just Peter was not nerfed. The only time where he was confirmed to be nerfed is after he removed the black suit. Like that's like in the game he was confirmed to be weaker after tearing the black suit off. That's it. Other than that though, he was not weaker.
All right, give me 1 second. I gotta go outside real quick.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll just keep on going.
Video games are so woke that beating women is no joke. But whatever, that's, I guess, a minor complaint in the
Fucking
grand scheme of
Christ.
things, because so many other games are doing it now. So after you defeat Sandman with Miles' bullshit Mary Sue electric powers, which are good against everything in this
How are they both?
It's an established power, and he's like, yeah, that's bullshit.
Also, if you played the Miles Morales game, fucking Rhino's new armored form, he was literally immune to Miles's electricity. But okay.
game. Seriously, Spider-Man comes across some gun goons who are the least diverse enemy group in the game.
Why are you? Why is he like hyper focused on the diversity of the enemies? Arkham Batman dealt with assassins and criminals dangerous than Craven. Yeah, Craven outscales Batman. It's really that simple. Like the most I've ever seen for Batman is like city block level, whereas Craven you can get him to like city level casually.
They are not only mostly white, but they are pretty much all men, and they're jacked, which just made me like them more and want to be part of their club. But we get a little
You can't write this. He likes the. No comment.
piece of subtle propaganda in there.
I think I'm gonna start a petition. Replace all the gun clubs with something better.
You're right. Revoke the Second Amendment, Spider-Man. I agree. Now, I know people are going to debate this.
That's just banter.
He's literally chatting shit. Like, that's literally what he does. This is synthetic, man. It unfortunately is.
Point whether or not it's actually woke.
Synthetic man likes playing Count the Minorities, yeah, facts.
But honestly, I don't care. There's much bigger fish to fry here. At the end of this mission,
No wonder he likes Peter Parker so much. He's like straight and white guy. He hates ladies, he hates black people, he hates gay people. It's ridiculous.
we end up rescuing J. Jonah Jameson, and he is one of the very few based characters in this game, though obviously unintentionally, as he's just meant to be a right-wing caricature, which is actually hilarious because he's almost always correct.
That Mac Gargan, the Scorpion, has been found dead. His stinger removed like a trophy. One can only assume this was at the hands of the Hunter. Are they doing what the ineffectual Spider-Men won't, and removing these dangers permanently?
And shortly
He literally wants the fucking
Come back.
hunters to kill
What
people.
did I miss?
He counted the minorities. He said that the thugs were based because they're straight white men. Yeah.
Wait. Rewind real quick.
To what bit?
Like probably like 5 or 10 minutes. Like probably like 5 minutes.
No, we're not watching 5 minutes again.
Okay. Wait. Never.
I'll show you the bit where he praises the. Oh, he refers to Miles's powers as being Mary Sue.
His powers
and he
aren't
also-
Mary Sue.
man with Miles' bullshit Mary Sue electric powers, which are good against everything in this game. Seriously, Spider-Man
Powers aren't
comes
Mary
across
Sue.
some gun goons who are the least diverse enemy group in the game. They are not only mostly white, but they are pretty much all men,
Uncharted
and
4,
they're
you know.
jacked, which just made me like them more and want to be part of their
Well,
club.
once again, Uncharted. If that's the case, then hold up. Actually, keep going.
Yeah. What are you saying?
I was looking at something in my chat. I was looking.
5 minutes of synthetic man is 5 hours in the real world. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
pain.
This is pain.
He thinks the Fallout show is woke. Does he actually?
The Fallout.
Ah,
was
gee.
three.
He probably thinks Godzilla -1 is woke.
Well, that's gonna be kind of crazy.
Oh wow, a film set in Japan with a predominantly Japanese cast. Oh wow, how woke.
He's any diversity. He's like, yep, woke.
He definitely thinks Godzilla's woke because he's black.
The Guardians of the Galaxy. He's like, yeah, they're all different species. This is
That's
some
woke, yeah.
woke.
Thanos is woke because he's pink.
Agreed.
Darkseid's woke because he's black.
Effectual Spider-Man won't, and removing these dangers permanently.
Isn't Godzilla dark green? It depends on the adaptation. It's like the one from like the American films is like grey, but he can be. It just depends. Like some versions are green, some versions are like blue, grey. They're generally well. Let's just put it to you like this: Godzilla is never white, so he
Godzilla
probably
is-
doesn't like him.
We get to meet.
That's the entire point of Godzilla. Oh no, move
You what?
to the Japanese. Oh no, I was just going over with the. I was just going over the part where I was going over the minority part for a second. If that's the case, then why is Godzilla in Japan?
Yeah. Snow Godzilla. I'm not gonna argue semantics.
meet Miles' friends, fat Asian kid Genki,
Oh.
and his deaf girlfriend. This is just fucking cringe, man. I got nothing to say about it, really.
Oh,
This is
every,
also where the
every time Genki's on screen, it's just fat Asian kid.
pacing of the game starts to drop off of a cliff.
He has no other character traits. He is just fat Asian kid.
I know
he
you're
has a lot more
probably
characters.
familiar with this already, as it's a Sony game, but I think
Yeah.
specifically Spider-Man 2 is especially bad about this because even though in terms of
I swear down if he
actual
says
number of
anything bad
hours
about
and
Rhea.
cutscenes are not nearly as much as God of War Ragnarok. There's so many things that destroy the pacing, whether it's the walk.
I'm just gonna say this right now: Insomniac women, Silver Sable and Rio are both S tier. If he
Oh,
says
yeah.
anything bad against Rio, he's probably gonna. No. There's that one scene where Rio is like,
Go help him. Go help.
she's like
Mario.
arguing with symbiote Peter. He's probably gonna say something racist about her.
Walking
Like,
simulator
about to lose
sections, which
control
we'll
right
get
there.
to
There's
soon.
no
or
reason for him not to say that.
Godzilla is woke. He's fat, Asian, and black. God damn it!
Do be making some
the
points.
horrible mini
That's great.
games and
What's that?
Nothing.
Rio's a good mom. Can't complain. Yeah, she's great.
puzzles, like I mentioned earlier. There's so many moments in this game where you're
I
not
thought the one more
just
thing about that
playing
scene,
as
too,
Spider-Man,
for the
aka
fact of-
swinging through the city and beating up bad guys, which is the reason why anybody would want to play a fucking Spider-Man game, and exactly why.
point.
What's up?
He just said that you're supposed to swing around and fight villains. It's a Spider-Man game. What are
Yeah.
we doing majority of the game?
Yeah, like most of the game, you web swing. It's like 95% of the game, you're like swinging around as Spider-Man.
Exactly.
The other 5% is like stealth as MJ or whatever. Not or like Resident Evil sections as MJ.
Oh no, I would love
The original
to see if they actually
Spider-Man
did that
2
clip.
is better than this game. The main story.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
The original Spider-Man 2's plot, if you could even call it that, was literally non-existent. It was a case of Peter does random things, a supervillain appears, and then for like the last 10 minutes of the game, it's like loosely based around Spider-Man 2, the film. Like, that's literally what it's like. No, not 10 minutes, like maybe like half hour or 45 minutes, you know? It's ridiculous.
Storyline of this game is somewhere between 12 and 15 hours, depending on what you consider part of the story, which is more than twice as long as the entirety of the original Spider-Man 2 on PS2.
Actually,
But
if you really
cut
hold
out
up,
all of the fluff, and I mean basic.
pause.
Yeah, what's up?
I think he's adding the side missions to the main story. It's way longer.
It isn't like the main story, like 9 hours long or something.
I
Bit
think it's
longer.
like 20 hours long.
Wow. So he's just blatantly lying then. For God's
You're adding
sake.
the side
Did y'all
missions.
see that that the world record for the game beaten?
Yeah.
It's like 3
Oh.
hours long. It's crazy.
Holy
Wow.
shit. That's insane.
I don't know. They're crazy.
Hey Jen, how you doing, my darling? This video is terrible. Where do I begin? he's referred to Genki as a fat Asian kid. He said he hasn't played the Mars Morales game for obvious reasons. He refers to black people as wild animals. Like, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. This video is awful, and we're not even halfway through it.
Thing that
We're
isn't
not even a third of the way through it. Fuck me.
Wait a minute, how long
playing
is this
as
video? I thought it
Peter
spent like
or
an hour.
An hour and 20 minutes. We are 28 minutes in.
Miles
Why does it feel like we've been
and
sitting here watching
swinging
this for an
around the
hour?
city or beating up bad guys, this story would also only be about 6 hours long. That's how much padding is in this. It is absolutely insane and inexcusable. Okay.
The one redeemable thing about this video is that it's got Sonic music in the background. That's it.
Okay, enough stalling, back to the story. So soon afterward, Peter goes back home, and we finally get to see the new Mary Jane.
Oh,
and
no.
oh my god, she's hideous.
What's wrong?
Your
Like,
face.
she's not like
Okay.
in that particular shot, she is not that bad.
She's not.
She's fine. Like, yeah, there's a couple of shots where she looks all.
Now the one at the Ferris wheel. Now I can actually say that the one at the Ferris wheel after playing again, I kind of have to agree with the Ferris wheel scene. But other than that, she looks
Yeah, the
fine
Ferris
for
wheel
what-
sequence is terrible, but I'm trying to unwrap sweets whilst playing this. It's ridiculous.
You'd be
That's the
surprised
point
I
of
haven't
J. Jonah
seen-
Jameson. Oh, Jess is here as well. Jess, this video is awful. He's
You'd be
about to,
surprised.
the MJ section.
This may sound crazy. I have
Face.
not.
Mary
eaten any
Jane, more
food
like manly
this morning at
jaw.
all, so.
She looks old enough to be Peter's mom and with a giant fucking man jaw. That is a man, dude. Look at that body. Wide shoulders, no hips, flat ass. That is a man. And the worst thing is, we know she's a face
Yo, no cap,
scan
what's up?
model. We also know what her face used to look like in the
Pause.
old game. And this is what her
Yeah, what's up?
It's the same
Fucking
model.
Yeah, it's literally
Model
the
got
same
into a-
model. I'm pretty.
model
She had
got
like
into an
facial
accident.
reconstruction, didn't she, from like an accident or something?
Yes. So it's the same model. They just couldn't find anybody
I'd
else.
still smash her. Yeah, facts. Yeah, Spartan is best.
They couldn't find anybody else at all. So
Like, look, she's noticeably different from the mocap actor.
exactly.
Like, look, spare me a
the
sec.
worst thing is, we know she's a face scan model. We also
Like, look, that's MJ.
know what her face used to look like in the old game. And this
Yeah, like, it's noticeably different.
It's noticeably different, yeah, but it's the same.
Like, obviously not including the hair, because hair color, but like,
Still the
yeah, the face
same-
is noticeably different.
yeah,
Her eye color is different. Everything's different.
still the same actor. They're still the same face model, just a different voice actor.
is what
do
her
this all the
model
time.
actually looks like, okay?
Okay, that's a pretty bad
Okay,
that's a
I
pretty
can't
bad
really say-
screenshot.
I've seen these screenshots before. I still say that she's the exact same. The actor had obviously got into an accident, had to get face reconstruction.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
It's actually funny. Do you know who she genuinely reminds me of in this image?
Who?
You know Resident Evil 7, you know the old lady?
Yeah. Oh.
Her. Yeah, Marguerite, that's who it reminds me of.
Now here's the big twist. This is what the
Oh Jesus. Yeah, that's definitely
Not a
of course he
comparison.
references this.
Not a very good comparison. I can see where he's coming from with the comparison, but that's not the exact same person.
Yeah, it's really not.
Can we remember Turner 3 playing Monster
Yeah,
Hunter?
obviously the similar. Also, I'd like to point out that he forgets 80% of the main game's story, yet he's perfectly willing to remember this. Interesting.
No, that's the one thing that
lead
everybody
writer for
can
this
go
game
on
looks
and on
like.
about for the
Yeah,
game.
it's like some screenshots, she looks terrible. Like, I can't really defend that. Like, she looks pretty bad.
Yeah.
But like other instances, she's not terrible. Yeah, like the actress broke her jaw. That's why her face looks different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, what's the point
Oh
in
yeah,
arguing about that?
that's not a coincidence. Mary Jane is 100.
Oh,
It is so
let's
freaking
go-
warm
oh.
in this room.
This is wild. All right, I gotta. All
I'm
right,
just
let's
gonna-
go for this one. This is gonna
It
be
is
great
so
for
warm
me.
in this room. Like,
This is gonna be such a great way for me.
I'm so glad that my PC's fans are fantastic, because otherwise I'd be cooking right now.
I can't wait to see what this is gonna be. Have you guys played Assassin's Creed?
I
Which
have
one?
not.
Okay.
I played Black Flag. That's it.
Just any of them.
Okay, yeah, I've played Black Flag.
Okay. Keep playing the video because he's showing gameplay.
100% a self-insert in this game, and that becomes very obvious.
Yeah, she does look like the Resident Evil 7 lady. Thank you. Wait, thank you for the member, Jen? Wait, what? What just happened? Holy crap, Jen just became a member. Thank you so much. This piece on this PC, for some reason, it actually displays the members. Thank you so much.
Wait, what
Thank
kind
you.
of graphics card do you have? I'm just curious.
Thank you for the money. I'll tell you in a bit.
Okay.
Partly because I can't remember.
Near the end, but we'll get to that later. And now in a fucking superhero game, we spend the next 5 minutes cleaning up a house. And we get a flashback to when Peter was a teenager and he punched a hole in his wall and Aunt May helped him. Don't care, Aunt May had it coming. In fact, I hope
He
they
hates
bring her
wholesome
back and
moments.
kill her a second
swear.
time in the next game. Now,
A
He wa-
second time? What?
He wants MJ. He wants Aunt May to get the vision treatment for her to get rezzed, only to die a second time. Also, I would like to point out that when you're cleaning the house as Peter, you actually do get a nice story moment where, like, he reminisces over Aunt May's old stuff.
Yeah.
No, bro. If it's not action 100% of the
It
time,
was,
Yeah, he hates.
he
He
does not
hates.
like it.
He literally hates everyone except for straight white men. Like, he hates Aunt May.
now the
it's like
game
that's the whole
decides to
entire
waste
purpose
the
of Aunt May being there. It's so
What did Aunt May do? She didn't cut the carrots correctly.
next 30 minutes building up Peter and Harry Osborn's friendship. As we saw in the beginning, they're not even pretending to make it a twist that
Okay,
he's
pause.
Venom in this game. They pretty much gave it away.
Dude, they gave it away in the freaking
they
PS4
gave it
game.
away in the PS4 game, and they also gave
Yeah.
it away in Miles.
Yeah.
And on top
Kitty
of
Pryde.
that,
Girlfriend, no
there's-
question.
and on top of that, there's
Bro, I think-
evidence that Harry and Peter are friends in this universe.
Mr. Anti-Idiotic, I think you have a kink, good sir. Because you will not stop talking about Kitty Pride.
So the Venom symbiote is helping him fight off.
Not
his
that there's anything
cancer,
wrong with
so now
that,
he's
just
completely fine to do
maybe
physical
rein it in a little bit.
activities. There's a walking simulator mission where you ride bikes. Are we gonna really have a bike riding mission?
How the
By
hell
the
do
way,
those
no cap.
bikes fit?
What
I think the
was
worst
going
part
on
about
with the music? I'm talking to someone in my chat, so keep going.
I think the worst part about that entire scene is that he can fit 2 bikes in his boot. Like, that's bullshit. You cannot do that.
Just make it a cutscene, please. No, dude, don't make me. Don't do it. Don't make me ride my bike in a straight line. It better be a cutscene.
Okay. there we
Fuck you.
All right.
Fuck you. And then you have a.
I read
flashback
access.
back
It's
to
literally a
Okay,
tiny
so
ass
Cap,
segment.
what is
alright.
going
school,
on?
And it's incredibly boring. And
Drake and
colossal
Kendrick are-
Jen has
waste of time.
pufferfish. Fish.
And
I'm
I might as well
confused
bring
on what's
this up
going
now,
on
but this
with,
game has some
Drake and Kendrick right now.
god-awful dialogue. I mean, ripped straight from Reddit.
Paparazzi's bad enough. The paparazzi
All right, I'm back.
Oh my god, not paparazzi with guns!
Dude, that's
Can't wait
that's
to play.
literally just banter. Like,
Venom allows Venom fight, but Venom was annoying. Venom was annoying as hell during Fire Miles. You can dodge it.
yeah, no,
What?
yeah, obviously Odyssey and the Danica podcast, obviously that's cringe. It's like,
Yeah.
that's the whole point.
That's the point of Spider-Man.
Just me? Okay, well, you come to me for the real, so I'm just trying to deliver.
I'm like a B real estate agent. A B real estate
Okay, wait, hold up. I was gonna say, how long was the okay, I was gonna say, why does it
Go on.
feel like we've been watching this for 3 hours? Let's keep going.
I'd also like to point out that, like, Peter Parker is a nerdy kid. He's not a stand-up
Yeah.
comedian. Like,
You sound
I'm peachy, just peachy. I'm very Reddit chungus
what's wrong with that? What's wrong with being peachy?
right now.
That joke was kind of crap. That's the point.
That's the
Peter
point of-
Parker is not a
that's the whole entire
comedian.
point.
He literally he makes crap jokes to diffuse the tension. It's what he does.
And it throws his enemies off guard.
Yeah, it literally he can by chatting shit he gets in the head of his enemies. It's like he literally did that with Shocker, where like he was chatting shit and Shocker unintentionally revealed that the demons wear masks.
Yeah.
So like it actually works.
I know he's said in the Ultimate Spider-Man comics that
I was able to.
he did it because it would help him like not be scared when he's
Yeah, like
fighting
that as
villains.
well.
Right.
Also, can we also can we appreciate what he says to Lizard in that boss fight?
Like, wait,
No,
wait,
no
is this
one-
with, wait, is this with the black suit or without the black suit?
Yeah, with the black suit, he's like, no wonder
Yeah.
your family left you.
And on top of that, he goes over
Okay.
it too. By the way, one
Yeah,
more
he's-
thing too. I forgot to ask.
He's like proper pissed off.
I forgot to ask this too. I'm gonna wait. Have you guys played the TASM 2 game?
No.
Oh yeah.
I am
Okay.
avoiding that game at all costs.
I just noticed this and a lot, and I just thought about this too. If Craven killed off half the villains in this game, why are we complaining? Why didn't we not complain whenever he killed off the main villains from the TASM movie tie-in game?
I think it's because it was just 2014 and shit was different back then.
Yeah, this is the first
I-
time
I
that
think it's
Craven has
'cause-
done anything like this.
I think it's because nobody cared about those villains in the first place.
Peter asking Shocker, "Do you want to play 20 questions?" is really funny. Yeah, like he's literally like, "How about we thumb wrestle?" Like he just doesn't care.
That's the crazy part.
Science my way.
Not losing him again. Could you not, please? I'd like to keep my fight parties.
Could you not?
How many gauge?
This
jokes
isn't
are
bad
in this
dialogue,
fucking
though.
game? I shall be your.
I think my
first.
favorite dialogue was in the Scream fight.
Oh, okay, they're doing it on purpose.
He's referring to being Venom's first kill.
Exactly. And Craven
No.
saw Venom
So our
as the
next
one
mission-
that could kill him. So
And our two
Wait, Rift, what are you eating? Or at least trying to eat. Trying to eat things.
Spider-Man, and yes, they call each other Spider-Man.
Got the
I'm sure
puffer.
that wouldn't be confusing at all to the public,
It's
especially
not.
when one sounds black and is clear.
When one sounds
one-
black.
what about Miles sounds? Okay.
Holy- What about...
Okay, let's keep going. I'm gonna let that comment just sit there.
I'm not gonna. I've got nothing. I've got no
I have
words.
nothing there, but
clearly
like
wearing a
last
different
time I
costume,
checked,
are guarding a ship carrying the Scorpion and some other prisoners from the raft. As Craven shows up to break them out for his great
actually,
hunt.
Craven, hold up, what was
As
that?
it comes
What
up
was that
later in the
caption down
plot,
below
Craven
there?
is dying of
What was that caption down below there?
I think it's just someone speaking in Russian.
great hunt. As it comes up later in the plot, Craven is dying of cancer. Even his magic potions can't save him. So he
Oh,
wants
yeah,
to
that was-
fight the ultimate foe who can finally give him an honorable death. And as you can imagine, this makes him one of the only other based characters in this game. At least he has a pretty understandable motive.
Oh yeah, of course you think the straight white guy who kills a lot of people is based. Of
You know
course
what's
you think that.
crazy is for the fact that you know what's crazy is for the fact that Craven sees Peter as a very interesting kill.
Yeah, at the very least he's not doing an ultimate Joker where he just hates Craven for the sake of
Okay.
it.
Yeah, at least he's not, going over why.
Motivation. His design is straight ripped from the comics. It looks great. Craven was certainly one of the only good characters in this game, even if I don't really like the idea of him having 1,000 minions. I mean, where's the sport in hunting this ultimate prey? If
I'm gonna let that just sink in because he's had people.
You
help him
hunt in
the
packs,
past.
you melon.
Like the whole entire point of a hunter is that he doesn't do that himself. Hawk literally,
Yeah,
I
like,
think
he-
Hawk in Spectacular Spider-Man literally mentions, "How do you feel about hunting in packs?"
He literally gets people to find shit for him. Like in the start of the game where he's like, I asked for an equal,
Exactly.
and this is what you
And the
find.
hunters come up, and
If
the
you have an
hunters come up and
entire-
it's like, "Yeah, how about this? There's a whole bunch of stuff going on in New York. It's very interesting."
army capturing them for you to fight them in single combat isn't part of hunting.
Yo, guys, I gotta head out.
Down yourself.
Alright, peace,
But
Crispy.
whatever. The
You heading out, Crispy?
See you guys.
Alright. Take care. Everyone here, drop a sub to Crispy. His channel's in the description.
Two Spider-Man
a lot while I
fail,
was
and
there,
there's
I'm not
this
gonna lie.
whole subplot with Miles trying to resist killing Martin Lee, aka Mr. Negative from the first game, because he killed his father, Jefferson Davis, which, yes, everyone has pointed out the funny irony of him being named that. That was kind of the point, yes. And you would think with Miles Morales being Peter Parker's student, protege, apprentice, whatever you want to call it, that maybe Peter would help him forgive Martin Lee, or maybe at least resist the
That
urge to
is
kill
different.
him. Nope. Miles does this.
You do realize Peter's like miles away from him, right?
Yeah, and Miles
Also,
got
Peter.
captured by Craven before this.
Also, Peter. It's even referenced by Miles in the Peter and Miles boss fight that Peter isn't answering Miles's calls.
Exactly.
Like they're not communicating with each other. Like, what is he on about?
Exactly. So it's
all
like
on his own.
Peter's not communicating. Peter's not talking to Miles, and on top of that, in
Yeah.
this whole entire scene here, hold on, Miles got
In fact,
captured.
Miles takes
by
care of all of his
Craven.
problems on his own, but not just his, but also Peter's problems. And people say he's not meant to be a replacement. Well, this game
How does he take care of Peter's problems?
basically straight up tells you.
Oh, I
that
think I know
he
what he's okay. I
should
think I know what he's talking
replace
about. I know what he's
Spider-Man.
talking about.
So you're
Pause.
just
I know what
fucking
he's
lying
talking
to
about.
yourself, and it's an embarrassing lie.
I
Now,
know what he's
hope
talking about. He's talking about Miles getting rid of. He's talking about Miles getting Venom off of Peter, and also on top of that, Miles Miles giving Peter anti-venom. I know
Well,
what he's talking
I
about.
love how even in that same cutscene, Miles says that the city still looks like a 2 Spider-Man job to
He
me.
denies that. Peter flat out says that, hey, maybe you can protect the city way more than I ever could. And it's just like,
Yeah, and Miles' immediate
like,
reaction is to be like, "Nah, fam, we need you."
nah, bro, we need you. He's like, nope.
Now, I hope you enjoyed that mission, because the next one is another walking simulator one. Hooray! At the Emily May Foundation, where they shove
Brooklyn is safe. Nice.
another environmentalist message into your head. By no exaggeration,
It's literally a memorial. It's literally a memoriam.
Harry and
at the
Peter's
Emily
aunt.
May Foundation, where they shove another environmentalist
They're both. I'm pretty sure that. Oh man, I'm pretty sure May has met Harry's mom in this universe. I'm not sure, but
It's literally a memoriam towards her.
and on top of that, I think his aunt too, right?
message into your head. By no exaggeration, this was
the whole entire point of it being
20
called
straight
Emily
minutes
May.
of slowly
Yeah.
walking around and listening to all of these really cool inventions that are
Yeah,
gonna
take care,
save
Crispy.
the world.
Stay safe.
It is some of the most boring shit I've ever done in a video game, man. It is straight up awful, and there's only so many times I can say that, but I didn't care about any of it. The end result is Spider-Man gets a job there. Wow, hooray. Not too long after this moment, Scorpion gets killed by Craven, which was a legitimately kind of enjoyable moment. Though something I've noticed that this game series has in common with the MCU is they have no problem with killing off villains. Apparently, Shocker, Electro, and Vulture all get killed off screen in this game.
Okay,
by the
so for
time
this, I
game
have a
is
really
over,
good
half-
explanation. Let me start off
Well,
with the Shocker fight.
Just sum it up really easily. The developers said that they're never going to run out of villains. Like they've
Yeah.
got plans for the third game.
Yeah. Now for the villains being killed off screen, now for Shocker, Electro, and Vulture being killed off screen, no one in the verse can survive temperatures below 0. So Kraven froze Shocker and then stabbed him. For Vulture, and this is just what I think, Kraven jumped him while he was in the air and yanked him out of the, I think, the wing. Wait,
Yeah, Jen's back. Poggers.
hold on a minute. Yeah, Vulture. Yeah, now for Vulture, Kraven jumped him and potentially just ripped him from the freaking wings and just killed him.
Rhino died too. Yeah, facts.
Now for Rhino, Rhino's a tricky one. For Rhino, I'm just gonna have to say that Kraven used underground tech to slice him and kill him.
I mean, for Rhino, I think it's just he outsmarted him or he
Yeah.
outlasted them. It's like Rhino's dumb as bricks.
Yeah.
So.
And then, well, for Electro, probably water or probably giving him way too much power to handle.
Mm.
And for Scorpion,
So the
well,
next
we already saw
mission,
what
we
happened.
finally get to see the return of Black Cat, and guess what? Peter doesn't even get to interact with her. No, this is a Miles Morales mission
Okay,
for
pause.
some reason, and they
He literally does interact with her though. It's like
I
over
w-
the phone or something.
I will say I do think that this should have been a Peter mission, but
Yeah. Well, like it's like complaining that he doesn't get to interact with her in the PS4 game. It's because like she only appears in the DLC. It's like no, he still gets to interact with her through like the freaking like the cat like little side missions things.
yeah,
How long's the stream gonna be? Until we've finished this fucking thing.
this is gonna be a
They
long
tease
video.
that Doctor Strange is
When you,
gonna show up, but no, it's just Black Cat stealing a teleporting scroll, and you'll never guess why. Apparently now she's a lesbian, and she used
do we even know that Rhino's dead? Yeah, we see in Craven's lair or in like the party mission or whatever.
Yeah, there was a
we
glitch.
he's got like Rhino's is it like his helmet or something like on
It's
a pedestal
glitch.
or something?
Yeah, he has. There was a glitch, but it's patched now. You can see Rhino's helmet in the middle, like he's keeping him as a he's keeping every single villain as a trophy, and Rhino's head is in the middle.
uses the scroll to teleport to Paris so she can get with her girlfriend. Are you fucking joking?
Or
Yeah,
something
she's
like that.
bisexual.
Insult to injury is Black Cat
Last
is one of
time
the
I
only
checked,
vaguely
that means
attractive
that you
women
like
in this
both
entire game. There
men
is
and
no
women?
other
Okay.
explanation for this except that the writers hate Peter Parker and they hate Peter Parker's fans. All the self-insert nerd people who Spider-Man was literally made for.
How was he
That's
even thinking to
why
snake them in the
he's
first
one of
place?
the
That's a good
most
question.
popular superhero characters ever since his creation is because he is the
I
perfect.
mean, at the end of the day, she's Black Cat. Like she's pretty freaking good at this whole sneaking thing. So
Yeah, but like that's a good question.
maybe
because the
she
Sanctum's in
stole
this bullshit.
gadgets or some shit. I don't know.
Actually, scratch that. The Sanctum door is probably open. I just thought about that.
Perfect self-insert for the nerds who are reading comic books. And so Peter Parker's life is shit, man. So many bad things happen to him. It is a running trope across all of his comic book series. And so
So why is it a bad thing?
what did they
Exactly,
do?
that's the whole
They
entire
gave
purpose
him
why
a
he's wearing the black suit.
supermodel girlfriend so that he has one thing in his life, one good thing to keep him going so he doesn't just blow his fucking brains out.
The way he's referring to MJ, it's as though he's It's like he's referring to her like a sex doll. Like he's not even referring to her as a person.
He's a person. I forgot.
He's like, oh, Peter's life is crap,
Peter's
but don't
life-
worry, he's got this hot MILF to come home to on an evening. It's like,
It's
he's
why
not
do you
even.
think- why do you think Peter is not there? Why do you think?
It's like, he's not even treating her like a woman, like a lady, like a person.
And what do
Exactly.
they do in the games? They take that away from him by
And on
making
top of that,
her
one
a
more thing
fucking
too. Pause.
50-year-old man.
One more thing too is for the fact that MJ's over here. MJ is over at Peter's house trying to keep everything together.
Yeah.
and
Like
trying
she's
to keep
literally
them
picking up the
actually doing
pieces,
that.
especially when he's in the symbiote.
Exactly, and Peter with the symbiote made it even worse.
Jaw
So it's like,
and
okay.
although Black Cat is still somewhat attractive, in the comics she was a fucking bombshell, dude. Easily one of the most attractive characters, just like, you know, Catwoman, who she's blatantly a ripoff of. And while the Arkham game
I'm gonna be real, she was not even close to being one of the most attractive characters in the Marvel. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
I'm not gonna simp for anyone because I'm not Ultimate Joker, but I've got at least, who have I got in my head? I've got like 3 people in my head who are hotter than her, just in Marvel, like not even in DC. So
games
yeah.
came out before
I would
the
bring up
wokeness
DC, but like,
explosion.
here's the only.
Also,
issue
I'd like-
with that, there was
also I'd like to
no-
point out once again that attraction is subjective because people are attracted to different things. Like there are probably some people who are attracted to Iron Man. Like it doesn't mean that everyone is.
Okay, Iron Man, I can actually understand. But
I mean, yeah, obviously everyone simps for Iron Man, like even the guys, but you know.
In every development studio. Just compare what Catwoman looked like in Arkham City or Arkham Knight to this. I mean, she's
I mean, personally,
Oh,
I
you
think
just say
that
Arkham City at night.
blatantly a ripoff of. And while the Arkham games came out before the wokeness explosion, every development
tell that to Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
Tell that to Suicide Squad.
studio, just compare what Catwoman
they
looked
ruined.
like
Well, I'm not gonna say this,
in
but
Arkham City or Arkham
we have no
Knight to
connection to Deadshot in Kill the Justice League, but
He ain't wrong on that one, calling it personal preference, but I always thought Black Cat was the most attractive character of all time. Really? I thought she was okay. Like, but like he refers to her as like attractive. Like, I think she looks freaking frightening. Like, look at her face. She looks like a fucking supervillain.
well, she looks better in Arkham Knight.
She looks like a horror film like villain. Like, look at her.
I like her.
I don't
Arkham
want to.
Knight
I'm not
design better.
trying to like body shame here, but like she literally does not look at. Aside from the curves, like she looks terrifying, just because of like the limitations in graphics. It's like MJ on the PS2 also
MJ on
looked
the
terrifying.
PS2 looked-
Like, look at her. She looks like the lady from Resident Evil 7. Like, she looks terrifying. Where the fuck
honestly,
did
yeah.
I even get to?
I
Where
think
did I
we're
get
right-
to?
I think we're right here. I think
That
yeah.
Yeah, I
you're
got
right.
to-
looked like in Arkham City or Arkham Knight to this.
I'm attracted to
Arkham
Venom.
City
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Arkham Knight to this.
People are attracted to different people.
I mean, shit. In the 90s cartoon, which was for children, they made sure to make Black Cat hot as fuck.
You were terrific back there, and I'd be proud to have you fight by my side. Really care about you. Partners?
That. And maybe more.
And so, you know what? This is
I also like to point out that was the 90s when shit was different.
Yeah.
Like, literally every character was like buff. Like, all the
Every
male
character was
characters
like
were
that.
buff as shit. Like, it's like there was times where I wondered why Bruce Banner even needed to become the Hulk, because like he was
Exactly, 'cause
buff
he, like,
as
he was
shit
just-
even in
he
base
just
form.
looked buff.
Like, it's like that was just the 90s. Like, every female character was hot, every male character was
Everyone cared.
buff.
Yeah.
Like, that's just how it was in the 90s.
And then after that, a whole
Like,
bunch of
Bruce
other
Banner had
people-
like more muscles than freaking Thor.
yeah.
Like that's just how it was. It was
You wanna know
stupid,
what's
but like that's
crazy
just
about
how
that?
it was back then.
You wanna know what's
Gotta
crazy
admit,
about
Black Cat
that?
ain't bad. I mean, yeah, she's not like she's attractive, but like I don't see why people are losing their minds over it.
You wanna know what's crazy about that too? Is for the fact that
She's
whenever I
pretty.
first saw, or at least whenever I first saw the '90s series, I didn't think that at first. 'Cause I was just watching it, and after that, I was like, okay.
To be fair, he said Black Cat. You were referring to Catwoman? No, he said Catwoman in Arkham
He said
City and
Catwoman
Arkham
in
Knight.
City and
He,
Knight.
he said Catwoman in Arkham City and Arkham Knight. He was comparing Black Cat to Catwoman. Because
You
in
can't really
his mind,
compare 'em.
because
There's
in
no
his mind, the Arkham games were before the woke stuff. Even though Suicide Squad made that argument age like cheese.
Yeah.
To be fair, her being a lesbian makes her way hotter. Okay,
Yeah.
you have a kink. That's fair enough. Bit of an overshare, but never mind. I miss buff Spidey. Toby and the Amazing Spider-Man. Not the Amazing Spider-Man, the animated series. I'm a dick. I don't know how I got that mixed up, but
This isn't just a slight against Peter Parker. This is a slight against me specifically.
What?
Fuck you, Insomniac.
oh yeah, sorry. I'm really sorry you can't jack off to a character in a game. Touch grass.
And fuck anybody who praises, encourages, or even is just okay with ugly art. Because that's exactly what this game is. It's disgusting, demoralizing
wanna know what's
propaganda
pause?
trash. And the little
You wanna know what's crazy about this? That everybody that's complaining about the whole entire Black Cat reign or MJ space,
Yeah.
why did they even bother to play the game if they can't play the game without looking at the game? I just thought about
So
that
I
for a
don't
second.
understand why like they're playing like a modern like game, you know?
Yeah.
Lesbians for okay, everyone in the chat has just turned into incels. Like, one person started and it just spread like bloody GR27,
cherry on top was an
aka Devil's Breath for those who didn't quite get the reference.
especially bad bit of dialogue that I had to hear 4 times because I kept dying during this part.
How are you dying if it looks like you're playing on the most easiest difficulty? But okay.
I wanna see the sea lion. Did you know that sea lion?
Are you fucking joking? I seriously have to ask you if you're one of my
Bro, stop being so whoa, careful, we've got Synthetic Man's alt account in the chat. Careful, dude. What have I missed? Oh, what haven't you missed? This has been awful.
my black viewers, which believe it or not is 12%.
I like redheads. Right, no matter how much you share, I'm not sharing what gets my motor running. I'm not sharing anything.
Of my stream audience at the very least. Do you actually think Miles Morales is cool? And I mean Insomniac's version. I think the Spider-Verse one is completely fine. but Insomniac's Miles Morales is fucking Urkel, and you can't change my mind. They
Pause.
tried to make him just Peter Parker, but with black skin, but he's actually worse than that.
Okay,
He's a
okay,
fucking
pause.
whiny nerd.
That's not true.
That is not true. He
has a
way
completely
from
different arc.
Peter, completely different story.
If anything, you could argue he's the exact opposite of Peter Parker, because like in the first game, like Peter is being Spider-Man leads to negative repercussions for like him as Peter, and even in this game where like he loses his job because of the Sandman fight.
Right.
But like Miles in this game, he literally would rather spend all day as Spider-Man than Miles
Spider-Man.
Morales.
Exactly.
Like he literally is willing to
He's
like
willing to
get rid
he's
of
willing
all
to
of
be Spider-Man more than Miles.
Yeah, he's literally the opposite of with great power comes great responsibility. He's willing to like put aside all his responsibilities just to be
Just
Spider-Man.
to help people.
Yeah, just to be help. Which
Hence the reason why we
you
have
could-
the ending.
yeah,
bitch. Now this is about the time where the story starts to just become pure padding. We get a mission at an amusement park where we get to see that Mysterio and Tombstone are now good
First of all, Miles
guys.
is mechanically stronger
Now, do we
than
get
Peter.
any real
Second,
explanation
different.
for how this happened? Of course not.
Slightly different looking arc.
No, it would actually be cool to see how these villains redeem.
Miles in the games are amazing. Yeah, like Miles is great. I like Miles.
And on top of that, one more thing too is if we're really gonna compare Miles to Peter, different story. If we're gonna compare Miles to someone,
People loving lesbians, yeah, exactly. People just love lesbians in my chat, apparently.
so if we're gonna compare Miles to Peter, then why not compare him to Terry McGinnis? Why not compare him to Batman Beyond?
Yeah,
That's
let's just compare him to
literally
Miguel
where he's
O'Hara.
going.
Why not?
That's literally where he's going. Why not compare? Why not
themselves.
do
They would actually have to earn it. But no, not one villain that gets redeemed earns it in this game.
Not even Lee? Not even Lee. He literally saves like Miles and Peter.
that? Exactly.
And he
Miles
gives
is
Peter the abilities that helps him
Ooh.
vanquish Venom at the end of the game.
Exactly.
The third one being Mr. Negative, which was pretty fucking obvious. Anyone could have guessed that. And after Miles goes into this weird
Gay Pride is better than MJ and Black. Fucking Christ.
Oh yeah, I know what you're
You,
talking
you have a kink, my friend. Hot lesbians, sure. Alright, synthetic man ought to count. Calm down there. What's with the screeching sound? I have a bird. And he shouts. And he's loud.
I know
That's
what he's
shit.
talking about too.
VR universe that Mysterio came up with and fight some guys. Then it just becomes a walking simulator mission as Peter, where you get to do a bunch of carnival
Wait, is there a
mini
synthetic man
games
also
that
count
are
in here?
pretty half-assed, and some
No,
of them
there-
are literally just
No, there was just someone in the chat that
watching
said I like hot lesbians.
someone enjoy
Okay, well that's
a
no,
ride.
I'm joking.
As someone who's actually been to multiple theme parks throughout his life, including one of the greatest roller coaster parks in the world, Cedar Point, you should actually go and do these things instead of trying to live vicariously through a video game. Trust me, it's worth it. So anyway, Kraven's goons show up, they
He's like flexing the one time he went outside. What was?
So they come up and
kidnap Tombstone, and finally, after a lot of unnecessary build-up, Harry uses the Venom symbiote to help save the day.
Oh wow, so we
I
didn't say
actually
anything
kinda
about
like
this. Okay,
part
thank
of the
God.
story, even if again it does feel like padding. Harry's trying to be a superhero too, but he can't really control the Venom symbiote all that well. And as a nice throwback to the comics, the next time they team up, he's wearing a costume.
Not ugly lesbians, hot lesbians. Right. He like doubled down, tripled down. You puffer. Yeah, I love how you guys may have your kinks, you guys may have your attractions, but we all know the truth. Puffer just has to make an appearance, and all of you just stop what you're doing and just simp for him. So that's just the truth.
Very reminiscent of the Agent Venom costume, which is when Flash.
That actually looks so good. The black and red 2099 suit.
I didn't think about that. Actually, I've never worn this.
Wait, hang on. I'll go back and show you it. My goodness.
I've never worn this suit other than it looks like it's from Edge of Time.
Yeah, it looks so good. I love that.
Costume, which is when Flash Thompson got the Venom symbiote. Yes, that really happened.
Yeah, Pizza Man. I'm just gonna delete
Kinda
that
just-
message just to be on the safe side.
See just how ridiculous it is that he's a good guy now. I mean, he literally filed his teeth down into basically shark teeth. He's a giant fucking thug, and we're supposed to accept that, I don't know, he just had a change of heart.
Yeah,
They legit hint at Tombstone being able to change in the first game when Peter fights him. The whole time Peter is saying, you are a good person and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, but you could say the exact same with Peter and Doc Ock. Like, I think that's just within Peter's character.
yeah.
Like, I think at the end of the fight, like, when, like, Tombstone's on his ass and, like, he's talking to Peter, I think if anything, that was a giveaway that he could be redeemed. Because he's like, you don't ever stop. You
I don't
can't
know.
stop, you know, that kind of thing.
I don't know because like
He's,
with the whole
the
entire
drip looks
Tombstone fight,
glorious.
he said he wanted a second round with Peter, but I guess I don't know when this happened. This surprised me, but I was like,
Yeah,
okay.
like, and that's one of the reasons why I really like Tombstone, because it's like he doesn't have any hatred towards Spider-Man. He just genuinely enjoys fighting him.
Yeah,
Like maybe he views Peter as being like a challenge kind of thing.
yeah. And on
Miguel
top
should
of
have red and black. Yeah, I think the red and the black looks better than the blue and the red, to be honest.
Well, I mean, in across we have the white and red and
No,
gray.
Pizza, you don't have to apologize. It's just I don't know if that's allowed on YouTube.
Off
That's all.
screen.
Like, I'm not offended by it. Like, it's just I don't really want to get banned. You know what I mean?
And then we get to see a little bit of a tease that the Venom symbiote wants to be attached to Peter, not Harry. Could that possibly be foreshadowing? After some more padding with Miles that isn't even worth mentioning, we get one of the worst missions in the game. Insomniac heard everyone's complaints about the Mary
All
Jane
right,
missions
let's
in the
go ahead and
first
talk
game,
about this.
And instead of addressing
Oh, dear.
criticism like many modern egotistical developers, they decided to double down.
There's literally less of them, and they're better.
Plus, MJ got trained by Sable while she was in Symkaria for Miles Morales.
Yeah, like in Venom is gay for Pizza. Changed my mind.
I mean, he
The
is.
fact
though.
that he's literally not. Like,
I mean, when you really
I was
think
gonna-
about it, though.
I was gonna say the end of the Tombstone fight, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, like the end of the Tombstone fight, where like Tombstone's like, it's not a case of I don't want to change; it's a case of I can't change. Like once you begin being a criminal, you just can't stop, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Which is actually quite fascinating. But I gotta go for a minute. Yeah, no worries, Jess. It's all good.
All right, let's see. So we already played. So since we already
Yeah,
gone
like
over this
yeah,
stuff-
like what I was gonna say was though, like in I was referring to the symbiote, not Harry. Oh, fair enough.
Oh
I
yeah,
think-
the symbiote does.
yeah,
look
fair
weird.
enough. I don't think that's like a gay thing though. I think that's literally just what the symbiote does. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like there's less MJ missions in this game than the first one, especially if you include like the Miles stealth sections as well. And
Yeah.
these sections are way better. Like, yeah, they're still not good, but
Now the Mary Jane missions have turned into glorified The Last of Us missions. I mean, seriously. and
Where's
Sony
the
games
combat?
have so
Where the-
little
where- do you
confidence
see-
in
pause.
the average players.
Have you?
look at
I'm
him.
gonna be honest. Seeing as that, have you played The Last of Us, or like have you played like both Last? Of Us?
I have not played The Last of Us, and I'm very grateful for that.
Okay, so I'm confused. You just said it was The Last of Us. You just said it was The Last of Us 2 combat or something like that. Do you see a backpack anywhere on MJ's shoulder?
Yeah, yeah. Do you see a freaking shotgun?
Yeah.
Do you see a shiv?
Do you see?
Do you see like any of
Do you
it?
see a silent
abilities
they are?
That the tutorial
I ship symbiote and Peter. Fucking literally all the incel comments are just coming out. I love it.
extends.
And on top of that, if
not
we're
ju-
gonna go over this too, we've gone.
Right,
through
we're
this
gonna
already.
we're gonna do the next stream that we do. We're gonna rank like Marvel. No, we're not. I was gonna say we're gonna do a tier list for like Marvel women or Marvel things, but no, we're not
Oh.
gonna do that.
just beyond some simple prompts.
I can't wait to
no,
hear
The
this.
very first
Because the
What was that?
Assassin's Creed for this is so easy. If I know it's gonna be about MJ sneakily killing a hunter. Let's go over this real quick. We do this in Assassin's Creed, so
Yeah,
up
true.
to
there's no
can't
point.
kill you.
if that's the case,
Yeah, how's it
then
going?
aren't we OP in Assassin's Creed when we get
Kill
the
her.
hidden blade?
Like, yeah, sure, like, obviously these sections are pretty crap, and also I do disagree with the fact that, like, I don't think MJ should, Mary Jane Watson, more like Mary John Wick. I love it. No, like I think this is pretty stupid. Like obviously when the hunters are like the best fighters in the world kind of thing, I don't think MJ should be able to sneak up on them kind of thing.
Yeah.
Killer.
He
What the
legit
fuck?
wants them to kill MJ. Lol.
And even when you get to the actual gameplay part where you can die, these enemies are so.
I'm not gonna lie,
Okay,
the
well-
MJ sections can be really easy once you speedrun them. So.
Yeah, like the MJ missions are really easy, but not for the right reasons. Like as he just showed, like sometimes the enemies will be pissed off, but they just won't attack you for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I'll give him this. They tried to explain it as her getting trained by Sable. Well, yeah, but it's like the actual combat isn't the issue. I think it's just like as he showed there, like you can be detected and you still won't get killed. You know, I think the sections are just poorly made, which makes sense because they're like barely a fraction of the actual story.
Right. That's the
Like
one.
they're definitely. I mean, it's not a good thing, obviously, that they should be made really well, but
Yeah.
you know,
'Cause the thing is, like,
I'm
I
not
can
going to lose
understand
any
that.
sleep over it because
I can
the
understand that,
actual
too.
web swinging was great.
And when we finally make it through this segment, the whole point of this mission was to rescue Dr. Connors, aka the Lizard. But of course, Craven shows up right before she can rescue him, and actually, we get a pretty cool moment where the girl boss finally gets defeated. And briefly, we get.
Not a girl
I
boss,
don't-
but okay.
I don't know what I was expecting. Kitty Pryde is better than Gwen Stacy. No. Hey, Gameson is in the chat. What a legend. Stop simping, Mr. Yeah, Mr. Anti-Idiotic is just simping for Kitty Pryde.
Play as Spider-Man again, only for them to take away control in just 5 minutes
Once
by
again,
having
we
Peter
gotta
get
disagree.
stabbed by Craven. We
Oh,
don't even
dear.
get a boss battle here, no. Insomniac thought it would be more.
Well, yeah, obviously you don't get a boss battle because obviously, like,
This is a cutscene.
well, yeah, no shit, but obviously it raises the stakes if, like, he gets killed.
Yeah.
And it also just shows how powerful Craven is. It's like base Peter, you can't even fight him as him. You need, like, symbiote Peter to fight him.
Exactly.
Interesting.
I would also like to point out that you don't get a boss fight against Craven as Miles either. So, like,
I would
why
have
is
loved
that
to
an
have
issue?
actually. I would have loved to have actually seen that.
This could be Joker's brother. No, I feel like he would hate Joker because I'm pretty sure Joker's like not even white. So
For him to get
Jen with the
stabbed
puffers.
during a cutscene, and then we get this major fake out as if Peter
I'm not saying I have a thing for blondes, but Susan Storm is better than Kitty Pryde.
Parker's gonna fucking die halfway through the story in a Spider-Man game. And to the shock of absolutely no one, the Venom symbiote attaches to Peter and he gets the black suit. Now you would think there would be a lot of tension right here because now Harry is gonna start dying from his cancer again. Which honestly,
It's not cancer; it's a genetic
It's a
terminal
gen-
disorder. But okay,
disorder that is
everyone's
bad.
just simping for Puffer. Just everyone simping for Puffer.
if you think about it, doesn't really make sense. You would think the Venom symbiote would just kill all of the cancer cells in his body and then he would be fine, but I guess that wouldn't be dramatically interesting. And I'm fine with the route they chose.
Why would it
What
do
I have
that?
An issue with is that it takes far too long for
Actually,
Harry to start turning
Wait,
evil.
pause. I
By
can
that,
understand
no,
where
no,
you're
no,
coming
no,
from
no.
with
By that logic, like if the symbiote like completely neutralized like the foreign cells in someone's body, then Peter would lose his powers when he loses the symbiote, because it would like neutralize the radioactive cells in his body. You know.
Yeah, that's the only issue with that. Because actually, that's a
All
good
I'm saying
point,
is that
actually.
all I'm saying is if Craven's back was turned, MJ would have one-shotted him. Yeah, facts. Yeah, the Susan Storm's peak. Yeah, Jean Grey over Susan Storm. Nah, no chance.
I'm not gonna lie, I have to agree with Demo on that.
No. Susan Storm's peak.
I gotta agree with him on that. I like Jean Grey.
I don't mind Jean Grey, but she's not better than Susan Storm. She's not even the best X-Men lady in my opinion.
Well, I mean, there's
Instead, we
Rogue.
get a
But again, I'm not. I'm just gonna stop talking about it because I don't want to sound down bad like fucking Joker.
very, very half-assed Bully Maguire sequence. because the writers are giant cowards. Most of the time, Spider-Man isn't even an asshole, and it doesn't help that Yuri Lowenthal is a very bad one-note voice actor. who
Huh?
has only lasted-
No.
Wait,
Yuri
wait.
Lowenthal is not a bad voice actor
Yuri's
in the
not a bad
slightest.
voice actor.
Did you hear the first game? Did you hear this game? He's Ben 10. He's the ice guy from freaking. No, not the ice guy. He's the ice guy from Young Justice. He's the
also
guy
is
from
Sasuke from
Mortal
Naruto.
Kombat.
He's
Yeah,
also
he's in
Sasuke from
Naruto. He's
Naruto.
in Mortal Kombat.
I think
He's done
he
so
plays
many
Smoke.
things.
I think Smoke he plays in Mortal Kombat. I know that he plays Smoke.
I'm sorry, like he's no disrespect to Toby, but this guy solos Toby Maguire in voice acting. He does.
And I also think he
Like-
also plays the guy from Sunset Overdrive. I forgot the main character from.
Yeah, he
Sunset.
voices the main character in Sunset Overdrive as well.
And
so,
wait,
yeah,
hold
like-
up. Yuri's played Spider-Man for like a long time. He also voiced him in the TASM games too.
No, he didn't.
I think I'm not sure.
No, he definitely didn't. There was a different guy who voiced him in the TASM games.
Okay, because like there were moments where I was like, why does he sound?
Nah, Yuri's voice acting is freaking incredible. Like his voice acting, I love how everyone in the chat has just united.
Yeah.
We've stopped simping for X-Men girls, and now we're defending Yuri.
to have such a prolific career despite his lack
And
of
the
any
Tetsu
vocal
mobile game Yuri
range
voice. Oh
for
Jesus! No wonder I didn't play the
He
Tetsu
vocal
mobile game.
re-
Ugh.
purely nepotistic reasons, and no, I'm not gonna elaborate on that. You'll just have to look it up. But voice acting aside, Peter's steady decline into being a total chud was very sloppily handled, to the point where he goes from being relatively normal but slightly more confident into a complete sociopath and then a monster over the course of like one mission.
Aw.
It actually felt like multiple missions were cut from this game's story because the change happened so suddenly. So next up we have a
Okay, you can
spy
pause for a second.
I mean, not really. Like, okay, I agree with him when it's a case of he's more confident, like arrogant, because, like, yeah, that pretty much
the
is
black
the
suit's
kid.
supposed to do that.
Like when he makes the honey joke, for example, like he's not like consumed by anger, but he is like a bit of an asshole.
Yeah.
When the anger starts like developing is in the lizard fight because it takes so long, and he's also angered with like the hunters and stuff.
Right. And on top of that, the symbiote, while it's on his body, saw all of the memories and all the stuff that has to deal with him being Spider-Man. So it makes sense.
There's also a theory that someone brought up, and I'm not going to go too deep into it. I'll probably link the video somewhere if you guys want to see it. But like, there was a theory where the symbiote takes like the very last emotions from like the previous host and like exemplifies it with the next host. So like with Harry Osborn, for example, his
and
anger
Harry-
was.
Ooh,
So, like,
okay.
with Harry Osborn, for example, he was never angry when he was at Agent Venom. The only time that he was properly pissed off was when
he saw
Peter got
Peter
killed.
die.
And then that emotion was translated onto Peter, which is why he was rapidly more angry.
Right.
Again, that's just a theory.
Honestly, that theory makes sense though. Like that
I don't think
theory
it...
makes
I think it does and it doesn't, because, like, Peter isn't immediately, like, Hulk, you know? He does have, like... Emotionally, he's not really different for a while, but you just notice, like, subtle changes.
Yeah, but like when you notice how in that when you notice that when Harry was pissed off right after Craven killed Peter, if you really
Who do
look
you
at
guys-
that dialogue, go
Do
ahead.
you guys prefer Bully Maguire or Bully Lowenthal?
I have to go
Infiltration
with
mission.
But
As
like if
Peter
you really look
discovers
at
the location of
how
where
Harry
Kraven's
said he wanted
goons
to
are
kill
hanging out.
Craven, notice how in the Craven boss fight Peter almost killed Craven.
Out
Yeah.
having a party, and we get to see yet another huge woke moment.
Oh wow, a girl beating a guy. Totally woke.
When it doesn't work, because Peter literally just jumps in the middle and just beats them all.
I love how you can just watch it as Peter.
And everyone just thinks this is okay, this is fine. This totally means nothing. Your lying eyes, your pattern recognition, that's just schizo shit. I was seriously disgusted when I saw this.
Yeah, a guy beating a girl beating a guy. That's totally woke. Yeah.
And it
Wow.
doesn't help
A
that
female
most of this
hunter.
mission is yet another walking
Wow,
simulator
a female
mission.
hunter
You get
beating a
into
male
couple
hunter.
fights at the
Another hunter
end,
beating
and
another
it
hunter.
almost seemed like we were gonna have
Let's
a
think about that.
reenactment of the famous 90s.
Kind of crazy,
Yeah,
isn't
cool.
it? It's kind of crazy. A hunter beating up another hunter.
Yeah.
Highly
At the end of
skilled
the day,
versus highly skilled. All right.
at the end of the day, like it would be. At the end of the day, she could be faster. She could be the better fighter. That kind of thing.
Right.
Shocker scene that I'm sure we all remember.
Okay, that was a missed opportunity. I wish we had it in the game.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you
To the end, to the end.
I love how he's like not even moving quickly as well. He's just crawling slowly. Like,
Exactly.
he's just taking his
Stalker's just,
time, but
like-
he's just screaming his lungs out.
Stalker's just like
But no, the actual
just with the gauntlet's just like, what's going on?
Yeah, like Shocker's like the fuck.
Craven fight is a lot more lame than that. The whole point is Spider-Man learns that the Venom
Yeah, man. Realistically, it always beats a girl, right? No, it's not. Yeah, like it can go either way. It depends on like context. Like traditionally, and this isn't me being sexist. It's just a fact. Like traditionally, men are stronger than women, but women are smarter than men. So like they naturally have advantages over each other. It just depends. Like it's like saying oh, a game's woke because Wonder Woman beats a random guy. It's like no, she's like massively like stronger, faster, that kind of thing.
symbiote is weak to Sonic.
It's like, and Wonder Woman and Superman is actually a really good comparison because it's like Superman is like physically stronger and he's faster, but like Wonder Woman's the better fighter.
Right.
She has like way more experience. So it's like I feel like they are like the quintessential male female like in a fight, you know?
Frequencies. but
Actually,
weirdly
Peter already
enough,
knew. No, he
symbiote's
didn't.
not
Peter
weak
had
to-
no idea the bell was even there.
Also, Peter has no idea at this point that the bell is his weakness.
Exactly.
At least I don't think he does.
Well, Craven. Well,
fire in this.
if you look at
Because like
the
obviously,
team,
because
Peter
like
pushed him back.
Wonder Woman better fighter, but not stronger than Superman. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I didn't say that she was stronger than Superman. I said that she's like the better fighter, that
Yeah,
kind of
I
thing.
deal with good.
But like because obviously Harry at the steel mill, he was exposed to sound when they were on like the conveyor belt. But I don't know if I don't know if Peter like put two and two together and realized that it was because obviously Harry's like ill, so he could have just assumed it was to do with his illness, kind of thing.
Yeah.
We got High CHD in the chat. Good to have you here, dude. I love your videos. I also your live stream partly inspired us to do this. Obviously, people were suggesting it for freaking ages, but then I watched your live stream and I was like, right, fine, I'll do it. And I immediately regret it.
Oh, and by the way,
At least not
there's
direct.
another video that we could probably get to. It's the one about Spider-Man has changed or whatever. And it's basically just talking about how.
Oh yeah, I remember that video. Am I right? Did he say some anti-trans bullshit? Wait, what? I don't know.
Actually, there's even a part where Venom later on walks straight through fire and doesn't get hurt. That seems
Sound
like kind of an
fire doesn't
unnecessary
work
change from the
on this
comics,
version of
but
the
I guess it doesn't
character.
really matter that much. So now we're up to
Yeah,
two.
like that is one of the things that the
No.
developers said. It's like Venom, he wouldn't be weak to fire in this universe.
Venom is the
moments where
glass
we could have had a
cannon.
boss fight with Craven, but didn't. And
had-
I want to remind
pause.
you that we're over 5.
What?
Venom is a glass cannon.
No, he isn't.
Well, I don't want to say he is a glass cannon, but there are like multiple.
Venom is not a glass cannon.
Okay. Well, okay. Okay, normally fire is his weakness. Well, normally heat is fire strictly is his weakness.
That's why Superman gets folded by Zod. Superman just does average
Also-
punches and kicks because he's strong. Zod is a trained soldier who's a top tier
Also,
fighter.
this
I don't think that's a
is-
good comparison because, like, logically, Superman would be holding back to prevent collateral damage, and Zod wouldn't because he's Zod. So, like, I don't think I understand what you're trying to say, but I don't think that's the best
I
comparison.
don't know either. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know either.
Where did you train on a farm? Yeah, exactly. So it's like that's one of the reasons why Superman was like lasting as well as he did against Zod. But then when Zod like tore off his armor and like embraced the fucking powers that he gets from the Yellow Sun, Zod started whooping his ass because he had the strength and the skill.
5 hours into the game story, and the only boss was at the very beginning.
Doomsday next Zod and Superman. Yeah, Doomsday is fucking. I love Doomsday is literally a chicken nugget. Yeah, he's one of my favorite villains.
Spider-Man, your
It
favorite
didn't make it
Spider-Man?
clear-
I guess you want to go first.
I prefer Toby's Spider-Man, and I always will, just because he was my first. Although I think I think Insomniac Spider-Man is in like the top 3 best.
Yeah, I would say my favorite, even though some people hate, even though a lot of people really don't like it. I like Superior, but I like Andrew and then Insomniac.
Like I think Insomniac is like objectively one of the best, but like I just prefer Toby.
Yeah.
Clear enough already. The pacing in this game is completely off, where it's not
I'm trying to ask if he spewed some anti-transgender bullshit after him. So no, he just said it was woke because he believed that like he shoved the tweet where it was like the main writer and like MJ side by side, and he was like, oh, they just changed the freaking
It's
motion capture actress to be the main writer instead. To be fair, Sniper Wolf still has a channel despite the shit she's pulled. Yeah, like she literally docks Jack's films and all that shit, like threatened him with violence and stuff. It's
I'm
ridiculous.
surprised at
slow.
that too. I was surprised.
But after having to
Comics Doomsday is insane. Yeah, you literally don't give a shit. Comics Doomsday just don't care.
watch all these cutscenes or holding forward in the walking simulator sequences or solving
I'd like to ask, does anyone have any disagreements, by the way?
these brain dead mini games, you're then
I mean,
thrown
I've
a
already
really long,
probably like
high-
seen a
Believe me, I want this
Film or
video
Craven.
to end. Please just debate me on
Please.
something. I want this video to stop.
like this video is like, I'm not gonna lie.
Are we halfway through yet?
I
Yes,
don't
we
even
are.
know.
Thank
We're
God for
halfway
that.
through.
Yes, we
So
are.
I
We're
was
over
thinking-
halfway through.
I was thinking, quick suggestion. Once we get to the 50-minute mark, are you down to watch another video? Are you down to watch?
Once we get to the 50-minute mark, I'm going for a piss.
Okay.
But
octane action sequence where the game expects you to suddenly be on top of your game. Let's just say that didn't mix well with my ADHD brain. It was starting to piss me off by this point. Next mission, Peter
why don't you just take a break? like-
returns to the Emily May Foundation to team up with Harry to create a serum to return the lizard back to his human form. But
Yeah.
since Craven is now
Yeah, that's one of the things I
Craven.
was going to say earlier. Like with the bell, I couldn't remember whether the bell takes place after this,
Oh, the
where he's
bell's right
exposed
after
to the
this.
sound waves. Yeah, I couldn't remember whether the bell was before or after, but I guess it was the bell was before because they used the serum that Craven had to synthesize a cure for Connors. So.
Oh, no,
trying
it
to
was, like,
hunt
right
Peter,
after,
the hunters
because,
attack and
Craven put a
destroy the
tracker on it and tracked
Foundation.
him here.
And this is where it's implied that Harry starts turning down the path of evil. And now we find
You could also say that this is when Peter starts becoming more of an arsehole, because obviously he had a personal connection to the Emily May Foundation,
Yeah.
which is why he's a bit of an arsehole in this, where like
Yeah.
he's like, the guy has big teeth, so do I.
Yeah, he was about to
And,
turn
like,
into Venom.
And like he blames Miles for Lizard getting away. Like in a phone call with MJ, he's like, "Yeah, we
snapped.
lost Connors because Miles was off his game."
Right, and also another thing too about how Harry started turning down the path and hating Craven and how he became Venom was one. If you listen to Venom's
I agree with
dialogue-
everything you've been saying, man. Whose video you guys watching is so wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, but like if you listen to Venom's dialogue too during the Craven boss fight, Venom actually brings up Emily May whenever he was with Harry,
Yeah.
and on top of that, he
I don't-
blames Craven for separating him and Harry apart.
I don't
And
understand
that's the
people who
reason.
say that Tom Holland is the most comic accurate Spider-Man. Yeah, he's literally the least comic accurate Spider-Man. Maybe of the live action ones anyway.
finally get to the E3 demo
But that's the
mission,
reason, though,
and
it's a
you've
lot.
already seen
Because, like,
all
if you
this
really look at
already.
it,
You know exactly what happens, even
If
if
you
you
listen to
didn't
some of the
play
dialogue
game.
for the Venom fight,
So it's not really worth
well, at least for
covering.
Venom versus Craven, he mentioned he brings up for the fact okay, so I know how Venom works in this game up until that last part, which I kind of had to go through and actually think about.
Mhm.
But for that Venom fight, there's two reasons. One, especially with Craven,
Yeah.
Venom blames Craven is the reason why the symbiote went to Peter in the first place. So
Yeah, Craven hates not Craven. Venom hates Craven because he's like, yeah, you're the reason why me and Peter were separated.
exactly, and on top of that, I think that also goes to the reason why him and Harry were separated too.
You chase down the lizard. It's a huge cinematic sequence where you're barely even touching the controller. You know it's a good game when you can play it with one hand. Finally, next mission, we catch up with the lizard and get a real boss
Oh yeah, try beating this motherfucker with one hand.
fight. And my only
Please.
real complaint with this is something I didn't mention back in the gameplay section.
Can I just point out as well? Like he's like, oh, you know, a game is good when you can play a game with one hand. Haven't people beaten Dark Souls with like one hand?
Yes.
Like people have beaten Dark Souls with like their toes or
I've
their
seen
mouth.
people beat Elden Ring with a dance pad.
Yeah, like people have beaten Elden Ring with like a freaking electric guitar or like drums. So like he uses it as an insult, but like yeah, you can beat legitimately good games with like
I think Batman. Alternate universe.
unconventional controllers, you know.
He wants to the whole creature called the Devastator because he hated Superman. That's like a contingency. Okay, yeah, that is a contingency.
I think Batman does utilize DNA. Yeah, he becomes the Devastator, where it's like
Yeah.
Batman and Doomsday. I didn't like that as much. I preferred Hunter Ray Doomsday, to be honest.
The car theft theme, the car theft theme in it is so good.
Andrew's my favorite. The car thief scene was peak. Yeah, thanks.
But every single boss fight has an insane amount of dialogue during it. And look, I'm not arguing this on the basis of realism. I couldn't care less about that aspect, to be honest. What I do care about is most of the dialogue is shit, or just completely...
No wonder your family left
no wonder
you.
Your family left you. You know the reason
Once
why
again, it
Connor's
feels like this
family
is
left
there
him was
to
because of the
hold
fact that he
Zoomer's
became the
attention.
lizard.
Yeah.
But I feel like
And
it
after
is
that, once it started to
absolutely
spread all over the
misplaced
news,
here. If you're
his family
fighting a
left him because they didn't
boss,
want to
that
deal with
requires
what
you to
he was
pay
going through.
attention to what the enemy is doing so you can react accordingly. The talking is just a distraction. People can say I have a skill issue with this game. That's completely fine by me. But I am not lying to you when I tell you that the talking unironically distracted me and made me worse at the game.
But fucking mute the...
What?
Never mind. Just mute the dialogue there.
What the?
And halfway through the fight, it turns
What the?
into...
Did he play the first or the second game? Because like it's literally the exact same thing there.
Yeah.
a chase
Whatever.
sequence across New York, which actually was a kind of fun part, admittedly. But
So he says that this is fun, even though you're playing with one hand. Interesting.
Craven, I guess as an homage
top
to
of that,
King
you can-
Kong, manages to snipe the lizard off a building with a crossbow. Even though just seconds ago we saw cops. Yes, the cops apparently.
How are the
exist in
cops?
this
How?
game despite their-
Pause.
No, he does say actually it was the hunters.
Yeah. But how are the cops
Extreme-
supposed to do anything here?
I would also like to point out that the cops wouldn't be working with Spider-Man because he doesn't have
He doesn't
access to
have
Yuri
at
anymore.
all. So
Really reduced
cops go out
presence.
the
Yeah,
window.
that's something you'll probably notice. As a response to a common game journalist complaint about Spider-Man helping the police. I know, a fucking superhero helps the police. What a crazy idea, right? Insomniac decide to remove the police from all but just maybe 2 or 3 missions in
pause.
the entire game, and I don't.
Well, yeah, they
didn't
removed
play
the
the
police
DLC.
because Peter. Yeah, he
doesn't
didn't
have
play the
access to
DLC
Yuri
because
at
like
all.
at the end
only-
of Silver Lining, it's like Yuri is no longer part of the police.
I don't think Spider-Man
and that's the
even
only
ever
way.
directly
Pause for another second. Also, another reason too is for the fact that if Peter does have access to the police at this time, I'm pretty sure they would know about the black suit at this point, and there would be other problems.
Yeah, it would just be ridiculous. Like I don't get it. But anyway.
interacts with them. But anyway, to get back to my point, we see the police shoot at Craven with
Poli-
assault rifles.
Where are the police
and it
at? Do
does
you see them
nothing.
shooting at?
Yet one
Oh
shot
my
from a fucking crossbow is enough to take Lizard off the building, which
Well, yeah, it's obviously specialized weaponry.
Specialized weapon. Craven
ultimately
studied this
doesn't
enemy.
matter
He
because
obviously
it's still
studied
another
the
phase
lizard
of the boss
and what
battle.
actually
And
is
Peter
effective for it.
injects him with the cure and rescues him from drowning. And now we get one of the big plot twists of the story that the Venom symbiote is in fact an alien, which everyone who's read any comic or seen the cartoon knows that he's an alien. The only reason this is even a plot twist is because it seemed like a fake out that they were going to do the Ultimate Universe version of the story where he was made in a lab. So I'm kind of glad they actually stuck to the comics on this one. And Dr. Connors warns Peter that the Venom symbiote corrupts your mind. And now, of course, since we've been told this in the story, all of a sudden Peter's transformation into a monster skyrockets from this point forward.
Well, not really. It's because of the meteorite, isn't it? It's like that's
Yeah.
why the costume changes
That's
from the
why
black
it's
suit to the
changed.
symbiote suit.
Right. And on
'Cause
top of that,
we
not to
gotta rush
mention
this shit.
is like right after this, the symbiote took control of Peter for a second.
Yeah, it's like it's because they expose Peter to the meteorite and it causes the costume to change.
Right. and it
Get
causes
along. We
Venom to
got
take
2
over
main
Peter for it.
characters. There's no time
'Cause
to
he can hear it,
develop
too.
one complete plot line. And ironically, even though a lot of people kind of shit talk that you play Miles Morales for about half this game, Miles Morales has almost nothing to do with any of this. His subplot with Mr.
Wait,
Negative.
Heisty, which Red Death are you
is
talking
the
about? Are you talking
ol-
about like Flash Red Death, or are you talking like
I think he's referring to, in a way, I'm actually kind of happy he said that, because it's like, there's a lot of people who are like, oh, Peter was on the sidelines, Miles was doing everything. It's like, no,
Nope.
Peter literally fights pretty much all of the main villains, but like, Miles only really fights Mr. Negative and like Venom. He doesn't really fight anyone else.
Right.
Oh, and Kraven in a cutscene, obviously.
Well,
So like,
I mean, he
it's
fights
pretty
Kraven,
interesting that
got
he actually got that right. Like, fair
Yeah.
enough.
only connection to the main plot. We really could have used more development with Chud Mode Peter, as I'm gonna call him, because
We
he
had
doesn't
a
really
lot of
act like
development
Bully
here, but I
McGuire.
will say
Yeah,
that
he
the
had a lot of
performance-
development. Like with MJ's article, with this.
Yeah. One more thing.
Like, we
too, I
literally-
also want to point out.
Like, we literally have, like, dialogue ripped straight from Spectacular Spider-Man, where it's like, but if I keep the black suit, everyone else benefits. And Norman, he'll find another cure for Harry. He doesn't need the black suit. It's like, it literally is.
Is
Fire, he
was from-
just
also
acts
another thing
kinda
too
like
that I
a
want to point out as
crazy-
well in that cutscene too is for the fact that Harry doesn't know that Peter doesn't know the suits changed him, or doesn't know the symbiote changed him at all. Because when Harry had it, he was
Yeah.
fine. So how is he supposed to believe that? How is he supposed to believe that? How is he supposed to believe what MJ said right there about the suit changing him?
Yeah, that is a fair point. It's also, like, it's almost as though Peter is actively mocking him, because he's like, oh, the symbiote's the only this costume's the only reason I'm still alive. But it's like, Harry's literally dying because he doesn't have it.
Right.
Like, it's almost as though he's also in the cutscene. It's like Peter, like, he shows that he's willing to care for Harry, but as soon as Harry's like, yeah, I need that suit back, Peter immediately turns angry.
Exactly. So it's like, how is he supposed to believe any of that?
Yeah, it's like,
the animal psycho guy.
Because then when he had the suit,
which
he
I
was
don't
like,
know is kind of just more boring.
I was
would
fine.
like
This
it
is
if it
not-
was a more subtle descent, and Peter just realized that the suit was making him evil,
You know,
not
Pete,
it
with the
being so
first- with the-
blatantly
the
obvious
first
to the
encounter, yeah.
audience and in your face.
I read that, not the
And I
show.
actually wanna
Thank you, because the show Red Death, or at least the one from the final season of The Flash, was. I don't.
note
like
that
that.
Insomniac Games inspired from addiction to the Peter. Yeah, it's like how
Yeah.
Sam Raimi did it in Spider-Man 3. Where it's like, people chat shit about that film because they just don't understand, like I genuinely think, since we're discussing hot takes, I genuinely think Spider-Man 3 is a near perfect film. The problem with it is that literally just there's too many things happening. Like, I think every individual thing is fine. Like, there's just too much shit going on. Which is the same issue I have with this story. I think that most of it is great. There's just too much
There's
shit
just too
going
much
on.
going on in the story, because you have negative
Yeah.
on this side, you have Peter with the black.
You have
suit
like
on that side.
negative, you have Scorpion, you have like all this random shit. You have like the fucking third act of the game where the
I think
world
better way to
ends.
end
It's
Miles
like,
and Craven's cutscene would be for Miles to lunge Craven. Craven grabs him and throws him on the ground and knocks him out.
yeah, Jess, take good care, my darling. Get some rest.
Eh.
I think a better way to end the Miles and Craven cutscene would be for Miles to lunge at Craven, Craven grab him, slam him on the ground, and knock him out.
But yeah, Spider-Man 3 is really underrated.
Why do you think that? Because like we wouldn't have the Peter and Miles boss fight then, would we?
We wouldn't. And on top of that, that would pretty much go against that. Miles would be knocked out for majority of the fight. Peter would have killed Craven and would have went to the city to destroy the city.
You also think Spider-Man 3 is underrated? Yeah, it's definitely underrated. I think Spider-Man 3 is better than Homecoming and Far From Home. Maybe a hot take, but fuck it.
Suggest a secondary option if you don't want a more mature, serious route. You could just do what the 90s cartoon did. Believe it or not, in the original comics, the black suit didn't actually corrupt Peter's mind. That was an idea the cartoon came up with first. And let me give you a little bit of a sample of what that sounded like.
It actually corrupted his mind. Like,
I'm through with not getting what I want.
I mean, it didn't really corrupt his mind. It just made him like more
It made
like
him more
angry. It like brought to the surface like his anger and stuff. Because it's like he is naturally angry.
Yeah.
Like you just so.
What? That's funny. I give up too. I give up trying to be a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
And I actually think this could have made for an interesting opportunity in the game as well. Maybe throw one of Peter's C-list villains at him and he just fucking brutalizes him.
I would also like to point out that the animated series, the development is way more. It's nowhere near subtle. Like he literally goes from fighting Reiner and then he's just like, all right,
And
fuck
after he
it, I'm
goes
gonna
to
kill you.
fighting Shocker to try to kill him.
Well, no, not even that. It's like when he's fighting Reiner, like he needs to know where the Prometheum X is, and like Reiner's not telling him. So then he's just like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna torture you now. So he literally he rams his spike into the ground and just starts spinning Reiner. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna keep doing this until you tell me it. And then Reiner's like, no, I'm still not gonna tell you. He's like, all right, fuck it, you're dead. like it is not subtle at all in the animated series.
It isn't.
Like
feel like
he
another
literally
way
just
would've-
goes from 0 to 100 like that.
I feel like another way. I feel like they should have done that in the new, or at least in the new animated series,
Yeah.
because
The new animated series would have been perfect for the symbiote,
it would
but
have been
it got
so
cancelled,
perfect,
unfortunately.
especially after that cliffhanger. If they would have kept going,
Or even better, actually kills him. That would have set up a great character development moment where he realizes what the suit has done to him and then he has to tear it off himself. Now, of course, that's not the story this game is going for. And speaking of all of this is when we get to the...
That's like saying Spectacular's bad, because like Spectacular and this game have basically the exact same intervention.
exactly.
Where, like Peter needs the sound waves and the guidance of someone close to him.
Exactly.
Next, Mary Jane
Shut up about Kitty Pryde already. Wait, is he still going on about Kitty Pryde?
mission.
On top of
dear.
that,
You've been
it's also
sticking to the main-
mirroring Spectacular in a way too, because you have Miles there, because in Spectacular you have Peter fighting the dark version of himself.
Yeah.
Story. It hasn't even been 2 hours since the last one. We have to play as Mary Jane again. And
If anything, the criticism that I have about the symbiote in this game is how easy it was to get it off him. Like I think that scene should have been way longer.
Honestly,
Like that's the only criticism I have.
honestly, for me, I just have a feeling that Miles should have been the one to get it off of him. I'm gonna be honest. I would have just loved to have seen
I
them
had
fight a little
enough
bit
of this
longer.
shit, so I just
Well, no, I enjoyed everything. I just think that he should have I think you know like how in Spider-Man 3 where like he has to like tear like individual parts of the suit off. I think it should have just been like that. And like maybe you see it from Miles's perspective where he's just horrified about what's happening.
Yeah.
And like he has to like literally tear parts of himself off. Cuz it's like in the Spider-Man 3 audiobook, that's literally what it's like. They're like, yeah, Peter's literally tearing his own skin off.
Oh,
And you believe it because of like it's ridiculous.
it's wait. How crazy?
Hey Nezuko, how you doing, dude? It's good to have you.
Wait, how crazy is it though?
What in the audiobook?
Yeah.
Oh, it's crazy. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like there's like he's constantly on the verge of blacking out. Like the only reason he's not is because he's like just focused on it. It's like he's just literally it's as though he's tearing his own body in half, and it's like after the entire thing is over, because like after he gets rid of the suit, he's like, yeah, I need to go back to the church.
It was.
He's like, yeah, I need to go back to the church and I need to
That's the
get
thing.
that thing contained. Even if I have to wear fucking armor, I have to go back and, stop that alien. So it's like, it's ridiculous. I would recommend listening to the audiobook for
Oh,
Spider-Man 3. It's
100%.
fascinating.
just speed ran that, and this is when I really pushed the limits of how bad the stealth system was. And the setup for this is just
I'm not
as
gonna lie,
cringe
you could
as the
actually
mission
speedrun these
itself.
missions, 'cause I
Basically,
did that
Peter
at least
finally
once or
needs to
twice.
sleep after,
This chat has me so confused, GFX. Wait, what? Who is that? He's in your chat last night. Wait, is he a troll? What's going on?
in the world a million times.
I mean, if you guys want me to ban him, I can, but like,
And while he's sleeping,
Oh, really
Venom
go.
takes over his body. Meanwhile, MJ has to defend the house and single-handedly tases like 20 hunters by herself. And
Technically,
if
she
this
didn't.
mission wasn't bad enough, it ends with Mary Jane cornering Peter in a tunnel, and she sees that he's become a monster, and so there's a little bit of
Pause.
a chase scene that is almost
yeah.
Peter's sleeping at this point. Like
Yeah, like
Peter doesn't
Peter's
know what's going
unconscious.
on.
Like the symbiote's literally controlling his body. Also, can I just point out MJ looks perfectly fine here?
possible to fail, by the way, and I had to let go of the controller for several seconds for Peter to catch up, and we get a very lame game over sequence. Oh, thank God. Jesus Christ.
Oh
I mean,
wow,
yeah.
just to
Way too
do
long.
that.
Oh, and the cherry
I'm sorry, but the death animation looks really cool there.
I'm so happy you're reacting to this review. It's so terrible. Believe me, I'm not enjoying myself.
on top.
There's also a Spider-Man free book on
And
how
then-
Venom found out Peter is
but then
Spider-Man
again,
by
like,
seeing his
Stellar
memories.
Blade,
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know,
also
is it even that
referenced
good?
in the audiobook as well.
Failing the quick time
Lord,
events
it's
here
it's
does
good if you feel like being tortured by a couple of bosses for 10 hours.
nothing. Yes, this is yet another Sony game where the quick time events are meaningless. And so, what
A PlayStation exclusive as a Sony game. Wow, color me shocked.
are the results of this mission? Well, Mary Jane writes a scathing article about Spider-Man for J. Jonah Jameson. Okay, is that really supposed to be a source of conflict between these two?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing
Like-
is though is that MJ wrote it.
Well, yeah, like, obviously it's a sense of conflict because Peter doesn't realize that he's changing.
Yeah.
But, like, MJ does realize it. So, like, yeah, she writes the truth.
You could easily just reason it away.
And on top of
as
that, if
MJ
MJ were
trying
to write that
keep her
article and
job,
tell
but because
the whole
Peter
entire
is in
city, I'm pretty sure the whole
chug
entire
mode,
city
he's
knows
obviously
by now
pissed.
that Peter has the black suit, right? That would
Yeah.
lead into a whole entire that would lead into a citywide manhunt, and Sable would end up coming to actually.
Yeah,
come
could
back
you
to New
imagine it?
York.
Yeah, could you imagine if she writes, like, yeah, like, Peter's literally trying to kill people and stuff? Like,
Right. Hey,
you would be
Spider-Man's
public enemy
killing
number
people.
one.
It's like, oh, so we need a manhunt.
Honestly, could you imagine if they did that and, like, J. Jonah Jameson, there's, like, one scene of him just dancing and, like, cracking the champagne 'cause he's like, I was right all along.
I was right.
Pissed
He
about it.
kills.
And luckily, right after this, we get the only legitimately good dramatic scene in the entire game.
I need that suit back.
Yeah, look, he immediately,
You know what I
immediately
mean?
looks
It's like-
cross.
Pete.
Let's have a listen.
Venom's my waifu.
Fucking hell. What if he wrote a Spider-Man story? Miles gets one shot, MJ gets one shot,
Harry
Silver
dies.
Sable gets one shot, yeah, and then Peter comes in and one shots the Sinister Six. There we go.
What do you remember about last night?
Oh, and Peter loses anti-venom because, you know, it's got black on it, so
Yeah.
can't have that.
I just remember feeling tired.
Pete. You're not yourself.
Stellar Blade is a free game. I wouldn't. Well, I mean, I've been playing Stellar Blade recently. Keep going.
Yeah, I want to try Stellar Blade. I've heard good things about it.
I don't know
Yes,
how well
man,
you're gonna
stop
do against a
zooming
whole
in
bunch of
on her.
bosses.
She's so
But-
gross.
Yeah, it's pretty great, isn't it?
Why don't you pop some more pills and say what you really feel?
Hey, don't.
I'm busting my ass out there trying to save you, and this is what I get?
I said don't.
Like, look, she literally grabs the freaking taser, like,
Exactly.
on her boyfriend. Like,
Tell your story.
This is what I was talking about. This is the scene I was talking.
it's like if I was having an argument with someone and then my girlfriend just pulls a knife out. It's like clearly something is not right.
Right.
I tried to tell you about.
Another thing too is for the fact that flat out in this scene, Harry stands up. Like if you really look at Harry's expression, like when he stands up, Harry doesn't know what's even going on.
Yeah, like Harry doesn't understand. Like from his perspective, it's like Peter's just being a dick, but like, cause, yeah,
Can't lose
All
this job.
Harry is
job.
seeing is his all Harry is seeing is his best friend being a piece of shit for
yeah.
probably no reason. Whenever he had the student,
Alright,
he was
let's.
To write the truth.
That is the most British thing I've ever heard, Rift. Wait, what did I say? What did I say? The most British thing I've ever heard.
I saw your story.
I tried to tell you about that.
Yeah, but you didn't, did you?
Can I just play, like, if I props to MJ, because like if I knew that Peter was Spider-Man and he was pissed at me in this scene, like,
I can't lose this job.
Your
Pete.
job is to write the truth.
I did.
The truth is, I'm the hero here, not you.
all right, Homelander.
Yeah. Everything he's saying is correct, though. Am I supposed to think he's a bad guy? He's actually being objectively correct.
Oh, the he missed the entire point of that scene. Thank you for subscribing. Wait, what? Hey, Ammo Play, subscribe. What legend? A wife getting a knife. Well, look at her. She's literally his girlfriend, and she's pulling like a military-grade taser out on him. Like,
I have no genuine
Rift is British. I know. Color me shocked.
critiques here. If even half of the scenes in the game were like this, I wouldn't complain about all of the cutscenes and the walking simulator sequences. This is why I wanted more of Peter with the black suit, because we get to see one of our favorite heroes, our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, who genuinely tries to be as good a person as possible, slowly be corrupted and become more arrogant.
He literally attacks Martin Lee with his back turned.
Inherently pretty interesting. Unfortunately, this is pretty much all we get, outside of him acting like a weird sociopathic rage monster in just a second after this. Not to mention, that little scene right there is a massive source of drama. Well, that and the fact that he was neglecting his butt buddy Miles. Yes, that is a real plot point, that he wasn't answering
Oh yeah, Miles was nerfed. A random guy was able to drug him.
Miles' calls, and so now he's upset at him, and so the writers force Peter to apologize for the rest of the game, despite the fact it's not his fucking
Wait, you still here, dude? Phoenix?
Yeah, I'm just on the phone.
Alright, I thought I'd lost you.
fault that Venom was influencing his mind. Get ready for this point to come back up later. And this next mission was actually pretty solid as well. Basically, Miles ends up tracking down Mr. Negative. He's been captured by Kraven. They have a 1v1 boss battle where Miles decides, obviously, not to kill him, which I think is definitely the wrong move. It's way too boring. It's yet another
Like, it's literally his arc to forgive Mr. Negative. Like,
thing that makes Miles way too similar to Peter, but without any of the character
oh wow, the two heroes don't want to kill someone. Color me shocked.
flaws. So anyway, instead of killing Mr. Negative, he helps him escape, and so off-screen, Miles fights Kraven 1v1.
Technically
and
speaking, this is a
spoilers,
low
Peter-
energy
He doesn't-
Miles.
He doesn't
Miles got
fight
caught
Kraven
before.
at all. Well, I mean, he might do, but he's on his ass right now. Like, he gets captured easily.
loses.
Exactly.
Remember
This is
that
a
for
low
later.
energy Miles.
So of course,
Yeah, it's a low energy Miles. He just exhausted all of his energy. Like, he just fought Mr. Negative, and then he did like a massive AoE explosion.
Exactly.
Peter shows up, he goes ballistic, and again, this
The kind of AoE that makes you hold your breath when your character's on low health. You just kind of hope they're able to dodge it.
just shows the writers are completely toothless, because despite beating the absolute shit
Oh,
out
and by
of
the way, I
these
did hear
dudes,
about the
never
negative
actually
part.
kills anybody.
Miles'
Yeah, he's
whole
like-
entire arc is going after Negative, and then he winds up changing his mind about killing
Yeah,
him.
he's literally consumed with rage. He's like, oh, like, it's crap that Spider-Man of all characters doesn't kill people. It's like getting mad at Batman for not killing people. It's like, that's the entire
That's
freaking,
the
like,
entire point of his character. Now, if it was Thomas Wayne, there would be a different story.
he does realize if Mr. Negative dies, it would be a paradox and Peter and Miles would die. Why would it be a paradox? The
Well,
fuck?
I guess he's saying that if Miles killed Negative, or if Negative dies, there wouldn't be any sort of way for them to fight Venom at the end of the game. Or
Well, yeah, but they have no
Peter is
idea that
anti-Venom.
Venom's going to be a thing at this moment.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know. Well, I mean, yeah, I completely agree. Like, if Mr. Negative dies, then they'd be fucked. But, like, you know.
And on top of that, Peter would become
Synthetic Man
Peter
ever
would
said
become
anti-LGBTQ shit, I think. Yeah, like, he keeps, like, literally the first, like, 20 minutes of the video. I'm pretty sure he goes off. I'm just gonna go for a piss, actually. If you guys wanna, we'll have a cheeky little break. I'll play some music in the background, just so you guys have got something to listen to.
Yes, I am streaming all day today.
We're gonna take a small break, okay, guys? If you wanna go get a drink or something. Right. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Alright.
I'm actually gonna get a drink, actually. I'm freaking thirsty as shit. Small piss break.
Peter and Miles aren't really the Arkham series is better and Insomniac. Peter and Miles aren't really balanced. Too much is going on as shown in Insomniac can't handle two Spider-Man, which is why I don't get why they're adding Silk when they should've when they couldn't even balance with Peter and Miles. Peter and Miles are both balanced in this game. Miles hold on a minute, not Miles. Peter was shown to take Miles by electricity, and this is shown by the fact that he was able to blitz base. For the fact that he was able to blitz base Electro during the Raft breakout. Garden Series is more balanced than in Song Spider-Man. Well, for that, there's actually a really good explanation. Batman got tossed through a wall by Bane. This is what I mean by everything in this universe is unbalanced, which is why Arkham are. That can be debatable. If that's the case, then everything's not really unbalanced in the universe. It's fault the villains are way stronger. The villains are way stronger in the Islam universe than Arkham. Then why give Peter anti-venom if he give Peter anti-venom if he can take electricity, which I doubt they did. It because Miles is overpowered. Peter and Miles are both balanced. They gave Peter the anti-venom suit because they wanted him to, because it was a twist, and on top of that, they wanted to make sure that Peter at least had something to deal with Venom.
Now I'm back. What have I missed?
I was just in my chat.
I got some Ribena in a Lucozade bottle, because why not?
Noise.
Confuses the taxman. Miles had to learn to let go of his rage against Lee, which led to him to be able to help Peter let go of his rage when he fought Symbiote Spider-Man.
Right. And on
Good
top of that,
point.
And on top of that,
Yeah,
if you
good
really
point.
look at if you really look at like what Miles did in the whole entire scene, Miles had Lee go find Peter, at least go find Peter.
Yeah.
No signal.
Spider-Man 2 is good, but not as good as Spider-Man 2018. 2018 is my favorite game ever. I think if I was to do a YouTube short where it's like Spider-Man 2018 versus Spider-Man 2, it would be a close one. But I just think this game, like, the swinging's better, the combat's better.
I don't need to take any more Spider-Man games. No need to make any more Spider-Man games to me personally because they fumbled. Because they fumbled Venom.
Why did they fumble Venom? I've heard that argument a lot. Like, apparently people hate Venom in this game. Like, I don't get what that's all about.
Okay, so this is the easy explanation. One, it's not Eddie Brock.
Irrelevant. There's literally been like 12 people in the comics besides Eddie Brock that have been Venom.
Yeah, but
fucking Peter Parker's been Venom at one point.
Right, but like the main thing is like whenever the first trailer got announced, everybody was thinking that it was going to be Eddie Brock over Harry, and they really did not like it. So they were like, okay, so it's not. So after that, when people said that it wasn't Eddie Brock, everybody went into a panic.
I literally remember when the trailer dropped, people thought Kraven was going to be Venom.
I thought that.
I remember people. Yeah, like people thought Kraven was going to be Venom. Like, I just don't care either way.
I thought that at one point too.
And Venom was fine for me personally. Yeah, I liked him. Venom became Harry Osborn. Yeah, exactly.
And also another reason why they don't like Venom in this game, because I didn't like him at first until I actually started understanding him. It was.
What's your favorite Call of Duty kill streak riff? The Warthog from BO2. The sound that fucking thing makes when it does the bombing run. Chef's kiss. The Warthog is gorgeous.
Also,
love the Warthog.
This is my
second choice would be the Blackbird, just because 90 seconds of God mode is hilarious.
I was supposed to hate Spider-Man. They just made him a boring character in this game. And the game story is alright. Venom wasn't that boring in this game, at least in my opinion, because like if you really pay like attention to like his motives, and if you pay attention to Harry's motives, and once you pay attention to how Harry became Venom, it actually makes logical sense. Venom hates Spider-Man.
I'd also like to point out that Venom is not the most complicated of characters out there.
Yeah.
Like,
And on top of that,
I've
that
heard,
would
I've
mean the
heard.
Eddie Brock argument would come back up.
I think the biggest kick to the bollocks is when I've heard some people say that Topher Grace's Venom is better than this one. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
I am
Venom's
possibly the
boring.
biggest defender of Topher Grace's Venom ever, but even I know that's bullshit.
So
Venom's
anyway, you
motives are
fight your
boring
way
in the
there,
game, in my
you
opinion.
fight
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I say this, this is probably just my opinion. I would say that one, I'm glad that it's not, and this is probably gonna make a lot of people hate me. Yeah, probably not. I really like Eddie Brock's interpretation, but like, explain to me how we have a Venom in the Sony. universe.
Topher Grace's Spider-Man Freeze Venom.
Yeah,
Sorry, I should have specified.
but like, if we're like gonna talk like Venom, the same motive for Venom hating Spider-Man and wanting to kill him, it's kind of been overdone so many times to the point where it's just like, okay, we already know where this is going.
Yeah.
Craven in a 1v1 boss battle that's actually admittedly pretty good, even if I was pissed off at the time on the stream. The second phase of the fight is one of the only boss fights in the game with a legitimate gimmick, that being the symbiote's
Not gonna find a way
weakness
for
to sonic
Miles and Eddie
frequencies,
to
so
meet.
you have to like weapon
How would
this
that even
bell,
work
right?
though?
But just as
Because for that to
Spider-Man
happen, Peter would
might
have to
kill
introduce Miles to
Kraven-
him.
Now notice how
Topher Grace is the most basic Venom ever. Oh yeah, but yeah.
And
I
plus,
say
let's say
might,
if Eddie
because he
was
has-
Venom at the end of the game, how would that work in terms of the Miles space for the fight?
Yeah.
hasn't even knocked Kraven unconscious. That's an important plot point here.
Eddie Brock for me is a more interesting character as a reformed hero after he became Venom. When he's Venom, he's kind of eh.
Now that
Fair
I can
enough.
agree with.
He's
He's
still
actually way better as an anti-hero.
When does he become an anti-hero? Is it Agent Venom or because that's Flash Thompson, isn't it?
Nah, Agent Venom is Flash Thompson, but I do think at one point though, Eddie was Agent Anti-Venom.
Fair enough.
Choking him out as Miles shows up and
Plus, you
attacks
just fumble
Peter
Wolverine. They're
to
not gonna
stop
fumble
him from
Wolverine.
killing
They're gonna make
Kraven.
Wolverine.
Now here we have the first major moment of the story that legitimately pissed me off.
Alright.
Despite losing to Kraven in a 1v1 fight, Miles is able to
How do we know?
defeat
Oh wait, never mind. Yeah,
Peter
he was damaged
with
to
the
fatigue.
symbiote suit on. And I just know this
Once
is gonna
again,
be
Miles
people
then
making
beat Peter with the
excuses for this,
symbiote
saying
on.
that, well, Miles'
Miles
my
was helping
electricity
Peter beat
abilities
his own
are
ass.
But it's pretty obvious. It's like Miles was weakened. Like Peter wasn't going all out. Peter was conflicted. Miles was using his weaknesses.
Right.
It's like, it's really
Miles'
not
high
rocket science.
energy. And plus, Miles is high energy right here than what he was like literally probably like a couple minutes ago.
are more effective on the symbiote, and he also could ring the bell in the arena. Well, first of all,
Like he literally answered his own question. Like yeah, like the bell is so effective against him. It's like
it's fucking
Miles
stupid
did
that
beat
his
him with the
electricity is
symbiote,
good
beat
against
and help.
everything in this
It's
game.
almost the
Yeah,
same.
not a single enemy resists his powers in any
Technically
way.
speaking,
in fact,
yeah.
most of the time it's
But at
I
this
mean, you could say
point-
you could say the exact same thing about the black suit. Like literally nothing resists it, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
Aside from symbiotes, but you don't fight any symbiotes with it. Like,
the opposite. And while
you gotta say this fight against Peter was a powerful fight. 'Cause you could tell Peter's voice was broken, like he's broken. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
easily my
Peter is
favorite fight in the
broken.
series. I love it.
the bell argument is fine, I still don't think it should have been enough. Miles already
You don't think
You don't
like
think the
the
bell-
sound waves literally make him like a Riri on the ground?
the sound
He
waves
feels
make
like
him
a
more
Gary
fatigued.
Stu
Like
in a
he's
bunch of
stunned.
moments throughout this game, but
Like
this
you were
is
like
truly
the
the
thing that I hate
moment
about people
that
having gameplay
solidified
elements
his
to
place
the
as
story.
the
They literally
replacement
go
for Peter
overboard with
Parker,
it.
because not
He is stunned right here.
I guess Craven's a replacement for Peter Parker because like he used the freaking
He
bell
used
as
the
well.
bell. Like, in all honesty, let's just imagine for a second. Let's just imagine if Craven had the symbiote for a second. Okay, who do you think's winning that fight?
Wait, what are you on about?
Who do you think's winning that fight if Craven had the symbiote? Like let's remove Peter out of the symbiote. Let's go ahead and toss over to Craven for a second.
Oh, Craven would bully Miles.
Not only does the student surpass the master, but a more powerful version of his master at that. And
Well, yeah, because he's exploiting his weakness. And also, Peter's conflicted.
Exactly.
Again, it robs Peter Parker of a great character development moment he could have had. It is
Once again, Peter's not going for the
embarrassing
bell in this scene.
when the 90s
Yeah.
cartoon with its over-the-top voice acting handled this better than the
It literally didn't.
$100 million AAA video game.
Oh yeah, robbed the great moment that Peter could have had.
Still had a great moment. It's a great
Like,
moment
debatably the most epic moment in the
in the
fight.
whole entire game.
That's going a bit far, but
Yeah, no, like,
definitely
Kraven
in the
is golly,
fight.
but he's not. He's very trained and very skilled. So I don't know why make it seem like he's god tier or overpowered. He killed off the Sinister Six, killed Scorpion,
He
made a
literally
counter
makes
to
Miles
Scorpion.
and Mr. Negative fight for him because he doesn't think either of them is worth his time. Holds his own against a pissed off Venom. Like, he
And
literally
pretty
is
much
that
holds
strong.
his own and holds his own fighting Black Suit Peter to an extent.
He isn't properly surpassing him. What do you mean? Who isn't surpassing who? I'm confused. Miles is just trying to help the Master. Yeah, like, the thing that I always love is that he's acting as though Miles knocked him out, but, like, he didn't. He just knocked some sense into him.
So, with the help of Miles, Peter rips the suit off
Peter does it by himself.
and they capture it. And they have a
But
conversation.
yeah, he
on
is very
nearby
skilled. There's a
rooftop.
reason why, like, he
Miles
says
isn't
he's
properly
not-
surpassing
right.
Peter. Yeah, I didn't say he did. I said he was abusing his weaknesses.
Right.
I never said that Miles surpassed Peter, because if you remember in my why Peter versus Miles isn't even close, I said that Symbiote Peter is above Miles. Like, if Miles wasn't...
I would
Like,
say
if
they
Miles
scale
wasn't...
to each other, though. If I'm gonna be
Nah,
honest.
I think Peter's above Miles. Mainly because of Craven's assessment of the two, where it's like Craven
Oh, okay, yeah.
Craven legitimately believed that Symbiote Peter was like the apex predator at the time.
Actually, that would make sense because Craven was way more interested once Peter got the black suit, and even
Yeah, and
the
even
one
in the
that
Peter
cracks
versus
him.
Craven boss fight, he's like, the little spider means nothing to me. So
I think Insomniac intended to make Craven overpowered and not to balance Peter and Miles. I mean, this is a cracked version of the character. Well, this is a cracked version of Craven, so
Which is the beginning of Peter's various grovel.
Miles only fights two actual villains in this game. No, he doesn't. He fights three: Sandman, Venom, and fucking
well, Mr. Negative.
Negative. Yeah,
I think
technically
speaking-
four if you want to include Black Suit Peter. I don't know if you want to
Yeah.
include him as a villain, but
Well, I mean, we
regardless,
could,
it's not as many fights.
unless they want to count Mr. Negative, because the thing is, like, well, not Mr. Negative, Mysterio, my bad. They want, and this is me. A lot of people will count side bosses.
I mean, if you want to go that route, then Peter has Wraith, so it doesn't even matter.
Which I'm like, Wraith's
Even if
fight was a
you say
stalemate.
care about
technically.
Miles. Yeah, exactly.
groveling, apologizing moments that you're gonna get for the rest of the story. None of this was his fault. Venom
Well, yeah, but obviously he's going to take responsibility for it.
Exactly. Like,
was manipulating
like Harry,
his
like,
mind.
well, Peter played a part in why
didn't
Venom
even choose to put the fucking
is
suit
even a
on.
thing.
It's like saying if you kill. It's like saying you're not responsible for killing someone in a car accident when you were under the influence of alcohol.
And
It's like no,
technically
it's
you
still,
are. It's still you. It's still that person.
yeah. It's like just because you're under an influenced state, it's like that was still you. That was still you doing it. It's like Peter said those things even though he was under the influence. It's like
And Peter still remembers it, which is
it's like the only way. It's like there's even instances in the comics where, well, not comics, but like other series where like characters are literally mind controlled, and like even when they snap out of it, they still feel responsible.
yeah.
It's like your second favorite's Magneto. He's not even a fucking superhero, you cock.
Well, I mean, oh
Venom
wait. I
left.
think Magneto. Wait, it depends which version of Magneto.
Fucking any. Like he's a dick no matter which version you pick.
To him to save him from dying. So remind me how
Here's the he's gonna say that apologizing is woke. No, he's just gonna say it's like it's Peter being a crap character, or it's like taking away from him. Or he's gonna make excuses for it. Here's the thing for the people complaining about Peter apologizing to everyone. No one ever said anything about Spectacular Spider-Man doing that as well. Yeah, he literally apologizes
He
so much. It's
apologized
ridiculous.
so much in Spectacular. He apologized to killing Harry's dad, even though he doesn't even know.
The symbiote feeds the emotions, makes it their own, controlling the host free will if they wanted to.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, it's like the symbiote only takes control of him once, and that's when he's unconscious. It's like the rest of it was him.
Right.
It's called taking accountability. Got it in one. Yeah, exactly.
And for
How
the
the
stream
fuck
boss fight,
Any of this behavior, any of his actions were his fault when he was being mind
Yeah, Magneto's pretty
He wasn't being
chill unless
minded.
you're a human or Wolverine.
what's good? I'm finally here. My internet's so trash. Chaos, what's going on?
controlled. So anyway, Peter
Hey, Chaos is here. Legend.
decides that they need
Apologizing is for cooks, yeah. Well, I wonder where we've heard that before.
Here's the thing, people complaining.
Oh,
about Peter
I love the
bothering
black
everyone.
the Raimi black suit has just got such a it is literally aged like a fine wine. Like that is fucking perfection.
I love the way
everything
the
about-
symbol looks in the game too. I don't know. Wait. Yeah,
Everything
like the
about
way the
I think
symbol
it
too.
looks better than the classic black suit. Like I don't think it's as good as the symbiote suit, but that is
I don't know.
Chef's
I kind of
kiss.
like. I don't know. I like the classic black suit for this scene, but the Raimi black suit here.
maybe
looks
it's
pretty
just
good.
this specific lighting. Just-
Yeah, because it got the purple coming off of it.
oh, getting hot under the collar. Love it.
to destroy Venom because he's simply too dangerous. You can't afford to give him back to Harry.
Especially when you see Venom and this suit in the same shot, it just looks so
It
good.
looks so
Because
good.
Norman is working on
The
a
classic
different
Leslie looks so
cure,
good for this
which,
scene,
of
too.
course, as you could probably guess, is the Goblin
Yeah,
syrup.
like Synthetic
So
Man
Peter
looks so
makes his
pissed.
way back to Connor's lab alone, which is kind of stupid.
Did you
And
say
Harry-
Connor's lab? This is Oscorp's lab.
Yeah, it's literally not even the same fucking. Yeah, like yeah, just because Connors is in the cutscene, or he's in the cutscene later on, anyways.
This is flat out Oscorp.
I love the Insomniac
lab.
black suit. I mean, I like it as well. I just prefer this suit. It just looks so good. Raimi black suit, #1 Spider-Man suit ever. I won't go
He's
that
there
far.
waiting for him, and the Venom symbiote just kind of breaks out of containment after a dramatic moment between the two of them. And in
It's the same opinion I have with the TASM 1 suit. In the film, it looks kind of mid. In the games, it looks awesome.
So great.
yet another contrived moment, Venom is born, and he is way more powerful than he was being attached to Peter, which is not explained in any way, but
Pause. There's a way. you
Literally
can
how it
explain
always is.
He
Like-
took Peter's strength. He takes all of Peter's abilities, right? In this case,
Yeah,
he
he
took
well,
Peter's strength.
It's like well, it's two things. Not only does he take Peter's powers, but he also achieves perfect symbiosis with Harry.
right. And on top of that, to mention in the scene before, well, like before this even happens, the symbiote senses Harry's anger too. So there's that.
Yeah, there is that. Where's that freaking thing? No. I thought there was a thing or something, but no. It does look sexy in that cutscene. Yeah, the suit looks great in that cutscene.
It looks so great.
I will let it slide because it's a rule.
But yeah,
of
he got
cool
Peter's
moments.
strength,
and this
and,
Venom is more overpowered than the comic book version, at least.
No, he isn't.
Well, I mean, I would.
Bro,
say
he
if
li-
he's gonna say that he's more powerful, if he brings up the dream sequence, then that doesn't count. I don't even know the power.
He's
scaling
not
for
more
him.
powerful than the comics version. Fucking comics Venom has fought the Thing before. You know how strong he is.
Yeah, I'm curious. I want to know the
I'm gonna-
power
I'm gonna-
scaling for him.
I'm gonna go on record and saying that the Thing is one of the most underrated characters. Like Ben Grimm, the Thing. He's S tier. I love him. He's fantastic.
I mean, I like
At
Johnny
least
Storm.
in the
Oh my
90s
God,
comics
he's my
that
favorite
I
one.
read anyway, because he's now like 12 feet tall and basically unkillable from this point forward. You're gonna see a lot.
I have a
over the
question
course of
before you
this
even go
game.
on with
They
this.
want
Do you know the
Yeah,
power
go.
scale? I don't. Do you know the power scaling for this version of Venom? Because like,
This specific version of Venom.
yeah, because like I've been trying to figure that out for like I've been trying to figure.
Well,
that
like
out
you can,
because, like,
well, it's like you can just say he like upscales from like Peter and like Craven and stuff. So like you could say he's like above that.
yeah, but then after that, there's the whole entire dream sequence where I'm just a little bit confused because like I was gonna say that he could be world level or multi-continental, but I was like, no, I don't think that's the truth.
Because I think as well, like him lifting the school, I think that was calculated to be like large town level or something, but I can't
think-
remember. Comics Venom beat the shit out of Hulk once. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Wanted Venom to be a planet-wide
Yeah, like literally in the comics, there was this one instance where like everyone in Marvel died except for the Thing, and the Thing met the guy who killed everyone, and he was just like, "Yeah, it's clobbering time, motherfucker." Like, you don't scare me.
Dr. Connor said that Spider-Man should wait for him at the Oscorp Tower, and Spider-Man didn't expect Harry to be there.
Yeah, exactly.
threat.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a problem because Spider-Man is a street-level hero, and it's already been confirmed that the Avengers and Doctor Strange.
I hate the whole street level thing because it's like every quote unquote, because like Wolverine's a street tier technically, but like he fights the Hulk like fucking all the time.
I mean,
I
I
don't-
understand. I kind of like the street level stuff, but like there are some moments where for multiversal stuff, I will allow it.
Like, I just think the street level stuff is just a way of lowballing people at this point. Like, I don't know,
Yeah.
but
Exist in this universe, so this is a little too much to ask for someone in Spider-Man's power level. But I'll admit this is
Venom
actually
way
just a
above
minor
Peter's,
complaint.
or way
'cause
above
for me
Spider-Man's power
personally,
level. It
I
took
thought
two of them to fight him.
yeah, like, and it was an amped Peter as well, so
Right.
anti-venom.
everything that happens from this point forward was actually pretty cool.
Spider-Man is easily Herald tier. Fuck that, no. He's not that strong. Like, yeah, he has fought Herald tier characters, but
Yeah.
like it's not consistent.
Even if a lot of it was poorly written in certain ways. And Venom is one of my favorite anti-heroes slash villains, though don't expect him to come back as an anti-hero. He is clearly fucking evil.
I feel like I'm
in this
almost done with
version.
Insomniac
I'm
if they give
guessing
us
this can be explained away by the fact that Harry Osborn is dying and he wanted to save.
Oh
Problem is that
Jesus, we've got the
Insomniac takes
fuck.
too many risks. Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, we've got a large MJ section coming up for
Oh.
Scream.
Okay.
I have a question. Does anyone in the chat still believe Peter was nerfed, or are we all on the same page that he wasn't nerfed? Like,
Well-
I'm genuinely interested.
We'll give him a second. So there's like a well, before I even, I'm talking to someone with that, so you can go ahead. But I'm gonna be honest. Whenever I say this though, Insomniac is pretty much stretching. They're pretty much spread thin at this point based on what we have seen. They are stretched thin, so they can't really. They're trying to take risks to see what they can do with it. And I like the fact that they're like looking at adaptations and taking some of the
Peter
stuff
was
and
nerfed. Shut the
twisting
fuck
it,
up, Crispy.
which is what I like.
Crispy's just like, Peter was nerfed. No, he really wasn't. I know that he's joking, but honestly,
Yeah,
I feel like
that's
Peter's behavior with the symbiote wasn't his fault. I think Peter was
So
more
I'm
of a
down for them
victim
to
to it.
take risks and stuff like that, but like some people just don't like the idea of them taking risks.
Well, yeah, like I just think it's within character for Peter to take responsibility. Like, you're really criticizing Spider-Man of all characters for taking responsibility for something.
Save the world through environmentalism, and so this is influencing Venom to have this global plot to turn everyone into symbiotes.
Technically,
Literally,
that
that's
was it.
literally not true.
That's
like,
not true. It's following what Harry wanted to do.
yeah, it's like Harry and Peter, they've always dreamed of healing the world with like the Emily May Foundation.
And Venom wants to go through with that goal. It
It's
was
just
with
that
Harry
Venom,
longer,
like, it's
so-
just Venom corrupts, or like, influences Venom. No, influences Harry, sorry.
right.
Whereas
The fridge was buffed, yeah, facts.
Brock just
That
hated Peter
fridge
Parker, and
needs its own
the
game.
Venom symbiote acted like a scorned ex-girlfriend in the original comic book version. So there was obviously a lot of potential for redemption there. And I like anti-heroes who kill people, like the Punisher. So it kind of sucks that this version is just blatantly evil.
How
But
does
yet
that
again, I have
I
derailed
can
from the
understand where he's
plot
coming from, but how does
synopsis
this version of the character compare to Punisher?
No idea. He just likes people who kill stuff.
Good news
It was a
is-
Superman fridge, lol.
This is the best mission in the game because you actually get to play as Venom, but only for this mission. And the gameplay is extremely basic. You're basically just spamming square and hitting circle to block or deflect projectiles. But it actually feels like
But
a
even that
superhero
part
game,
of,
like
but even
Hulk
but
Ultimate
even that
Disruption.
part of
The
following
only
some recent events from the comics or the symbiote event, so he shouldn't even complain about Harry doing that. That is true.
thing
Yeah,
that's
true.
missing is being able to pick up and throw cars, but it's pretty much got the rest. And you beat the absolute shit out of like
Lose say he's
100
nerf,
of Norman
only defense,
Osborn's
or
goons.
he lose say
Then you
he's
beat up a bunch
nerf,
of hunters,
only
and finally
only
Kraven
defense
shows
that he got
up.
hit a few
You
times.
get another boss battle. You absolutely wipe the floor with him, and then Venom chops his head off, which is
Spectacular Venom or Insomniac Venom?
I have to go. I can't choose. I like Spectacular's Venom, but I also really like Insom's Venom after understanding him. So it's kind of 50-50 for me.
That is a tough one. I literally have no idea. That is a great
Yeah.
question. I guess Spectacular? I guess. Like, they're both good, though. I might get
Yeah,
hate, but I still have a
the
soft spot for Amazing
negative
Lucas,
that
but
is
it's
true.
talking. Oh dear.
is easily the best moment in the entire game. Finally, it felt like there were stakes, there were consequences to actions, and best of all, it was just a really cool and fun moment.
Technically, this
The
was
one problem
Kraven's
that I
first
have with
game.
Spectacular Venom is that I wish he got like some kind of redemption, because like I don't know. That's the one thing I wish we could have seen. Maybe if season 3 didn't get cancelled.
Yeah, because like in that one Venom episode, and I think Identity Crisis, it seemed like Eddie. It seemed like Eddie was upset that the symbiote. It seemed like Eddie was upset that the symbiote left him, and then Peter came over to comfort him for a second. So I would have loved to have seen what they were gonna do with Eddie more.
Well, I think it would have been genuinely good if like Eddie maybe came to his senses a bit, and like maybe if Craven was on the not Craven, maybe if Carnage was on the scene, and like Carnage was just fucking everyone up, and
He would
like maybe
actually,
Peter and Venom worked together to like kill Carnage. I think that would have been not kill him, but you know,
but like get rid of him or something like that. Yeah.
yeah, I think that would have been really good, but
It was very
wasn't to
simplistic,
be,
but it doesn't
unfortunately.
go on to
Maybe in an alternate universe where, you know, I don't know, I'm Asian or something.
Yeah,
too
because I think in
long, and
Across,
the boss
apparently
fight
he
was
lost
decent
when
enough,
he lost
though more brain dead
Captain
than the
Stacy.
rest.
So I would have loved to have seen what they were gonna do with that because apparently in Across we see Captain Stacy dead.
Yeah.
So
I guess I'll ask as well, Spectacular Spider-Man, or there are 40 people here. This is the most I've ever had in any stream ever. Holy crap, you're all legends. Thank you so much for being here. But yeah, Spectacular Spider-Man or Insomniac Spider-Man.
Spectacular,
Easily, given how
easily.
simplistic the
I'll think
gameplay
about it.
was for that mission, but
Yeah,
I
I'm sure I
will
like the
take
stream.
simple and fun over complex and overly drawn out boring crap, which a lot of the rest of this game is composed of. The only real problem
I'm sorry,
I
I don't
have
know
with
what
this
background music is playing, but I've
is
heard
that
the
it
song
just-
before for some reason, and I don't know why.
It's probably
makes
something
me feel-
Sonic related, because let's be honest, he's played Sonic music the entire time. If I recognize it, I'll let you know.
Because like I've heard the theme before. I don't know why.
My two favorite Spider-Man, why make me choose? Hey, don't blame me. He said Insomniac Venom or Spectacular Venom, so I'm just giving you different characters.
Aaron killed
just makes
Scorpion and the other
entire
villains.
Kraven plotline
Peter
feel
almost
kind of
broke his morals, and Miles was doing the same thing. That is true.
Yeah. Craven
Oh,
killing Scorpion and other villains. Peter almost breaking his. Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Peter
pointless.
almost broke his
He
morals and
existed
stuff, which is very true.
purely to
Oh,
be
and
a
by the way,
jobber
Chaos, I don't know
to
if
Venom,
you
to make
actually know
Venom
this, but I
sick.
kind
Wait,
of
whoa, hold on.
wait, what was it?
The only real problem I have
You mentioned something about
with
Craven
this
being
entire
weak or something.
sequence is that it just makes the entire Craven plotline feel kind of pointless.
It's
He
not
existed
pointless.
purely to be a jobber to Venom, to make Venom seem like a real threat, the most powerful thing
Pause.
that Spider-Man has faced so far.
He literally.
The whole entire
it's-
purpose of Craven's arc is to find someone that can kill him.
He literally kills Peter, raising the stakes. Like the entire game would have been different. Like I feel like it should be obvious. Like Harry would never have lost anti-venom. He would never
Harry
have
would
lost
have
the
never
symbiote if it wasn't for
if
Craven.
it wasn't for Craven. And on top of that, Harry would have never lost Emily May if it wasn't for Craven.
Yeah, Sandman wouldn't have been fucking like he wouldn't have done the intro fight if it wasn't for Craven. Lizard wouldn't have happened if
Blizzard
it wasn't
wouldn't
for
have happened if it
Craven.
wasn't for Craven. Like
Peter wouldn't have been bloodlusted, and he wouldn't have had to fight Miles.
exactly.
Like
All of this is
Miles
because of
wouldn't
Craven.
Miles wouldn't have had the opportunity to 1v1 Mr. Negative.
Exactly.
Like literally the entire story would have been different if Craven wasn't there.
Right.
Far because we just got to see how badass Craven was. He easily killed Scorpion. He was able to fight Spider-Man with the symbiote.
I won't lie, not the
almost to a
biggest fan of
standstill.
Installment, but
He
it's so cool.
defeated
Yeah, I can appreciate that.
Miles, albeit off screen. But much later, right at the end of the game, Miles Morales is a match for Venom.
That's gameplay over
That is
over. That's literally gameplay.
Gameplay.
But
is
again,
not
again, if gameplay actually mattered, then Peter and Miles would be the strongest characters in the series because canonically they never lose a fight, which
Exactly.
obviously is wrong.
It's
So,
very wrong. 'Cause-
like gameplay, it's just ludonarrative dissonance.
right. Gameplay
He
doesn't matter.
fights
So it's
Venom
count
in
gameplay, so-
single combat.
Craven's motivation is to die by the hands of the worthy and most powerful enemy. Yeah, exactly. Like,
Peter would have gotten angry and tried to kill Miles was also because of Craven. Exactly. So like,
yeah, literally every aspect of the game would have been completely different.
And is able to fend him off, and Peter gets a plot device power that allows him to fight Venom. There's a real reason. Miles does not. So the power level.
I'd like to point out that even
Miles
with
does
anti-venom,
not.
Peter gets overwhelmed multiple times.
exactly. Wait, did you say Miles doesn't have like a connection to Venom?
No, he said that at the very least Peter had anti-venom, which explains why he can fight Venom, but Miles doesn't have anything. It's like it's just gameplay over.
Okay, yeah, that's
levels
gameplay
are
over that.
fucked in this game. Okay, I just
Power scaling levels are
Power
fucked.
power
Yes,
scaling.
because gaming over.
had to rant about that for a second. And now we're finally in the third act, and unfortunately we get yet another hour plus of padding before the end. We
If
definitely
Venom plays
should have
canon, then
only
why
gotten maybe
then
one or
Venom is
two-
weaker than Wraith because Wraith was really beating my ass versus 1v1. Try on Venom.
Yeah, yeah. In your universe, Sharktopus, Rafe would beat Venom. Yeah.
Oh, the dream
Debated.
sequence.
Debatably, the weakest character in the verse would beat debatably the strongest character. Yeah, makes sense.
more missions here, and then the final fight with Venom. But I guess they had to build up how crazy over the top the stakes are, because now Venom is turning normal people into symbiotes. And so Peter actually uses his smarts for once and recalibrate.
Hang on. Let me just go back,
Go back, like,
okay?
a little bit, 'cause I just saw that too.
I think you saw me and you saw the exact
But I
same
guess
thing.
They had to build up
Bear with me a sec.
how crazy over the top the stakes are, because now Venom is turning normal people into symbiotes. And so Peter actually uses his smarts for
Do you remember when Ultimate Joker said, "So those shitty shorts have no proof that symbiote Peter is stronger"?
Well, then why does the dialogue read that Peter wants the symbiote
Da-da-da.
and he's missing it?
Behind door number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Symbiote
flat
Peter
out
was indeed
says-
stronger. If the cage feat wasn't enough,
Then this dialogue has to be enough.
if MJ suddenly being a match for Spider-Man after becoming Scream wasn't enough, if a cripple like 1v1ing
Man,
2 Spider-Man
openly
wasn't
admits-
enough,
And only admits he has ADHD, and also admits that he's
like,
a complete
behold,
dumbass,
ladies and
especially
gentlemen.
when it comes to try to understanding characters or even analyzing the story.
Right in front of you.
Like, kind of missing the extra symbiote. Peter flat out says that he was stronger with it.
Yeah, like, those they have no proof of Spider-Man being stronger.
Well, then why is there dialogue that says it?
Feast your eyes.
once and
Don't feast on eyes, though. That'd be a bit weird.
recalibrates his Sonic Blast gadget to stun the symbiote, which I guess that makes sense. That's okay. But the game just keeps going. There's a mission where you have to rescue Miles' mom and Genki from a subway.
Oh, I didn't refer to Ganki as the fat Asian kid. I was waiting for
Oh
it.
wow!
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah, you okay to keep it in the oven, please?
Why the hell is this even a mission? Again, it's just padding. It's like they forgot that Miles
Hey guys, Miles was nerfed. He struggles to open train doors.
has nothing to do with this fucking story.
Yes, he
so
does.
They just had to insert this here.
Pause.
Now we
He
get
does.
to arguably the worst part.
Oh no. Hey, he's got your favorite costume.
Hey, it's here.
Oh no.
All right, now let's see what he's gonna say about this fight. Cause this is gonna be probably
Oh no.
the symbiote is showing MJ's
Entire
flaws.
game.
Riff's dinner's ready. Yeah, food's ready. I feel like I'm having curry.
Oh, wait.
The Scream boss
Bro, as soon as I go downstairs, I'm inhaling that shit. I'm hungry.
battle. Mary Jane gets infected.
I'm surprised that he doesn't make a comment about how Scream actually has, like, fucking, like, hang on.
Now we get to arguably the worst part.
Oh, it is curry as well. I can smell it.
Entire game, the Scream
The
boss
Scream
battle.
boss.
I'm surprised he hasn't made a comment about, like, if you know, you know.
Mary Jane gets infected with the symbiote, and she turns into Scream.
Like, yeah, sure, she's not very easy on the eyes because of the whole alien thing, but
Yeah.
in terms of proportions, she's good.
Who actually is the symbiote from the comics, and we get the most blatant.
Hey, at least he didn't pull the
feminist
freaking Donna Diego thing.
Look at him, he's suspended in thin air. It's like, fuck you, Peter, you're gonna stay there hovering in the air.
And
Honestly, I'm curious. Where'd the bus come from?
Where did the bus come from? Yeah, facts. This is literally the "we'll be right back" meme. Oh, bloody hell. Now everyone in the chat's simping for Scream. Fine. I will give you one last look at Scream.
Arguably the worst part of the entire game, the Scream boss battle.
Alright, there you go.
Take time with his family, and that's a big bit.
Let's
Exactly.
let's get it. Right, let's get rid of the incel energy right now. Just get up. Yeah, the bus was just driving by. Yeah, sure. The bus was full of fans trying to take photos of Scream. Let's get all the incel energy out of our system. All of it out.
We're not calling her opinions BS or false. It's just for the fact that
There we go.
It's just for
Now
the
we can
fact
continue.
that it's just for the fact that Insomniac makes their villains a lot more stronger than originally what
Gets
we've seen.
infected with the symbiote, and she
We're not
turns
calling
into
any of, like,
Scream,
your
who actually
opinions
is
or
a
anything,
symbiote from the
stupid. We're just,
comics. And
we're
get
just
the
going over.
There
the
are
whole
some
entire
people.
parts.
There are some people that scream. There are some people that simp for Scream. There are some people that simp for Kitty Pryde. But inside, there's only one person we all simp for.
most blatant,
Buffer.
transparent feminist rant I think I've ever heard in a video
Not a
game. I'm
feminist
just gonna play
rant.
some clips from the boss battle, and you can.
Scream's
judge for
bad. Not gonna
yourself.
lie. Can I just point out a second, right? I actually thought about this recently.
Yeah.
I actually thought about this recently with regarding to Scream, okay?
Yeah.
So, with Peter, okay, Miles doesn't knock her out, doesn't knock him out, doesn't kill her or anything.
Hmm.
And he uses the weakness for the symbiote, okay? And talks Peter out of it and all the rest of it, okay?
Okay.
And everyone acknowledges that Miles beat Peter, despite having to abuse weaknesses and stuff. Peter is not knocking out Scream, he's not killing her, he's helping her resist the influence, and he's using the weakness, yet people are saying that he loses the fight. It's literally the exact same scenario for Peter,
I think I know
but
why
with-
they're saying that too.
but everyone's just like, oh, Peter lost, oh, Miles won.
I think I
It's like,
know
no.
why they're saying that. You know the scene where she yanks Peter up in the air and yanks Peter up into the air with her hair and is about to kill him.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is the reason.
Well, no,
why.
but it's funny as well. Where like he's gonna play like, he's playing the scene where like MJ is just going crazy, like she's screaming everything and stuff. That's literally what Peter did as well. He's like, now the city thinks that I'm the problem, but I'm not anymore. Like it's literally the exact same thing. Like they're just they're just screaming their heads off, you know.
Peter gets beat up a bit more.
If this is about your job,
It's about me. Hey! Not my
Jacoby coping, yeah, facts.
Typical woman. Me.
Jesus,
Oh.
Joker moment right there.
You want to know the reason why MJ is saying this? Or why Scream is saying this? It's because the symbiote brings out what people truly feel.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually a good shot. I love how the spider arms are red with the costume.
Yeah, that's the reason why I like the costume so much.
I didn't realize it changed the color of the arms. That's actually so cool.
It does. I just wish they did that for the Tasm 2 suit.
Guys, stop fighting over Puffer. He loves you all. No, but I'm glad he didn't talk about the fridge. He probably just forgot about it.
I'm glad
or he
he didn't
probably
talk about the fridge. Finally.
Did he talk about the fridge?
No.
It doesn't look like it.
I'm
but
glad he didn't
anyway.
talk about the fridge though, because like the fridge would have been like, okay, so let's go over the fridge.
I can still fix this. I always do. We always do.
I always come second. I live in your shadow where my dreams turn to dust.
Remember your book? You said you wanted to
Peter's trying to get through to MJ like Miles did with him.
Guys, stop fighting over Puffer. Leave it at that. Stop it, or he won't make any more appearances.
Spider-Man is a peak suit. All the variations have different color runs. I think they do. Actually, I haven't tested that with the green and white figures here.
I swear this is just how sexist some fans can get when a female is being an arsehole, even if it's logical, but with Peter, people would still praise it. Yeah, exactly, it's ridiculous. The fridge is stronger than a nuke, yeah. Yeah, like, it's just ridiculous. Like, people's just like, oh, you know...
Got you.
If anything, it's kind of like...
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. No cap, you don't.
If anything, it's kind of like sexist, no matter which way you spin it, because it's like you're either saying, "Oh, it's only okay if men can do it," which is sexist for women, but you're also saying like, "Oh, it's bad if women do it." It's like no one wins regardless. Like no one.
Issue then.
Yeah, like no one wins regardless. It's just so stupid.
Yeah, because there's shit. I think most of this game was written by a woman.
Well, yeah, no shit.
Well,
the lead writer was a woman. That doesn't mean anything.
I think as well, one of the narrative writers for Wolverine is going to be a woman.
Your book helped me, MJ.
I think as well, the suit designer is also a woman. So okay. The person that written Scream into this is also a woman. Okay.
Like, in a way, MJ's spitting facts. She's like, yeah, I have to write shit for Jameson, and I don't even like him because he slanders. Like, she is spitting facts, but it's like Peter was also spitting facts when he was ranting, but like no one cared. It's like all I wanted was to save everyone. MJ, me.
He wanted to save everybody.
He's literally not. He's not lying. It's just, you know. I just think it's ridiculous that like people think it's okay when like Peter does it, but not MJ.
To the fridge.
MJ is spitting facts. It's so true. Yeah, like she is. It's like Peter can't keep a job. He can't keep a mortgage. This sounds sexually motivated. Yeah, I know. It's actually a good scene though.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? That it got to the point where the symbiote flat out just revealed all of what MJ had inside.
What? No! You're stronger than me in so many ways!
He just can't accept it. He's like, what? The man has to be better at everything. Yeah. He just can't accept it.
Then for the same thing can be said for Cal Kestis in Jedi Survivor, where he almost ran through and killed the whole base.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Peter needs to stop trying so hard. He needs to can't say. Well, yeah, but like that's kind of the arc he has to go through. It's like in the first game, it's like he doesn't believe in like working with other people, and he puts all of that burden on his own shoulders. You know.
Right. I really like this scene because it shows how much Peter loves her. That is true.
Exactly.
Another thing too is for the fact that if you really look at it from the first game, or at least before the events of the first game, the reason why MJ and Peter broke up was sort of the fact that Peter was treating MJ like a baby.
Yeah. It's genuinely funny how people don't understand how the symbiote affects its Earth. Yeah, true. If anything, I think it's kind of interesting that it's like they broke up originally because Peter wouldn't stop treating her like a child, and now they're fighting each other because and they become stronger than ever. I think it's quite it's a nice uh
Remember when
the
Jane
words
and
gone
Jane
from my
still
head.
look like
You know what I
women?
mean? It's like
They still look like
it's
women.
come full circle. There we go. Not gonna lie, it had me tearing up. Fair enough.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Whenever MJ turned to stream, it had me freaked out for a second. Even though I saw a leak for stream, I didn't know who it actually was.
Jonah, kiss my ass. I quit.
What's
What the actual fuck? If anyone says this is a good story, stop listening.
It's like Peter also doesn't like fucking Jameson. It's like
Exactly.
Jameson treated him like shit.
They
Then,
still like
please, for love of God. Man, I got nothing more to say here that I didn't already say during
Surveying Man was so mad, but yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous.
It's just
the
immediately just
stream.
changed
This
its
was
behavior like 5 minutes. I was
painfully
like,
bad.
huh?
Mary Jane
Yeah.
is obviously the self-insert of the lead writer for this game.
Did
and
we already
this
go over
rant
this an hour
must
ago?
be
Or, like,
direct.
how long has it been since we went over that? Probably like 20 minutes. I don't
Fucking
know.
2 hours probably. It felt like so long. Oh, let it end. I want to go eat. Using Scream was a good twist I didn't expect. Yeah, exactly.
It
was.
was.
I mean,
liked it.
yeah, you could chalk it up like I kind of agree with both sides of the argument. It's like with Ultimate Joker, he's like, oh, it's lazy them using Scream, but like I don't really give a fuck.
Here's
Like,
the only problem that I
actual-
have with Joker's response. It is
the
flat
actual
out
the actual
not
person
engaging.
who plays Scream, the actual person who is Scream in the comics doesn't exist in Insomniac, so it's like they could just do that.
Exactly.
fine.
That's the only reason why that wouldn't work, and that's the only thing that I can disagree with him on. Is how would that work in general?
So eventually, Peter gets attacked by a bunch of symbiotes at the same time, and they're trying to bring his trace venom molecules in his bloodstream or whatever. And so Miles and Mr. Negative team up to go inside of the negative zone in his brain or something. I don't know how the fuck this works. It happened earlier.
It was
in the
better
game.
that Peter
I
than
just
giving you a
skipped over
job
it,
and
so who gives
has
a shit.
has her
Basically,
life
you
balance,
just
unlike
fly
Peter.
through the
Exactly.
Shadow
Yeah.
realm, and you fight a bunch of melee-only enemies who you can infinitely air juggle. Yes,
Just a bunch
this
of
is
melee
that
only
brain
enemies.
dead. At least
You
we
can
get
use
a
any ability
throwback
you
to the
want.
first game with the Sinister Six getting a little cameo in there, and this mission ends with Peter getting the anti-venom powers. If you haven't heard of anti-venom, yes, he does come from the comics, and it is
Love the superior suit. It's pretty good.
Eddie Brock in the comics, who of course doesn't exist in
Pause.
Insomniac's universe.
He exists.
I love
we
the
don't see
Famo
him.
symbiotes. Oh, Sharktopus has a bit of a crush. It's all good. I love this suit. So good.
Here's the only thing
Because
though.
he had too much chance.
Eddie exists. We don't see him. Eddie's
Alright,
good in
just
this
skip-
universe.
Yeah.
Him, but better. He says this.
Why would the city need me when it has you?
Now all of you can
Also, I would like to point out that the reason why he says that line is because Miles reforms Mr. Negative, or
Yeah.
like he partially reforms him at least.
And this is also this is also for the fact that Miles has done something that Peter has never done before.
Yeah, it's like, and again, Miles's immediate response is to say, "Nah, we need you, Pete."
stop
Right.
coping,
Like-
seething, and dilating.
And on top of that,
claiming
Peter's
that
proud of
Marvel's
him at
not
this
trying to
moment.
replace Peter Parker.
You've also got to
So,
keep
like-
in mind this guy's life is pretty much gone to shit. Like,
Yeah. The only good
Since
thing that he
he's a
has
straight
going
white
for him
male.
is Miles.
yeah, like Miles, MJ. It's pretty much it at this point.
Insomniac just straight up told you that Miles should replace Peter because he's better in every way.
That's
Nope.
not
He's
what he
also an
said.
oppressed minority, and he's very cultured. And
Here
Peter,
we
at the ripe
go.
old age of 26, is
25.
25. Well, I don't know what his
busted
age. I'm thinking like
slow
he's
and
still 25
useless,
technically.
despite
Or is it
just
like
being
20?
given a power which would justify his existence in this plot. This is where they decide to put this line. This is the writers saying fuck you to the audience and that they hate Spider-Man.
Remind me who kills Venom in the end of the game? I'm pretty sure it was Miles. No, it was Peter.
No,
Sorry.
yeah,
Peter. Yeah.
It was Peter, yeah.
People who hate Spider-Man were put in charge of writing a Spider-Man
Oh, what do
story,
you know? Who
kinda
kills Venom at the end? Let me actually rephrase this. Who dies
People
at the end of the game?
People
I think
hate.
that is, I think that Peter dies at the end. I think Peter.
Yeah,
turns
they
Venom
hate
and he
Peter
dies.
Parker. Yeah, totally. Also in the first game, they literally ruin both of his mentor figures and then kill his last biological parent. Yeah, they totally hate Spider-Man.
It's like comic books over the past 15 years. But Sony fans are fucking idiots.
If 25 is old, then I'm fucked because I'm 23 this year. Yeah. Bro, I'm 22 tomorrow.
Corey, stop
They'll
listening
eat
to the
this
person
slop
that
up.
man.
They don't care because they
Do you
hate
think
themselves.
this is
They
a good review video? This is a good review video. You need help.
If you think this is a good review, you need serious help.
are the soy boy beta male redditors.
It reminds me of that one line that Asmongold said where he's like, never listen to a review if it's under 30 minutes long. If it's not 30 minutes long or above, it's a shit review. Well, not always.
Oh no, trust me.
This is
My
an
review
hour
for
and
Spider-Man.
21.
Oh no, trust me. My review for Spider-Man 2 is probably 9 minutes long. I nailed everything in
Who
9 minutes.
hate themselves. Okay, back to the plot. Venom is trying to retrieve this meteorite from Dr. Connor's lab that he landed in from space. Somehow this
Hey, yo, a bit close for comfort there, lad.
thing will help him infect everybody with symbiotes. It's not really explained. And we get an almost good scene
Pause.
with Norman Osborn.
Technically, it's explained from the meteorite that, first of all, that dream sequence from Venom whenever he was on Harry, it took that and wanted to make that into a dream, and the meteorite made the whole entire city into symbiotes.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, but...
seeing what has become of his son. And Spider-Man shows up right.
Oh my
at the
days.
time. Of course, it's way
Just
too
got
early
yeeted.
for a boss
One
fight
more thing
here.
too about
So
this, for the
Venom gets
fact that he figured out where the meteorite was, is because while Venom was on Peter, while Venom was on Peter, it
hold
took
of the
all
other
of that
piece of the
data. It
meteorite.
took all of what it learned, and it learned where the meteorite was because it was with Peter prior to it being with Harry. So there's that.
And I'll admit, I don't even remember when he got the first piece. Again, I was trying to pay attention, but this shit was very boring. And we're given an actually interesting ethical
pieces were
dilemma.
like
Dr.
that.
Connors tells Peter that he has to kill Harry to stop Venom, whereas Norman Osborn wants him to save his son.
Okay, you can pause right
Unfortunately,
here.
because this is a modern superhero story, Spider-Man does.
What?
I was going to say right here, honestly, and this is probably the only thing that I could actually agree on. Why didn't Connor say anything about the anti-venom suit?
Because Connors doesn't know anything about anti-venom.
Okay, I was just trying to make sure.
Like, why would he?
I
Like,
don't
he's
know.
not studied anti-venom. Like, he doesn't know shit about Mr. Negative, as far as I'm aware. He doesn't know how Miles's powers work, and he's never seen anti-venom. So, like,
Okay, because what made me think that he should know about anti-venom is just purely just because him and Norman probably know more about the symbiote more than Peter, other than Harry.
plus as well, even if like he knew how anti-venom operated, he'd be like, yeah, like, yes, you've still got to stop this. Because like that's pretty much what Connors tells him to do, anyways. He's like, yeah, stop the symbiote. So it's like even if Peter uses anti-venom, he'd still be stopping the symbiote and killing Harry in the process.
Okay, makes sense.
So it's like I don't think it would even make a difference.
Doesn't consider killing Harry.
It would be pretty cool if they gave us like a good ending and a bad ending, where like you
Where
could
you
choose
kill
to side with
Harry
one or the other.
Yeah.
Obviously, one ending would be non-canon because Spider-Man 3 is happening, but like it would have been pretty cool if you could have chosen that. But
Yeah.
I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
Harry for even a second, so it's not really a real moral dilemma.
No, when Connor was
but we
experimenting
almost
with
had
Venom,
something
the
interesting there. And as
anti
Peter's-
suit wasn't even a concept, so he wouldn't know about it regardless. Okay.
Yeah, like Connors just would not know about it. All right, just go to the final boss.
So now we finally get to the huge showdown with Venom. And guess what? Your anti-venom debuff that worked on every other version of the symbiote suddenly doesn't work until the second phase of the
unlike
boss.
the comics.
Yeah, it doesn't work on Venom because Venom's highly resistant to it because he's like the fucking strongest.
Wait, what was
Why?
it?
I don't know. 'Cause
He said that like even though anti-venom was effective throughout the game, it's suddenly not effective against venom. It's like, yeah, no shit, he's like the strongest one.
He's the
I guess
strongest
we had to
version that we've ever
drag
gotten
out this
before.
boss battle
Not
for
gonna work.
4 fucking forms, and 2 out of those 4 forms, you're playing as Miles Morales. Because he's there, he exists, he has to contribute. This is clearly Peter's moment to fight his best friend. That is the...
Bro, like, Peter literally fights Venom more than Miles does, because Peter has a longer 1v1 segment against Venom.
Right, and on top of that, if we're really gonna go over this about Miles taking Peter's moment, well, let's go back and look at some dialogue, because last time I checked, in this boss fight, and while Peter's fighting him, Venom mentions Miles is holding Peter back.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, Miles is holding you back, so he's like trying to kill Miles.
And as well
dramatic
as another
buildup
thing
of
too is
this-
for the fact that in this boss fight, Venom also brings up the Peter boss fight as well.
Peter gets in the last hit. Yeah, like Peter, like there's like an entire section where like Peter uses anti-venom, he like restrains Venom with the tendrils.
And
Like
also
literally Peter does most of the work, for real.
And there's also one more thing about this fight too is and this is probably I'm not sure if we're actually noticed this too. But at
Yeah,
this
go on.
point, Harry's not in there. That is just Venom. Harry's not in control at this point.
I'd also like to point out that like he's mentioning how like he just wants people to kill someone. Like I feel like this guy unironically likes the Deathstroke fight in Arkham Knight, where like Batman just knocks him out in one punch. I feel like he unironically likes that fight.
story.
Instead of fighting
Right, we're nearly done. We've got 2 more minutes.
And they still
finally
had
2
to
more
have
minutes.
you play as Miles Morales for this second half of the fight, no less. So Miles gets the final in-game blows against Venom.
Yeah, and Peter gets the final
Peter gets
canonical blows against him because gameplay doesn't matter.
Right.
Harry Osborn, a character he barely knows, and yet they still.
Harry's not in there at this point. That is a separate argument.
As if he has any emotional investment in what's going
It's
on.
just
I
Venom
don't care
at
what
this
anybody
point. I'm not
says.
seeing any
This
Harry.
is forced as fuck. He shouldn't even be here. Anyway, after some really over-the-top bullshit, Peter finally purges Venom.
Really over-the-top bullshit. Yeah, including the giant 1v1 section that Peter had against him, which he's just glossing over.
And he starts dying from his cancer again. Meanwhile, MJ runs the meteorite through the particle accelerator. Yes, MJ's here too. And they destroy it, which conveniently vaporizes all of the symbiote webbing and all of the minor symbiotes from the city. Yes, it's one of those shitty plot lines where it's like a hive mind that can be killed, so that there's no real consequences to the story.
Oh yeah, no real consequences.
No real consequences.
Speaking of lack of consequences, Harry doesn't even die here. As he's about to, Miles defibrillates his heart with his powers, which ultimately doesn't even fucking matter because Harry's still in a coma, unless they're going to turn him into Green Goblin in the next one, which is sort of an implication.
It's not an implication at all, you fuck. It's clearly going to be Norman.
Norman into the Goblin. Harry.
Like he's wearing green and purple. Like
Well,
it's
I mean,
clearly going to be
Harry,
him.
though. Well, I mean, Harry. I feel like it's 50-50 because, like, I still think that Harry's gonna be Hobgoblin or something. I feel like Norman is gonna give him like a good.
I think the only way he would be Hobgoblin is if Norman manipulates him, because like Harry, the symbiote's gone. He doesn't hold any malice towards Peter at this point.
Yeah. Another thing
Okay,
is like the
so
symbiote could
there's
still
some-
be in there.
Because like Harry never hated Peter. It was mainly just the symbiote.
Yeah.
Version.
Well, I
he was
mean-
just desperate to stay alive.
Well, I mean, Harry was in control at one point because, like, how would he know where Peter lived? How
Well,
would he
yeah,
know
but
where
like,
Peter lived? That's-
you know what I mean? Like, it was to do with the symbiote. It's like prior to the symbiote, like when he breaks the casing, it's like Harry still wasn't angry at Peter. He was just desperate to stay alive.
Yeah.
Just clouding his judgment, kind of thing.
And just have it be Norman Osborn be Green Goblin, because Harry being the villain twice in a row would be kind of shit. But again, it just shows how toothless these writers are. They couldn't even kill Harry.
I'm probably not
Osborn.
watching
This
the next
would've
game. We're
been
gonna get
the
Red
perfect
Goblin
moment
since
to do
they
it.
introduced the Carnage symbiote in this game.
He's literally like brain dead. Also, I'm just gonna say right now, we're gonna get. I'm gonna say this right now, okay? So for Spider-Man 3, we're gonna have Anti-Venom, Miles, Silk, and Doc Ock versus a giant Hulk-like Green Goblin.
That would be
And
really cool.
Doc Ock is gonna sacrifice himself.
That would make sense. That would make sense.
But no, Miles has to be the Black
But
Messiah.
for Red Goblin
and
to
he
work,
saves-
pause. What?
It just went from 0 to 11 so fast. The
What
Black
just happened?
Messiah.
What just happened? What just happened? What did I miss? Because like I'm over here reading chat, and I'm just what?
You just called Miles the Black Messiah just because he kept Harry alive, even though it's debatably a fate worse than death because he's in a coma-like state.
Wow. So how on earth is Harry
Terry,
supposed to be
even though
alive? That's
he
crazy.
might as well be functional.
Even though I'm pretty sure Jesus, like, depending on whether you read, like, the Old or New Testament, I'm pretty sure Jesus wasn't even white, was he? Pretty sure he was, like... I don't know what ethnicity he was, because I wasn't alive 2,000 years ago, but, like...
I don't know
I'm pretty sure...
if I'm...
I think
don't
it
even know.
I think it depends on the what you read, but some I swear down, some of them say that Jesus wasn't even white, so...
I don't even pay
And then we
attention
get
to it
yet
at that
another
point.
fucking terrible scene where Peter takes a break from being Spider-Man to be Peter Parker. Now, some people have interpreted this as him retiring and Miles taking up the mantle, but you and me both know that Spider-Man 3 would fucking bomb, much like Miles Morales did, if Miles was now permanently
Miles Morales didn't bomb, though.
Exactly. It never did.
Spider-Man. So of course Peter's gonna come out of retirement in the next one, but it still is cringe as fuck. And then
How is it cringe for Peter to retire? Like, he did it in Spider-Man 2, he did it in The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Exactly.
He literally wanted to delete his powers from existence in Spectacular Spider-Man. Like,
he also I think in Spider-Man 2 took a break because he went through existential crisis in Spider-Man 2 and came back in that exact same issue. I mean, came back in that exact same movie. So like,
and with the Amazing Spider-Man 2 is a great example because if you include the deleted scenes, he quits being Spider-Man for a whole year before the final Rhino fight happens at the end.
And you want to
Like,
know
if you include...
how he came back? You want to know how he came back? Let me guess. That kid he saved was in trouble.
Yeah, but also it was the meeting because it's really crap where like his father survives the plane crash and it's like he talks with his dad and
Exactly.
they basically do an Insomniac they do an MCU Spider-Man where like even though Uncle Ben said great power comes great responsibility, they had to have the biological dad say with great power comes great responsibility, which I didn't like it when they did it in No Way Home, and I didn't like it in even though Andrew's acting was phenomenal. If you've seen that deleted scene, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've seen it. His acting is so good in that deleted.
Also, can I just point out, like, people are like, oh, he was nerfed in this game. Look at the Amazing Spider-Man 1. If you include the deleted scenes, Peter doesn't win a single one of the 5 encounters he has against Lizard.
Well, there's 6 really if you count an earlier fight that happened, but like...
Well, no, because he has the bridge, the sewer,
the school,
the one where Connors injects himself, because in the deleted scenes they actually fight there as well.
Yeah, he injects himself before.
And
the
Oscorp Tower. Yeah, the Oscorp Tower. He loses all 5.
Where he lost his web shooters, had to fight Lizard without any sort of web shooters.
The fight either ends in a stalemate or he needs help. It's like, so yet people don't talk about that. People aren't like, oh, Andrew Garfield was nerfed. It's like,
Then we get 2 credit scenes, one in the middle of the credits, where Norman meets up with Doc Ock. Obviously, they're going to team up in the next one. And
how the hell did you come to that conclusion? Like, how? Like, Doc Ock, like, Otto Octavius is literally like, oh, your son's dying. Good.
Like, doesn't care. He
like,
just
how did you
knows that?
What about that conversation made you think that those two were going to be best buddies?
Think that
like
Osborn are going to team up so soon. When
like Otto Octavius was literally
dying was a good thing. Exactly.
Yeah, he was literally like, "Oh, your son's dying. Good. You now know what it's like to suffer." Like, what about that screams best friend energy?
Like, nothing about that screams best friend energy at all. Like,
and then the end credits scene where it shows Miles' mom is dating some dorky fat Asian guy.
Oh, there it is.
We're back to it again.
There it is.
And his daughter is Cindy Moon, aka Silk. So we're now gonna have
Yay.
3 Spider-Men in the next one instead of
You know,
Spider-Gwen.
pause
It's
for a
gonna-
second. I'm really hoping that when Silk gets bitten in the game, she has infinite webs just to piss a whole bunch of people off. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, like that's literally what I've said in a previous stream. I'm like, I know exactly how you can balance all 3 Spider-Man. You could be like, okay, Toby, not Toby, not fucking Toby. Peter, he has the most health and he's the best at crowd control. Miles is like he's like the most damaging and he's best at dealing with individual targets. And Cindy Moon is like a glass cannon, but she has infinite webs. Job done. You can balance all 3 of them just like that.
Right.
Job done. Like, and it would actually be pretty cool because it would function as a difficulty setting. It's like Peter's the easy mode, Miles is the normal mode, and Silk is like the glass cannon. She's the hard mode.
Right.
Job done. Fucking hire me right
Easy.
now. Like,
It's so easy.
yeah, it's literally easy. You can balance all 3 of them just like that.
But after that,
It'll be
people are going to
Silk,
complain about
because
Silk
it
and
wasn't
Miles
enough
being
to
too
have
OP, and then
minority
they're going to go ahead and go into, oh no, Peter has gadgets, they're nerfing Peter. Silk and Miles are
Spider-Man,
OP.
we now also need a woman Spider-Man. In fact, just fucking kill Peter Parker already. I'm tired of this
They already did. Like,
already
they
did.
killed him in this game. Yeah.
bullshit.
They already did.
This story fucking sucks.
Twice.
So in conclusion, should you buy Spider-Man? Well, you already did or you already didn't.
The only other thing that they could do with Silk, which is also an interesting thing, is if Norman was to manipulate her to turn against Miles. So then it could be like Goblin and Silk versus Miles and Peter.
Right. And after that, you'll probably have, well, I could see, well, on top of that, I could also see Silk probably swapping sides once he figures out that Norman is kind of like behind everything and stuff like that, because I have a feeling that they're going to explain the Devil's Breath stuff.
They could do. Maybe that's the Goblin Serum. Maybe it's just GR27 perfected. Maybe that's the Goblin Serum.
Probably. Or
But like
probably
instead of, yeah,
28.
maybe that's what it could. Yeah, GR28 could be. You never know.
Yeah, Louis, some
It could be
people
like
in
the
current
Amazing
series that
Spider-Man
have the
2, where it's
thing
like
in this
where
universe,
it's like this.
even though he's a grown ass. Yeah, that's the only thing that
It's
I
like-
would not want to see on.
Because, like, you know all of the spiders in, like, Osborn, Norman Osborn's personal lab. Maybe they do an Amazing Spider-Man 2, where it's, like, the spider venom that turns him into Green Goblin.
Yeah,
They could do.
they could do that. Because
Holy
like so
shit,
far,
like,
they
just hire me.
like, like when you really
I'll
think
do
about
it.
it, they picked out a
I'll
whole
do
bunch
it
of
for
stuff
free.
from
Just
Chasm.
hire me. I like these ideas. I want
If
to
they
do
killed
this
Harry,
ideas.
that would cause repetition because in every Insomniac Spider-Man story ends with Spider-Man's level 9. So it's a change of pace and brings hope within Spider-Man. That is true.
The only other idea that I had was if they did like the death of Gwen Stacy, so like Goblin kills MJ, Peter goes ballistic, and then it's Silk and Miles versus Anti-Venom. That was the other idea I had. So
That would be cool.
you've already bought the game twice just to piss off the racists and the sexists, lol.
But just
I mean, I'm gonna buy it when it comes on PC,
in case you were waiting for my
and I'm gonna play nothing but that game.
review, no, don't buy this woke piece of trash. Do
Oh,
I
yeah.
need to remind you
The
of
fact that he's
gay
pointing out the side
homecoming
missions is
dance
crazy.
mission? Do I need to remind you where you play as Miles' deaf girlfriend? Do I need to remind you that this is one giant story to set up Peter Parker's replacement?
No,
Even though
it is
Miles
not.
had almost
Even though he admitted that Peter's not gonna be retired. Okay.
nothing to
And another
do with
thing-
the overall plot. You could have
What?
easily cut him out of this game
Hold on.
and just had Peter team.
Hold
Well-
on. Miles has nothing to do with the plot. Hold on a second.
Yeah, Miles totally has nothing to go with the plot.
Remove
Yeah.
him from the game, and I'm guaranteeing you this story will be the exact same. Let's go
Remove
over-
Miles from the game, and Peter would have died against
Remove
Sandman in the
Peter
first
died
fight.
against
Like,
Sandman in the first fight.
literally, the entire story would not have happened if Miles wasn't there.
Team up
On
with
top of
Mr.
that, how would
Negative,
Peter get
or
the black
maybe
suit then?
exploit Venom's
Yeah.
And also,
weakness
how
to
would Peter
Sonic,
fight
or bring back
Venom
his
without
comic book weakness to
anti-Venom?
fire. Maybe have Human Torch show up because he's actually friends with Human Torch in the comics. Literally anything other than playing as other Spider-Man for no fucking reason other than diversity points. And the Spider-Verse movies are surprisingly popular. That's pretty much it.
The
So,
game's
yeah,
called
is the
Spider-Man
gameplay
2.
good?
They have 2
Yes.
Spider-Men.
But you're not even playing the gameplay that much of this story, dude. I mean, sure, if you're one of those people who likes 100%
Remove Miles, and Peter would have been permanently stuck with the symbiote. Possibly.
in games,
Well,
plenty.
No,
Neither
not
would
even
have
that.
killed
He would
Craven.
have died against Sandman. Like, he wouldn't have even got the symbiote.
Of the sandbox is just fighting
Does
guys.
anyone wants Peter
but
to kill
honestly,
Harry,
I'm
Peter's
tired of
best
that
friend,
shit.
without any
I just
remorse
want a good
because
fucking story.
because that would be
and
cool,
not even
even
necessarily a
though
story,
whoa.
but a good
He wants the Human Torch to appear in the game, even though the Fantastic Four haven't even been mentioned. Yeah, facts.
Well, I mean, they bought the Roxxon building, so they do exist, but they bought the Roxxon building in the game. Sorry, I know too much about the game.
That's alright.
But they bought the
Oh, when you switch
Roxxon
back-
building, so it's like
When you switch back to Peter after breaking the game, after beating the
Miles
game,
of
he
Peter would be
literally
permanently
says,
stuck with a
"Breaks
symbiote."
over."
Right.
Lol.
campaign, right? But no, the campaign missions in this are some of the worst parts of the game. Where you
Can I just point out as well that if Miles was removed, literally Harlem would have been completely destroyed in his own game.
Exactly.
Because like Peter wasn't even
Brilliant
in
over
New
that.
York to stop it.
Yeah, he was in Stimcaria, so like
Yeah,
let's
like
be
literally
honest, Finn
Harlem
would've
would have
went
just
through-
gone.
Tinkerer would have went through with her plan. There would have been no stopping the new form reactor. Or well, wait,
Yeah,
was she trying to
none of
stop the new
that.
form reactor? Or
No,
was
she wasn't. She was willingly letting the reactor go off because she didn't know it was unstable.
Yeah, Finn would actually willingly let the reactor go off, right?
Yeah,
Harlem would be destroyed.
Harlem would be destroyed. She would have died. Like, so many people would have died. Like, if you remove Miles, can I just point out as well, a load more people would have died as well because Miles in the PS4 game gets antibiotics for the feast shelter when he
Exactly.
evades the Rhino. So like there would have been more casualties from the bloody Devil's Breath epidemic.
And not to mention
Just
for the
swinging
fact that
around-
if you remove Miles, more people would have died at City Hall. Well,
True. Yeah.
yeah.
in the city, having a good time, fighting some bad guys, kind of like the OG Spider-Man 2, it's actually a decent game. But as soon as you start doing any of these woke side quests,
This guy even a Spider-Man
the
fan because my
extremely
god, this
terribly
guy
written
has so
story
much
for the
anger. He
numerous
literally
reasons I outlined.
said kill Peter.
Maybe you should report this guy. What good would that do? Then we wouldn't. This has literally been my most. This has been my most popular stream of all time. Like, Synthetic Man's awesome. What can I say? It's literally my most popular stream ever. 41 people are currently here. What the shit? Thank you guys so much. I cannot thank you all enough.
You have no idea. I was going
Find
to
earlier in
react
the
to this.
video.
I was actually I was actually gonna check this out like a couple like last year, like after like I played the game and stuff like that. But I was like, I don't really want that.
I love how people say that Peter was nerfed. Look, with Anti-Venom, he literally
He
turns into a
one-shot-
freaking atom. He turns. Look at this. What is that?
Then it starts going to shit. It's just terribly paced. I never thought I would say an Insomniac game has terrible pacing, given their track record with Spyro and Ratchet and Clank, which are both vast majority gameplay. Same goes for Sunset Overdrive.
Oh, we actually did reference Sunset
Oh, okay,
Overdrive.
finally.
Poggers.
But no, this,
Okay, finally,
this
he
is
actually
another
mentioned it. Okay.
legitimate Sony-certified movie game, and it's not even a good movie. It's a mishmash of a bunch of different famous plot lines from the comics, but for no reason, really. I mean,
That's what it's
Kraven's
supposed
Last
to be?
Hunt doesn't even play into this except just to set up
Pause.
Venom. That's it.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Plays the whole entire part in the game.
What did Miles do at City Hall again? He rescued Rio. Like, he helped the firefighter rescue Rio.
Went in to actually see if he could actually find his dad. To see if his dad was okay. He wasn't.
He also he unintentionally saved lives because he hit the one demon around the back of the head, got overwhelmed, and just as the demon was gonna kill him, Martin Lee stopped him and he was like, "Yeah, we've done enough. Let's go."
No.
So you could argue that Miles, the actions of Miles
Hello.
I've forgotten the words. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you could argue that Miles doing that made Mr. Negative make the demons retreat.
All right. So I saw what you said in the chat. What did you think? I was talking to
That's all good, no
I
worries.
was talking to
And
Castaway.
Craven was the best character.
What
So
did
yes.
they say?
Wait, someone's in the
Uh,
VC. What the shit? I just don't have notifications apparently.
Okay, so the part about
Sorry, I
okay,
came in on the nod.
Okay, so the part about him, he literally just said, "Just kill Peter."
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck?
How would that work for a game? That's my question.
It's
I
ridiculous.
even question if that guy's even a Spider-Man fan.
It's just ridiculous. But now, well.
Let's go.
The first time I saw this video, he hated that one side mission where he helped with the pitching guy, Howard.
That mission.
What the? Wait, what? Wait, who sent me this?
What is that?
What is it?
It's on a synthetic man thing. Spider-Man crashed for synthetic man again, just as he said, "I want everyone at Insomniac decapitated."
Holy shit!
Holy crap!
Whoa!
Which one
This
of you in
guy's
chat sent me
insane,
that?
though.
What the?
That is insane.
Show
He
it on the
takes this shit.
screen.
I just did. Like,
Oh, maybe I didn't
rewind the
see it.
stream. Yeah, rewind the stream then.
What? Wait.
That was insane.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Wants everyone at Insomniac decapitated. That's insane.
Oh my god, this guy's a lunatic.
Okay, so I guess.
But yeah, with that being said though, guys,
that was a long video.
Wait, hang on. Wait, it's a clip. Hold on. I'll play it.
Wait, hold up. I haven't even seen it.
Oh dear goodness.
Jesus, he is so salty. My goodness. Yeah, whoever sent me that, poggers to you, means a lot. But anyways, guys, I'm sorry, but this is where I'm going to be ending the stream just because I am hungry and I can smell the food.
This video
once again,
was probably the most weirdest one.
Yeah, once again though, I want to say a massive thank you for everyone being here. If you haven't already, consider joining the Discord, subscribe to the YouTube, subscribe to Phoenix and Crispy for joining the stream. Also, a massive thank you to Sam Raimi for the cameo as well. It was a short but sweet, just like you know. But anyways, guys, again, if you haven't seen the amazing Lucas video I uploaded earlier, feel free to check it out because it's not quite. It's not quite as bad. It's not quite as bad as what we just watched, but it's still pretty bad. So,
I haven't even checked that video out yet, though. If I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really looked at that one.
Yeah, with that being said, though, guys, take care. Join the Discord if you want to, and I'll see you all tomorrow, possibly.
Bye-bye.
Later. Peace.
Alright, well, it's just you and me now.
I was streaming for 4 hours. I'm gonna be going ahead. I'm making a Craven video today too. Actually, question.
Alright.
Okay, do you think that Craven could survive Spider-Man PS4?
You mean what happened in the first game?
Yeah.
No, well, I remember he said I seen like he took like these chemicals or drugs, so maybe.
Okay. But I'm gonna go ahead and get up on out of here. See you later.
Yeah. Sorry I came in so late.
You're good. I'll see you later.
Alright, bye.
Alright. Alright, chat. If anybody's wondering why I haven't had my or why I haven't been streaming a lot, I've been actually wanting to like say this a lot recently. The reason why I haven't streamed in like the past like a couple of days or so is just strictly just because I wanted to have a break for like a little bit. They're just trying to tell me not to. No, that's not what they're saying. It's for the fact that people want to have their own opinion. It's just kind of hard to actually find an own opinion. But like when it comes to like me, I have like my own opinion on stuff. But like it's just for the fact that like whenever it comes to like synthetics video, it's so weird to debunk and we were there for like an hour. But I'm gonna go ahead and get up on out of here. I know that it's a black screen and everything, don't worry. But everything should be set up tomorrow for a stream tomorrow. I don't know what time I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming tomorrow. So anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here and see you guys later.